Good morning, everyone. My name is Councillor Gord Perks, and I am the Chair of the Toronto East York Community Council. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'd like to now call the meeting 23 to order. Welcome, everybody. Today's meeting is being held with members of council participating both in person and by video conference. City staff are also connecting to the meeting by video conference. As City Hall remains closed, the public continue to participate electronically and can watch the meeting streaming live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. I ask everyone for their patience with any delays and technical issues. The clerk's staff have connected all registered speakers to the meeting by audio. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Toronto East York Community Council page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Clerk's IT staff will also be available to assist members with their devices. I would like to remind staff to keep their microphones muted and their videos turned off unless they need to answer questions or speak to the committee. This will make it easier for me as chair and those watching on YouTube to observe members as they participate in the debate and vote on items. For those members who are joining us remotely, please keep your microphones muted unless you wish to question staff or speak to an item, and ensure that your video is turned on. As part of each agenda item, I will ask the members to raise their hand or unmute their microphones if they wish to speak or question staff. I will then create a speakers list and will call on members when it is their turn to speak. When voting on an item or a motion, I ask that members ensure that they turn on their video if applicable and to raise their hands to indicate their vote. Members, I want to remind you that you must submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at teycc@toronto.ca to help with motions. If there are any visiting members of council attending the meeting today, I encourage you to turn on your videos so that I know you are present and can give you the opportunity to ask questions of staff or to speak. This will also assist the clerk's staff to record the attendance for the meeting. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the Community Council would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please raise your hand and unmute your microphone. I see none. Next, we need a motion to confirm the minutes from our last meeting held on January 12th, 2021. Councillor Wong Tam. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. Okay, members, we're approaching 100 items. We're not there yet. That's not a challenge, by the way. I'd like you to refer to your annotated agenda. We're going to be starting our rundown at item TE 23.35. That's appointments.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councillor.
Sorry, it's Councillor Fletcher. Hello, good morning, everybody. I just wanted transportation staff and TTC staff to know on item 62 that I'll be holding that and that I have motions to change the dates, which I'll share with them. Thank you. And to change the dates for 2 months hence rather than 3 years hence, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councillor, thank you. That's noted. Okay, we'll go now to item TE 23.35, appointments to Business Improvement Area Boards of Management, Ward 12. Councillor Cressy? No? Uh-oh, I've lost my cheat sheet. I forget who's 12. Who's 12? Councillor Matlow. Councillor Matlow.
I'll have to go and get it.
I'm happy to move them.
Okay. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 23.36, designation of fire routes and amendment to Chapter 880 Fire Routes 15 Queens Quay East, Ward 10.
I can move that staff recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor, opposed if any, that carries. Item TE 23.37, designation of fire routes and amendment to Chapter 880 Fire Route 9 Halden Avenue, 165 Barrington Avenue, and 195 Barrington Avenue, Ward 19.
Chair, I can move that on behalf of Councillor Bradford.
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor Bailao. I want to note that Councillor Bradford can't be here for this meeting, so I'm going to be following Councillor Bailao's lead on those items. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, we have a deputant listed on item 23.38. We have deputants on 23.39. So the next item is 23.40. Members, do bear with me. I'm working off 3 sets of documents today. 1319 Bloor Street West zoning amendment application, preliminary report. Ward 10, Councillor Cressy.
I can move the staff recommendations, which include the expanded notice.
All those in favor, opposed, carried.
Sorry, what item are you on?
We just did 40.
Did he have a motion on that?
That's my item.
He said he had.
Oh, Chair, mine was 41.
Yeah, she has a motion on that.
Okay, I believe there's a motion on item 40. Councillor Fletcher, I believe you had a motion on this item?
On 40? Who has the motion?
Nobody has a motion? Oh, what?
The,
Okay, it's Councillor Bailao. Do you have a motion?
with the expanded notice, which it's the standard motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
Oh, never mind.
we'll move the expanded notice on that one and take them together as a single vote. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. My apologies, it is tricky today. This is going to be one for the record books, this meeting, folks. Strap in. Okay. Item 23.41, 224 to 240 Adelaide Street West zoning amendment application, preliminary report, Ward 10. Just confirm. Yep. Councillor Cressy?
Yes, this is Ward 10. And so my apologies for the last one. So I can move the staff recommendations, which include expanded notice.
Okay, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item 23.42, 61.85 Hannah Avenue and 120 Lynn Williams Street, zoning amendment application, preliminary report, Ward 10. Councillor Cressy.
Again, I can move the staff recommendations, which include expanded notice here.
Okay, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 23.43, 200 Queens Quay West zoning amendment application, preliminary report, Councillor Cressy.
I can move the staff recommendations here, but I would note this is one where the expanded notice public meeting has already happened. So this is catching up here, moving the staff recommendations.
On the staff recommendations, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 23.44, 277 Wellington Street West zoning amendment application, preliminary report, Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I can move the staff recommendations, which include expanded notice already.
All those in favor, opposed, that carried. Item TE 23.45, 1 through 11 Bloor Street West and 768 through 784 Young Street, zoning bylaw amendment application, preliminary report. Councillor Layton.
As much as it pains me to extend a construction hoarding at the absolute center of the universe. I don't think we would like to delay the construction at all, so I'm prepared to move the recommendations.
I this isn't the zoning application preliminary, and he just said it's wording. No? Councillor Layton, I'm sorry. I'm well past my capacity today. The title of the item says that it's a preliminary report for a zoning bylaw.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was 40. Oh, the preliminary report. Yes.
Yeah.
It's for the same item that we're going to see later. My apologies. I'll adopt the staff recommendations on this one and carry forward my remarks to their extension to their construction hoarding.
Okay then. Wasn't my fault. No. How rare. Okay. On the item, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 23.46, 717 Church Street, and 85, 89, 93, and 97 Collier Street, zoning bylaw amendment application preliminary report. Councillor Layton.
I'll move the recommendations in the report.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 23.47, 820 Church Street, zoning bylaw amendment application preliminary report. Councillor Layton.
Yes, and I'll just note that this is another tall building application directly across the street from the previous one, and I'll move the recommendations in the report to proceed to a public meeting.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 23.48, 374 through 388 DuPont Street, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application preliminary report. Councillor Layton.
I'll move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Okay, we have a deputation on item 49. Item TE 23.50, 175 through 195 St. Clair Avenue West, and 273 Poplar Plains Road, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application preliminary report. Councillor Matlow.
I'll move in support along with the extended notice area that I put before you.
Okay, so you're moving the extended notice. We'll take it all as one vote. I need the members' screen. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 23.51, 2180 through 2210 Yonge Street, 15 Eglinton Avenue West, and 20 and 46 Berwick Avenue, zoning amendment application preliminary report. Councillor Matlow.
I'd like to ask the clerk to, you can take that motion off the screen because I'm not going to move it. And I am going to move a deferral of this item for a month cycle because this needs some more conversation with community members.
So deferring it to the next meeting. Item TE 23, okay. All those in favor of the motion to defer? Opposed, if any? That carries. Item TE 23.52, 230 to 232 Carlton Street, and 33 and 39 Aberdeen Avenue, official plan amendment and rental housing conversion applications preliminary report. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to move an amendment. The motion be placed onto the screen.
Councillor Wong Tam, if I could ask you, your volume is quite low.
Okay. Is this better, Mr. Chair?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The motion is essentially to have the applicant pay for closed captioning or sign language interpretation for the public meeting. upon the request of any community member. Thank you very much.
Okay. With the amendment, we'll take it all as one. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 23.53, 241 Church Street, zoning amendment application, preliminary report. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much again, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move a motion to amend the recommendations by one, ensuring that closed captioning and sign language interpretation is available upon the request of any community member for the public meeting. And then secondly, to make the request that there will be a site plan working group that will be comprised of residents association members as well as community stakeholders as we proceed to improving the public realm for the project.
Okay. So we'll take that as a package. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 23.54, 510 to 528 Yonge Street and 7 Breadalbane, official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and rental housing demolition applications, preliminary report. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Chair. Again, I'd like to move a motion, and the motion is to amend the recommendations in the staff report. It's almost it actually is almost identical to the motion just proceeding. Once again, to ensure that provision of closed captioning or sign language interpretation is available at the community meetings, as well as to set up a site plan working group. Thank you very much.
All right, I'll take that all as one package. All those in favor, opposed, carried. We have deputations listed on item 2355, so we'll go to the next one. Item TE 23.56, construction staging area, 898 to 900 St. Clair Avenue West, Alberta Street. Councillor Bailao.
Move staff recommendations.
Okay. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 23.57, construction staging area time extension, 1 Bloor Street West, Phase 2, Yonge Street and Bloor Street West. Councillor Layton, I believe you had thoughts on this one.
Yeah, we'll just let my previous comment carry over, and I'll move the recommendations in the report.
Okay. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 23.58, construction staging area, 193 to 195 McCall Street. Councillor Layton.
I'll move the recommendations in the report.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. One moment, please. Okay. Item TE 23.59, construction staging area, 5 Scrivener Square, 4 through 10R Price Street, and 1095 through 1107 Yonge Street. Councillor Layton.
I'll move the recommendations in the report.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 23.60, construction staging area and time extension, Victoria Street, 15 Shooter Street. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 23.61, construction staging area, 191 through 201 Church Street, Dalhousie Street. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move a motion to amend the recommendations in the staff report. One is to shorten the road occupancy period from 3 years to 1 year. We'll see, obviously, the applicant come back if they need an extension, but Essentially, we'd like them to be motivated to complete the building as quickly as possible. And then secondly, to direct the applicant to establish a construction management working group that meets monthly and communicates monthly with the local stakeholders, including the various divisions that have to be involved. And just a quick remark, Mr. Chair, Dalhousie Street is not a very long street, but it's a street that's been under tremendous development pressure. There is significant construction that's taking place all around this particular community. And what I have experienced is that good operators and good project managers will do a very good job of communicating with the community, ensuring that they are good neighbors while a building is under construction. And one of those tools to ensure that we have good working relationships is constant dialogue, which is why I think it's absolutely essential to create the construction management working group. And I do note that this particular developer has a record of building very quickly, so I wish them all very well. And I know that he's in the process of also securing a letter of support from the co-op, which I believe is pending immediately. So I think that, Mr. Chair, this is not the first time that Dalhousie has been pinched, which means that the roadway has been narrowed to allow for the facilitation and construction of development. But it just seems like almost every single lot, almost, not quite exactly, but it feels like, and it certainly does appear, that almost every single lot on the west side of Dalhousie is under some form of construction, and it's been going on now for about 8 years. So this should be the last one, and hopefully this building, once complete, will be able to work on street improvements and improve lighting standards afterwards. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay. Taking the item and the motion, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 23.61, construction staging area 191 to 20. Oh, wait, did I?
Two now, and I think Councillor Fletcher wants to hold it.
Oh, my apologies. Okay. Item TE 23.62, construction staging area, TTC second exit program, Donland Station Phase 2, Ward 14. Councillor Fletcher, I believe you wanted to hold this?
Yes, I do. And to note for the staff that are watching that I'm going to be making some pretty deep amendments here on the timing in order to solve the outstanding permit parking issues which have arisen due to this project, Mr. Chair. So putting them all on notice about that. Thank you.
Thank you. So on the, we'll hold that. Item TE 23.63, removal of accessible loading zone, Lawton Avenue, Ward 9, Councillor Bailao.
Staff recommendations?
On the staff recommendations, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 23.64, road alteration and parking amendments, Queen Street West. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Chair. I can move the staff recommendations, and just to note for colleagues' benefit, this is the stretch of Queen from Spadina to Simcoe, where you will be seeing a BIA and city streetscape improvement coming. And this particular item we're dealing with here is to transform 2 parking spaces into bicycle parking as part of the Peter Street bike lane. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 23.65, car share vehicles parking areas, various locations, Ward 10, Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Speaker. I can move the staff recommendations here.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 23.66, pay and display parking, Broadview Avenue, Danforth Avenue, Coxwell Avenue, and Pape Avenue. Councillor Fletcher. I'm afraid, Councillor, I can't hear you. Perhaps you're still on mute.
My apologies. I just want to make 2 remarks on this. One is that a number of these changes are being made to make up for the spots that were lost due to Destination Danforth. So we're making that happen. Also, there was a change to the pay and display in front of Medina Mosque without any consultation with the mosque, particularly affecting their Friday afternoons as we all know, many streets in Toronto don't start pay and display until 1 on Sundays and for faith reasons. So I have worked for quite a long time. I would have to say far too long with the TPA to get this sorted out for the mosque. So I think it's been over a year and a half. But now it's here in front of us. So I'm moving that here today. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 23.67, pay and display parking, Gough Avenue and Chisholm Avenue. Councillor Fletcher?
I am just saying that this is Gough Avenue, this is again related to the Destination Danforth and capturing some pay and display to recover some of the revenue for TPA that was lost by the spots being eliminated for our fantastic Destination Danforth. I think that Chisholm Avenue might be in Councillor Bradford's ward, but there you go.
So you're moving the item? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 23.68, extension of permit parking hours, Pendrith Street. Councillor Layton?
Yes, thank you very much. I'll move the recommendations from staff,
Okay.
which is the request from the community.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 23.69, realignment of permit parking area 8D to exclude the development located at 1249 through 1251 Queen Street East. Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, I'll move that recommendation to exclude that address from on-street parking permits. Thank you.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 23.70, pedestrian crossing protection, Wellington Street East and Scott Street. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to move the recommendations in the staff report and to recommend the installation of new traffic control signals at this particular juncture. We see a lot of pedestrians crossing that street, and I think it's a success to St. Lawrence Market because it means that there's lots of people, tourists and visitors, all wanting to visit both sides of the street, including the park that's very adjacent. And I think this is a very good recommendation, and I want to thank staff for doing this work, and of course to ask them to quickly install the lights as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 23.71, all-way stop control, Lind Avenue and Neepawa Avenue. I'll move the staff recommendations on that. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 23.72, speed humps and three-way stop on Glenwood Crescent. Reopening item 13.52. So first on the motion to reopen. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Bailao.
Move staff recommendations.
On the staff recommendations, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I heard a happy noise.
Oh, sorry, that was Keon. I'm muting myself.
Don't apologize.
No, keep it, like, seriously. I'd much rather listen to Bobo than any of our colleagues, so.
We're going to give him a vote.
Yeah, we're going to record that in the minutes as a vote in the affirmative. Okay. Item TE 23.73, appointments to the Central Eglinton Community Centre Board of Management.
That's me.
Councillor
Councillor
Matlow.
Herbst. And I support the recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 23.74, appointment of public members to the Moss Park Arena Board. Councillor Matlow. No, not
That's not
Councillor Matlow. I'm so sorry. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I would be happy to move the recommendations in the staff report and to welcome the 3 new members to the Moss Park Arena Board.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 23.75, appointment to the Board of Management of the 519, Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much again, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the recommendations contained in the letter from the Executive Director of the 519 and to welcome the 3 new board members.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Members, I now need a motion to introduce items 23.76 through 23.90. All those in, Councillor Cressy, all those in favor, opposed, carried. All right, what time is it? 10 after 10. Members, I'm in your hands. We can either go through the items we just added to the agenda now, or we could go to our timed items. What would you prefer? Somebody take a stab at it.
Continue with these items?
Okay, why don't we continue with these items, just see how quickly we can get through them. Item 23.76, parking amendments, Armstrong Avenue. Councillor Bailão.
Moves recommendations in the letter?
On the recommendations in the letter, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 23.77, parking amendments, no parking signs in the public laneway adjacent to 299 Campbell Avenue. Councillor Bailão.
Move recommendations in the letter?
On the recommendations in the letter, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 23.78, realignment of permit parking 13G to exclude the development addresses of 908 St. Clair Avenue West and 166 Alberta Avenue, Ward 9. Councillor Bailão.
Move recommendations in the letter?
On the recommendations in the letter, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 23.79, realignment of permit parking area 2 to exclude 150 Sterling Road. Councillor Bailão.
Move recommendations in the letter?
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 23.80, post-implementation transportation report, Oakwood Avenue and Rosemount Avenue. Councillor Bailão.
Move recommendations in the letter?
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Your office is really like typing them out quick there, aren't they? Woo!
We're on a roll.
Item TE 23.81, traffic regulations, Housie Street. Councillor Cressy.
I'll move the recommendations in the letter.
All those in favor, opposed, that carried. Item TE 23.82, Moore Park Century Homes. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll move the recommendations in the letter.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 23.83, Palmerston Area Resident Association Green Plan. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much. And following in the steps of the HVRA and the Grange Residents Associations with their local green plans, I'm happy to put forward the Palmerston Area Green Plan in hopes that city programs can coincide with the goals and programs of this neighborhood-wide greening effort. Thank you.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 23.84, realignment of permit parking area 5A to exclude the development at 500 DuPont Street. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. I will move the recommendations in the letter.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 23.85, speed limit reduction Clinton Street between College Street and Harvard Street. Councillor Layton.
I will also move the recommendations in the letter.
All those.
There's a school there. Slow down, people.
Slow down. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 23.86, parking amendments, Poplar Plains Road. Councillor Matlow.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. What item number is that?
It's 2385. Oh, 86, my 86. This is the Poplar Plains Road letter.
Oh, I hadn't seen the item number pop up. Yeah, I move it.
Okay. On the recommendations in the letter, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 2387, traffic and parking regulations, various streets in the Regent Park area.
We did have a debt, but they dropped off.
There was a deputation listed, but they have withdrawn, so no deputation, so we can proceed. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm not ready to move the recommendations in the letter yet. We'll be
Okay.
submitting an additional amendment, so we need to hold that.
We'll hold that. Item TE 23.88, demolish residential dwelling unit 1419 Gerrard Street East. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, this is actually, staff have put in a report, and I'm moving the first option, which is to approve the application to demolish the vacant residential dwellings without any conditions, and that is fine with them. It actually is an MCR zone, so it's all going to be all C. Thank you.
Okay. On the motion by Councillor Fletcher, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 23.89, permit parking on Queensdale Avenue from Glebemount Avenue to Woodbine Avenue. Councillor Bailao.
Move recommendations in the letter.
All those in favor, opposed, that carried. Item TE 23.90, all-way stop at the intersection of Homestead Avenue and Glenburn Avenue, Ward 19. So Councillor Bradford, so Councillor Bailao.
Move recommendations in the letter.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Okay. We are rock and rolling. Councillor Cressy, I believe there's an item that we have on the agenda that you wanted to withdraw.
Yes, Speaker. Item TE 23.29. This is a residential demolition application that an applicant submitted at 127 Strawn Avenue. The applicant informed us that they are withdrawing that application. So we can deal with that now to withdraw it so that speakers don't have to wait. Just for background, we informed the applicant last week of our intention to refuse the application because of housing on site and heritage and no replacement plan, and the applicant has now withdrawn their application. So I'm prepared to move withdrawal.
Okay, thank you. To the public, we have 3 people listed to depute on this: Pauline Walters, Adam Wynn, and Daniel Cowling. Because we're withdrawing this now, you won't have to speak to the item. There won't be an item to speak to. Just wanted to make sure you knew that. So on the motion to withdraw, all those in favor, opposed, carried. All set up?
No, I just did. Support it for 29. Ledger done. Yeah, but no, if anybody you get one.
Okay, all set. So we'll now return to our timed items, beginning with item TE 23.1, permanent closure of a portion of the western terminus of Randolph Avenue. Councillor Bailao.
Staff recommendations.
On the staff recommendations, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 23.2, permanent closure of the city-owned public lane known as Bridgeton Place. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to move the staff recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 23.3, naming of an existing public lane in the block bounded by Hallam Street, Ossington Avenue, Northumberland Street, and Concord Avenue. Councillor Bailao?
Recommendations.
Sorry?
Recommendations.
Okay, I believe you said moving the staff recommendation. That's what I'm going to say I heard. All those in favor?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a bit of a lag between when you push your unmute and when we can actually hear you. So I'm just saying you moved the staff recommendation. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 23.4, naming of an existing public lane located in the block bounded by Yarmouth Road, Clinton Street, Fallis Avenue, and Christie Street. Councillor Layton.
I'll move the recommendations in the report.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 23.5, naming of an existing public lane south of Eglinton Avenue West, extending between Flanders Road and Westover Hill Road. Councillor Matlow.
I move the motion, and I'd like to say just a brief comment about Owen. Owen Weinstein was a 14-year-old boy who died tragically in 2018 due to a very aggressive form of cancer. And when he was at Sick Kids, he was named a Sick Kids ambassador, and he went out to public events and showed a lot of courage and a lot of leadership to not only support his own life, but to many other kids as well. And he inspired the community. He went to Cedarville Community School and sadly died a year after his bar mitzvah. So the whole community rallied around this idea, and I think it's just so fitting, and I'm really, really happy to do this on the community's behalf.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Matlow. On the item, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Naming of, TE 23.6, naming of a private lane located north of Dundas Street East, extending between Sumac Street and River Street, Ward 13. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I'm very proud to be moving this motion, although I do this with some sadness. And to move the staff recommendations and to have this name of the laneway dedicated as Ratna Lane. And if I may just take a moment, following in the comments of Councillor Matlow, we also do this in the community in Regent Park with some sorrow. Ms. Ratna, full name is Mathura, was an established community member, a longtime resident of Regent Park. She was also a mother and a wife. She had 3 young children, 2 boys and 1 girl. She tragically was struck and killed in the summer of 2019. She was literally standing at the street corner waiting for the lights to change when she was struck by a driver who was impaired. And of course, the community was absolutely shocked. This vehicle jumped the curb, struck a fire hydrant before it proceeded to kill Ms. Ratna. And it sent the community into absolute shock. These young children will grow up without their mother. A beloved family member and community member will be gone forever. And this community rallied in support to make sure that the family was supported, that the children had some care, and I continue to be absolutely proud to serve the community of Regent Park. It goes without saying that you never really know what's going to happen from day to day, and you think it may not happen to you, and it may not happen to your community, and there it does, which gives, I think, a lot of thought for all of us when we talk about creating streets that are safe, prioritizing children, making sure that we do everything we can to implement Vision Zero. All of that will go so far if people don't take care on how they actually operate motor vehicles. So I actually am very sad to be moving this motion, but also extremely proud of the community and how resilient.
Hey Tyler, Sean Dillon.
And hi, Sean.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dillon, you seem to be connected? Okay. Councillor Wong-Tam, please continue.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to conclude by thanking this community because they did rally not just around the family, but they also thought very carefully and they were very respectful on how to, bring some honor and to make sure that Ms. Ratna's memory would be honored in an appropriate way. And I have to say the community overwhelmingly decided that this was the best way and best approach to support the family. And I want to thank them for their help, and also to TCHC, who helped facilitate the dissemination of the information so that people could get involved with the petition and the survey, and also, of course, to our transportation staff who work with us to make sure that this could happen. So thank you to all, including my own staff member in my office, Lula Hassan. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that, Councillor Wong Tam. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 23.8, naming of an existing public lane in the block bounded by Dewhurst Boulevard, Strathmore Boulevard, Donlands Avenue, and Danforth Avenue. Councillor Fletcher. Can't hear you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher, we cannot hear you.
Do you remember when they're coming back to us with it?
Oh, okay, thank you. I think we jumped that.
No? Oh.
Yeah, thanks, Lord. Oh, no, I'm just emailing.
Okay, members, while we sort out Councillor Fletcher's technical problems, I realized that I made a mistake. I jumped item number 7.
I'm sorry, what's that?
We're going to go back to item 7 while we sort you out. Item TE 23.7, naming of an existing public lane east of Jarvis Street extending northerly from Shooter Street. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd be very happy to move the motion that's before you, the staff report, and to name this particular laneway Walnut Hall Place. And I'll just keep my remarks very short, but I want to thank the Garden District Residents Association, who has been just incredible to work with. And they put a lot of time and energy into ensuring that there would be some proper recognition of a heritage building that we lost. And recognizing that heritage buildings, of course, are not just assets of one community, or nor do they belong only to the property owner. They make up oftentimes the urban fabric of our city, and they're actually collective assets that belong to all of us. Walnut Hall was a Georgian-style townhome that was built in the mid 1800s, so it's 1857 for those who are keeping track. And it actually had a very tragic ending, this particular series of townhomes and a cluster of buildings. After several times of adaptive reuse, back in 1996, we saw a developer try to tear it down, and they submitted an application to do just that. That application did not go through, and the heritage staff designated that property. And then almost a decade later, almost 9 years later, we saw the tragic fire and what was now known as demolition by neglect, where a property owner will basically leave a property to decay and to literally fall apart. And I think that was a message sent right across the city on how we needed to strengthen our heritage policies to ensure that we don't see properties of significant heritage value fall into decay, where they can be breached by vagrants or those who are trying to seek damage. And so we lost that building, a very important and stately building in the downtown east. And the only thing we have left now is the naming of a laneway that abutted that property. And so although it is a symbolic gesture, I think it's still a very important one for those of us who know the story. And I think it's important for us to tell the story and let people know how we can do better by keeping these assets whole, properly maintained, so that they belong to the generation that will that is still ahead of us. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and thank you for those remarks. On item 7, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Councillor Fletcher, are we ready on item 8 yet?
Yes, thank you. I'm up and running now, Chair. Thank you. I would like to move the staff recommendation to approve the name Andy Macellis Lane. It's a public lane bounded by Dewhurst, Strathmore, Donlands, and Danforth. It's also part of the TTC's construction plan, so it'd be great to have that named as quickly as possible and the sign up. This, unfortunately, Andy Macellis died of heart failure at the very young age of 49 years old. Macellis Brothers Supermarket was a staple on the Danforth, a family business. Many years ago, the Italian community settled all along the Danforth, supermarkets, social clubs, many different things, and have really made their mark on the Danforth, having moved up from Gerrard Street to the Danforth. It's why everybody wondered why Gerrard's Pizza was on Danforth. It used to be on Gerrard until it moved to the Danforth. So this is an homage to this family that has made a difference and has a fantastic, wonderful supermarket for the whole community. Well-loved family, well-loved person. I'd like to move this, please, on behalf of the community that submitted this name and has my full support.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Fletcher. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay. We now go to item TE 23.9, 2946 through 2968, Dundas Street West, zoning bylaw amendment and rental housing demolition applications final report. I have a number of deputants listed on the item. First, I have Matthew Lang. Matthew, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay, Matthew, I'm going to turn it over to you. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. Please start whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Matthew Lang, and I am the development manager for this project. With me here today, I have Michael Debrayevich, owner, Charles Gain, architect, and Allison Tudor, planner. I wanted them listed just in case they needed to speak to anything in a question period, but I will be the main speaker for this group. I just wanted to start by thanking Councillor Perks, the community, and Sarah Hinstock, Ann Fisher, Allison Reed, and Allison Smith. They've all been instrumental in moving this project forward, a project that we are very proud to bring forward. It has been a twisty-turvy road, but they have helped guide us through it, and we really appreciate the time and effort they put into it. This is an application which, if you review the report, you can see that we covered, I think, almost every aspect of planning policy. I think the only thing not included is a plan of subdivision. So we really appreciate the time that staff has put into this. Working with Allison, we've gone through several design revisions to fully incorporate all of her comments in terms of breaking up the podium massing, in terms of the terracing, the angular planes, and the overall design of the project. Working with Ann Fisher and her team at Heritage, we fully integrated the Heritage building on site, which the Toronto Preservation Board just recently passed through the designation, and we will continue working through those conditions regarding the conservation plan and making sure that we keep that beautiful building intact and fully integrated into our development. Working with Allison Smith and her team, we are fully rental replacement here of the 8 units. And working with her, Sarah, and Councillor Parks, we've been able to negotiate a Section 37, which will include 6 new secured rental units for a period of 99 years. So this is a project which we are very proud to bring forward. Again, fully appreciate all of the efforts of staff to assist us to bring this to this final report here today. And happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? No, seeing none. So I understand, Matthew, that yourself, Michael, Charles, and Allison were all sort of there as one deputation. I don't need to call them?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. I do have another deputy listed, Amar Singh. Amar, are you with us? Oh, we'll just wait a sec.
Hi, good morning. Am I being heard?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Great. Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Amar Singh, and I'm a land use planner with Toronto Lands Corporation. TLC is a wholly owned subsidiary of the Toronto District School Board and its exclusive land use and real estate service provider. TLC has reviewed the November 2020 rezoning application resubmission, proposing an 8-story mixed-use building. TLC does not support the advancement or approval of this application for development. Based on the data available at this time, TLC in consultation with TDSB staff have determined that there is insufficient capacity at the local school to accommodate students anticipated from this proposal. The accommodation pressures at local schools in the High Park area have been exacerbated due to residential intensification and population growth. Given the magnitude and scale of these accommodation pressures, traditional measures such as signage and warning clauses are no longer sufficient to resolve the issue. It is TLC's position that the timing of development should be aligned with the provision of school accommodation. The provincial policy statement, growth plan, and the city's official plan recognize public service facilities, including schools, as an integral part of complete communities. Policies state that current and future needs of public service facilities must be taken into account when identifying locations for growth, and that there is an orderly progression of development and timely provision of these facilities in conjunction with that growth. Some of these policies include Section 1.1.1 of the PPS, which states that healthy and livable and safe communities are sustained by ensuring that necessary infrastructure and public service facilities are or will be available to meet current and projected needs. Section 2.2.1.2 of the growth plan states, forecasted growth to the horizon of this plan will be allocated based on the vast majority of growth directed to settlement areas that can support the achievement of complete community. And Section 3.2.2 of the city's official plan states that preserving and improving access to facilities in established neighborhoods and providing for a full range of community services and facilities in areas experiencing major incremental growth is a responsibility to be shared by the city, public agencies, and the development community. The proposed development is located in the Annette Street Junior and Senior Public Schools attendance area, which is currently fully utilized and is projected to grow to 108% utilization by 2029. The school is situated on a small, constrained 3.76-acre site and cannot accommodate additions or portables without significant encumbrance to the existing play area. Similarly, the other elementary schools within walking distance of the proposal cannot accommodate any additional portables. Without adequate local school capacity, students generated by new development will not be accommodated by local schools and will need to be bused, often on lengthy commutes to other TDSB schools outside of the local community. The TDSB has established a timeline for developing a long-term accommodation strategy to address growth in the High Park area that is intended to achieve sufficient local elementary school accommodation by September 2024. This is a process that involves feasibility analyses of options, public consultation, and approval by the Board of Trustees. This timeline also incorporates the TDSB's current system-wide secondary school review and French programs review, which will potentially help relieve enrollment pressures in the High Park area. It is TLC's position that the timing of development should be aligned with the provision of school accommodation, with residential occupancy no earlier than September 2024, in line with the TDSB's High Park area accommodation strategy. TLC submits that a holding provision is an appropriate Planning Act mechanism that should be applied to the site in order to allow for the TDSB the appropriate time to undertake and implement the required accommodation review studies. TLC remains willing to work constructively with the applicant and city staff to discuss the proposed holding provision or alternative mechanisms to ensure the orderly progression of development with the timing of school facilities to achieve a complete community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputy? No? So I'm going to move the staff recommendation to approve here, and I want to just make a couple of quick comments. First of all, as the applicant said, the planning team on this have done a remarkable job, and if you look at it, This is, I think, 7 pages of recommendations from the planning staff and heritage staff and housing staff. It's quite a remarkable piece of work. And the city staff who worked on it and the community members who were involved, you have my thanks as well. I also want to note that the affordable housing provision that we have here is for 99-year units. And for anyone in the development community who's listening, that's the way we should go. The 10 and 20-year commitments just push the problem down the road, whereas the perpetuity or 99-year provision is real, stable, affordable housing. I wish I had a clear answer to the comments made by Mr. Singh from the Toronto Lands Corporation. Frankly, the best I can offer is that the Minister of Education really ought to have a conversation with the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, perhaps around the cabinet table, in terms of how we fund schools and in terms of how in terms of what options the Ministry of Municipal Affairs gives local municipalities in considering development applications. It would be really nice if those 2 cabinet ministers could sort it out. Okay, so on the motion to approve, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 23.10, 126, 132, and 142 John Street, 259, 261, 263, and 267 Richmond Street, and 41 to 59 Widmer Street. Zoning amendment application, final report. I have deputants on this item. First, I have listed Alan Zimmerman. Alan?
Good morning.
Good morning,
I am
Alan.
an owner and I represent my mother, the other owner of the properties at the southwest corner of the development. While we support the intensification, we have 4 concerns which we submitted on June 25th, 2019. They were not reflected in the materials and have not been addressed. Kindly refer to the diagram on page 2 of my submission. It reflects the current proposal for traffic circulation, which is to have vehicle traffic access to the property from Widmer Street, to widen the northern portion of Widmer, with the portion near Adelaide, which is adjacent to our property, remaining one-way. The one-way segment is noted as substandard. BA Group looked at 2 scenarios for traffic circulation. They recommended scenario 2, not the one that is in the proposal, but they recommended that the one-way portion be reversed, making it southbound. This would be problematic for us as it would result in queuing at the Adelaide intersection, blocking vehicles' exit from our property. The current proposal, noted scenario 1, keeps the one-way portion as northbound. BA Group advises that this is not acceptable and notes that the entire street should become 2-way. However, that is problematic as the facade of our building is listed as heritage. The street, particularly the one-way portion, is not adequate to support the traffic intensification arising from this development and the new high-rise on the west side of Widmer that is under construction. Tabassum Rafiq, the city's transportation engineering coordinator, reviewed these issues on September 20th, 2019. To date, the traffic circulation issues have not been finalized. And addressing this issue later is problematic, is if they cannot be resolved, it would require a fundamental redesign to provide vehicle traffic access from John Street, as the city does not support access from Richmond. I offer some recommendations, some of which apply to both scenarios, others apply only to the first scenario. Measures should be taken to minimize the use of the road for through traffic. No through traffic should be allowed on Widmer at Adelaide, regardless of the direction of the traffic flow. This will also reduce interference with the bike lane, which will run on the north side of Adelaide. The consultant notes that pedestrian traffic is light and does not warrant a light at Adelaide and Widmer, yet they do recommend a traffic light. That light is approximately 105 meters from Peter and John Street. This is less than standard spacing and will slow down traffic on Adelaide. On the diagram, I have suggested traffic diverters, which are highlighted in red, to address some of the concerns associated with scenario 1. To fully make them viable, the road would need to be widened in front of the daycare. In addition, on page 4 of my submission, I make some recommendations on the placement and the orientation of the daycare to allow the route from the pickoff and drop-off area to the entrance that does not cross traffic. This would also place the entrance further from our property, reducing the likelihood that people will stop in front of our property, blocking vehicle access when dropping off their children. It would also relocate the entrance away from the vehicle traffic generated by our property. On a final note, I raise concerns about the adequacy of parking. The architectural plans note that bylaw 569/2013 requires 808 parking spaces, even higher than the 744 on the transportation addendum. Only 231 are provided, which is 83.9% lower than the existing parking prior to intensification. BA Group suggests that the parking requirements could be addressed using capacity from Metro Hall and Roy Thompson Hall, which are more than 600 meters away. Similar arguments were made to lower the parking requirement for the development on the west side of Widmer. While the bicycle parking seems to be adequate, it should be noted that it is stackable. In conclusion, these issues have been outstanding since mid-2019. As they are interrelated and could fundamentally impact the design, we ask that they be addressed before the project is approved. We also formally request that we be included in the discussions as they directly impact our property. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Alan? No, seeing none. Next, I have listed Calvin Lance. Calvin, are you with us?
I am.
Hi, Calvin. So we'll give you 5 minutes to address the committee. Please start whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of council, community council. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, and I'm here to express our pleasure in receiving a positive staff report. And to that extent, wish to thank Councillor Cressy and all members of staff who've worked on this project, especially given the challenges that have been faced by all of us during this COVID times. Also listed as deputants would be Matthew Orvid from RioCan, and also Michael Conway of Harari Pontarini. And to the extent that there are questions of the development, they're available to speak. This proposal is really a wonderful intensification project at an important intersection in Toronto. It's a wonderful design, and it'll breathe new life into this intersection in the downtown, bringing with it retail, office, open space, and institutional uses. I heard the comments from Mr. Zimmerman just now, and he had submitted correspondence to the committee, which I received this morning only. But I would note that his comments are largely related to traffic circulation and parking. Our traffic consultant, BA, has submitted the appropriate reports, and they've been reviewed by city staff and have been the subject of much discussion. There have been communications with Mr. Zimmerman, as I understand, from my client directly. And largely his comments relate to traffic direction and city infrastructure, which goes beyond the scope of this project. Essentially, what we have here is a project that's going to be not only bringing intensification into the city in a location where the city wants it to occur, but it's also going to bring with it a number of Section 37 benefits. And I'd like to just highlight that that's going to include $6.2 million for affordable housing. There's going to be daycare space, a substantial amount of POPs, and a mid-block connection, as well as some treatment for the existing theater use. Now, it's on the Section 37 provisions in the final report that I'd just like to pause for a moment. The discussions with staff are ongoing, and we've been looking at how best to secure and facilitate those benefits. And to that extent, further discussions are needed with staff to refine the language in those recommendations. And we say this because we've done a number of these Section 37 agreements in the past, which are rather complex. And we foresee there's going to be some drafting issues here if we don't get the details sorted out now. And so our hope is that we have some recognition that between now and full council, we will work with staff in a very direct, focused way to fine tune these details on essentially on the daycare, the mid-block connection and how we treat the theater use. And that those items could be then the subject of a further communication from staff back to full council. And so with that qualification, we're looking for this committee's support of the recommendation. And again, I wish to thank everyone for their hard work on this project.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Calvin? Seeing none. Next I have listed, oops, I've lost. Bear with me. Matthew Ortfed. Matthew, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. You can hear me?
Yes, I can, Matthew.
Matthew Ortfed, representing the applicant RioCan. I just want to kind of reiterate what Calvin said and thank staff, particularly Willie McRae and John Duncan, as well the councillor, for working with us over these last 2+ years to deliver this application forward. So, and I am optimistic that we'll continue to work with them in a cooperative fashion. And I'll kind of yield the rest of my time over if there's any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No. Thank you very much for attending today, Matthew. Next, I have listed Michael Conway. Michael, are you with us?
I am with you, yes.
Hi, Mike, go ahead. You've got 5 minutes.
Sure. We have a presentation that we were going to walk you through just to show you the visuals.
I'm very sorry. Michael, one of the limits we have is we're unable to put up presentations from deputants. We do circulate them to all members. I know that I've got them attached to my agenda for this item, so we have it available if you want to refer to it, but we can't broadcast it.
Sure. I'm just going to call it up on my screen if you don't mind. 1 second, please. Okay, so if you refer to the first page, you're all familiar with the site. It's located on the corner of Richmond and John Street. It's the site of the Scotiabank Plaza. The next page, what we're showing is with the proposal is approximately 60% residential and 40% non-residential, with the lower floor being retail. Second floor looking at grocery store, third floor bringing back the theaters, and then stacked with office above that. As well as locating the daycare off of Widmer towards the south end of the site. So the next page is showing the rendering, which shows the mixed use development and how we are dealing with that as a whole. So with the next page showing the ground floor, what we've been working with staff on is developing the retail, developing the heritage building, looking at ways of integrating the heritage building into the new development, as well as creating a through block connection that links together John Street to Widmer. Through what we're kind of calling like a hotel lobby retail area. And then the last page is showing the rendering, which shows the development along with the approximately 1,000 square meter pops that we're showing right at the corner of Richmond and John Street, as well as the integrated heritage building within the development. If you have any questions, available now to answer anything.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much for your deputation today. I believe that concludes all the deputants, yes? So, are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Cressy.
Well, thank you, Chair. Let me begin by placing an amendment that we have worked on closely with city staff as well as the applicant, which is between now and city council. This is for staff and the applicant to continue to fine tune, which is necessary, some of the specific language, in particular related to the new child care center, securing the mid-block pedestrian connection, and the retention of the cinema or theater or comparable cultural space. And so I know that work is hard underway. Listen, just a few high-level comments. This is a site, John and Richmond, in the East Precinct of King Spadina. And it is one of the last true development sites that can accommodate tower growth within the East Precinct. And I want to thank, it's been a more than 2-year-long process. I want to note and thank the applicant for the collaborative approach that they've taken since the beginning, city staff for their hard work, in the local community. There was a lot of hard work into this one. Just very briefly, this project, and it shows you the evolution of development within the East Precinct of King Spadina over time. It includes heritage retention, office space, residential, and I would note here, it's interesting, 42% of the residential are family size units at 2 and 3 bedrooms. You know, when former Councillor Vaughan fought hard for 10% 3 bedrooms years ago, that was not the space in King Spadina, and so he paved the way to 42% family size. There is a brand new, fully secured, licensed childcare facility secured as part of this development, public space through a mid-block connection and a new POPs, all here. And you know, it's interesting when we look at some of the specifics, you know, the childcare, this is, you know, a long time ago, people said families wouldn't live downtown, that families wouldn't live in vertical communities. Well, the evidence has proved that that's absolutely not the case, and thus we need social infrastructure built into these. And so through the Section 37, a $5.8 million turnkey licensed childcare will be delivered to the city for 62 spaces, along with funding for operations to get going. More than $6 million has been secured for affordable housing, as well as the POPs is located right at John and Richmond as part of the John Street Cultural Corridor. All of this has been pulled together, I believe, as part of the way we should intensify in our downtown core to ensure that we're not only building buildings, but building neighborhoods. And the final thing I would note here is we know in the downtown that truly livable neighborhoods require culture. And as part of this development, we know that this is the Scotiabank Cinemas. Many of us have been to a million movies here. It also serves as a key base for lots of the TIFF productions during the festival. And so there is, as part of this, the retention of space for cinema and theaters. If for some reason there isn't a leaseholder willing to undertake that, then it's comparable cultural space. So take all that together, and I think this is a positive step forward. And again, I want to echo my thanks to all involved, and especially our city staff.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? Anyone else wish to speak to the item? Seeing none, why don't we take the amendment and the item together as one vote? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 23.11, 663 King Street West, 69 through 73 Bathurst Street, and 58 to 60 Stewart Street, rental housing demolition application, final report. We have one deputant, Rob Wells. Rob, are you with us?
I am, Mr. Chair.
Rob, you have 5 minutes to address the committee. Please start as soon as you're ready.
Sure. I'll keep it short and sweet. So my name is Rob Wells with Trinity Development Group. So I'm representing the applicant of the application or the item that is before you. This particular application is part and parcel of our zoning bylaw amendment application at the same address, which was approved in March of 2019. And since that time, we have been working to satisfy the conditions associated with that particular approval. Part of that included working with housing and planning staff with regards to the securement of 7 rental replacement units on site. So we're certainly very, very thankful for everyone's efforts to getting us to this point, and are in support of the recommendations outlined within the final report. But I did want to register just in case there were any particular questions that may come up from from committee.
Thank you.
And that's it.
Are there any questions of the deputy? No? Rob, thank you so much for taking the time to appear before us. That completes the list of deputies I have on this item. Are there any questions of staff? I don't see any. Councillor Cressy, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. And I will move the recommendations here in front of us. Just very quickly, there was an LPAT settlement on this file in last year, but demolition was withheld until the rental replacement details would be confirmed, which is what's in front of us today. And of course, this does result in full replacement of the 7 existing rental units at similar rents, both those which are affordable and in the mid-range category at similar sizes, with access to all the building amenities, with laundry on site, access to terraces, and of course a tenant relocation and assistant package alongside it. And so we're happy to move those staff recommendations, and with deep thanks to housing staff for all their hard work to protect that rental stock and the renters themselves. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No. Anyone else to speak? No. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, the next item is TE 23.12, 938 to 950, King Street West and 95 through 99 Strawn Avenue zoning bylaw amendment application final report. We have a number of deputants on this item. First, I have listed Dermot Sweeney. Dermot, are you? Sorry? Dermot, I'm informed that you need to connect the microphone on your system at home. Okay. Dermot, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can.
Hi. Welcome. You've done this before, maybe not virtually, but you know the gig. You have 5 minutes to make your deputation. Please start as soon as you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of council. I just wanted to give a quick summary of the project and where we've come from, where we've gotten to. And this project was, our first meetings were back, in fact, 3 years ago, pre-application. Then we applied in April, and then were considered deemed to be a completed application in June. Subsequent to that, we have been working very, very closely with staff, through staff, and also directly with the community and with Councillor Cressy, and have gotten through 6 resubmissions, a lot of work with preservation services. The project is, to me, extremely exciting, and that we retain a great old building that unfortunately has been left and gotten into a fairly significant stage of disrepair. This project will retain all of the Palace Arms building and will restore it over time. We have worked closely to step back and set back the building considerably from both sides on Strawn and King, and in particular, an additional step back at the corner to see the turret. We have gone through a whole series of major changes through the project. From the beginning, we have taken back the setbacks. We have responded to the community in terms of the north setback and the east setback along the lanes. We have reduced the height of the building by 3 stories, 3 full stories, down to 14 stories on King Street. There are a number of additional setbacks that have been negotiated and step backs, reducing the floor plate size of the building. And in fact, all of this has led to an approximate reduction of around 35,000 square feet. The building also has gone through a number of changes internally. We are now very proud to be part of a project with 31 affordable housing units, and we understand there is ongoing discussion to increase that to considerably more, up to 15,000 square feet of affordable, which is considerably larger than the existing building, which is approximately 12,000 feet. So we have worked hard. The building has grown smaller, has grown shorter. We've done a lot of work together and listened to the community and the city. And I think arrived at a very, very good project, something that will save and restore a great piece of architecture, great piece of our past and our history, and provide all new rental. I think it's very important. The project started as a condominium. We have chosen as a team to go into rental, and amongst the rental, some very good amenities, but also to include a considerable number of units for affordable housing. And we're still working with Councillor Cressy to finalize that. The public realm, we have also done a fair bit to add value to the laneway and the sidewalks and the public realm up Strawn and along King Street. We have also reduced parking based on concerns of cars in the neighborhood. And I think the city was very supportive in this regard, helped us a lot. We will reduce parking. Councillor Cressy may speak to that as well. But the parking has been reduced now considerably down to just basically 1 and a bit levels. So we're down to a ratio of less than 10%. In fact, it's 0 for the residents, and we're providing parking only for visitor and service vehicles so that they can service the site. The ground floor also very important. We took back some of the commercial space along Strawn and included live-work units, creating loft-type spaces where locals could do their art, their services, products, their retail, bike repair, whatever, and live above. So there's some really interesting opportunity for locals within the project as well. Basically, that's in a nutshell what we've done. I think it's been a long, arduous process, but a good process, very, very good process. And I think the building is extremely reasonable now, given all of the comments that have come in. And thank you.
Thank you
all.
so much. Thank you so much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Next, I have listed Brent Merrill. Brent?
What's that? Okay, so my question is on the parking, right? So my biggest issue is you have 191 units here and you have no parking. Is that correct? Other than 12 visitor parking.
So Brent, if, in case this is your first time, what your opportunity here is to give the committee any thoughts or advice you have. It's not an opportunity for you to ask questions of either members of the committee or city staff.
Okay, well, I read the 60 pages and I didn't see any parking other than 12 visitor parking. And so I think that's completely ridiculous. Where are those 191 people? Some of them are going to have cars, and where they're going to park. We currently have the laneway where all kinds of taxis and everything park on our property all the time. The laneway is currently a designated fire route, and the city never enforces the parking. We call them we have called them probably 50 times, and they won't enforce it, and they won't tow cars. So what are we going to do with all these people, 191 people that have no place to park? What is the plan for that? And why would we let the developer off on providing no parking spaces? I don't understand. 191 units. You can build a couple underground garage, dig further down, spend some extra money, and build some parking for the people. I don't agree with Councillor Cressy that appropriate development here is no parking. He doesn't live in the area. He doesn't have property backs onto the laneway, and he doesn't have to deal with what goes on with that laneway at the middle of the night and all kinds of days when people are parking on my property. So if I can't answer the question, I can tell you that this idea of no parking is completely improper. So is that going to set a precedent for other buildings on King Street when we start to have other development applications? Are we going to have them also say no parking? And where are they going to park? There is nowhere to park here. I don't need my 5 minutes. That's all I need. The rest of the development, I think you've done a much better job at the height and the distances and Oh, that's all great, but the parking, I think you should dig down and provide more parking for those 191 units. They gotta park somewhere, there's gonna be cars. We know there's gonna be cars. I think that's all that we have to say on our end.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Brent? Brent, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today. Next, I have listed David Riley. David?
Hi, Mr. Chair, and hello, members of Community Council.
So David, you'll have 5 minutes. Please start as soon as you're ready.
Great, thank you. My name is David Riley. I'm a principal with SGL Planning and Design, Inc. I'm here speaking on behalf of my client, King West Co. They're the owners of the lands that are immediately east of the Palace Farm site. So addresses are 922 to 934 King Street West and 44 to 50 Stafford Street. So these lands, my client's lands, effectively make up the other half of this block between Stafford and Strawn on the north side of King. We've been monitoring the Palace Arms application closely to ensure that the lands are appropriately redeveloped in relation to my client's property and in the context of the broader community. As part of this, we attended previous community meetings held on the application, so back in 2019, and then also the virtual meeting in 2020. My client is certainly supportive of a redevelopment of the Palace Arms site, including the provision of much needed affordable housing. However, we want to make sure that this development looks good and make sure that it's appropriate in the broader context of the rest of the block. So we attended a meeting back in 2019 with city staff, and we wanted to discuss our concerns specifically related to the 0-meter setback condition of the proposed development to the eastern property line along the laneway. So this would relate directly to my client's lands. Since the updated plans and documents were submitted just prior to the holidays in December, so these are the plans that are before you today, we were surprised to find out that the recommendation report for this item would be moving forward so quickly. As we expected, really staff would need more time to review and comment on this revised proposal. In our review of the revised proposal, we're very concerned that there's still a 0-meter setback proposed to the east property line adjacent to the laneway. So this 0-meter setback is proposed for the first 5 stories of the building. So from front to back. Within the first 5 stories, the proposal calls for residential units to face the east property line, facing the laneway, with primary windows right onto that laneway. If this same condition existed on the east side of the laneway, and the laneway is only 6 meters wide, and this, it would only be fair to afford the same setback that was afforded to Palace Arms development to the neighboring property owner, my client, you'd have a condition where you'd only have 6-meter separation distance between facing windows. And we know this is well below the 11 meters recommended in the city's guidelines for mid-rise buildings. So in our opinion, this would not be an attractive or safe built form condition along the laneway. It would create a cavernous condition, frankly, between both buildings and potential dangerous and unsafe walking conditions for pedestrians along the laneway and also along King Street. So according to the plans, those east-facing units that are proposed for the lower floors facing the laneway, this is what's proposed to be the affordable units. So with limited access to light, these affordable units, in my opinion, would not be of the quality that they ought to be, given their location. So based on this, we respectfully request that the decision on this application be deferred to address these serious concerns and really to consider how does this proposed development affect the redevelopment potential of the entire block. And this could be done through a block plan or similar exercise. In particular, the setback to the laneway should be reconsidered and, in our opinion, an appropriate setback of 2.5 meters from the property line for all floors, not just above the 5th floor, which is where it's currently proposed now, should be provided. Recognizing, of course, that part of the Palace Arms existing building does go to the laneway, but the rest of it should not extend to the 0-meter setback. So this would allow, with the 6-meter laneway and potential redevelopment of my client's lands in the future, an appropriate 11-meter distance between buildings in line with the city's guidelines. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, David. Are there any questions? No? Seeing none, I'll move to the next deputant, Daniel Hall. Daniel, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and
go ahead.
And members of Community Council. I submitted a package of 3 drawings along with my request to speak, and I urge you to pull those up on your screen if you're able to. This follows very much on what my colleague David Riley spoke about. My name is Daniel Hall. I am the principal with the Architect Builders Collaborative, Inc., and we are architects for King West Co. I've worked with my client for over 10 years on their properties. These particular properties they've owned for over 30 years. They have no intention to sell. They own and they rent. They do have intention to redevelop this project. And as David mentioned, I was at that meeting over a year ago with city planning staff where they very clearly said to us, don't worry, whatever setbacks or lack thereof we grant to the Palace Arms, we would do the same for your client in the future. Now, those are kind words, but we are not sure if that's enforceable. We don't see it in the bylaw. So I draw your attention, first page of the drawing shows you the site, as David outlined. It's actually slightly larger than the Palace Arms. Our site is the green one. The second drawing, page 2.2, this is a rendering 3D model quite accurately built from the applicant's drawings as submitted on the city's website. We constructed the 3D model of their building and showed you the view we're talking about up this laneway. And on the right, you can see the 2- and 3-story massing of the existing buildings. This is effectively how the project was reviewed by staff, as though nothing else was happening on this block. And I want to reiterate, our client is not at all opposed to development. That would be hypocritical. We are opposed to poorly considered development that will have a detrimental impact on the future development of this entire block and neighborhood, and particularly on the public realm and quality of the lane and the quality of the affordable housing that's being proposed. We certainly support affordable housing. We commend Councillor Cressy for his work in achieving what sounds like it might be over 30 units now. Frankly, we'd like to see more of it. We'd like to see better quality, and our client is very interested in providing dedicated rental building and a high component of affordable housing on their property as well. So our concern really comes down to how this lack of setback on the laneway to the east of the Palace Arms is going to impact all of that. So I call your attention to the last drawing in the package. This is what we feel staff should have been reviewing and what you should be aware of. If we can take staff at their word, and that come several years from now, when our client's development moves forward, this is what will happen if we get the same consideration that you are now proposing to give to the Palace Arms of 0 setback for the first 5 stories. To put this in context, this is a perspective. This is a 20-foot wide lane. You have about 120-foot depth before it opens up, and it will be 60 feet high. This is a dark canyon. You will not see any sunlight in this space. And as David pointed out, all the principal windows for the affordable housing for almost all of the units being proposed for the Palace Arms are on the lower level of this building facing the lane. So why is it acceptable, because it's affordable housing, that you can have a 6-meter view out your window facing another wall? We don't even allow that for laneway houses, of which there will be some up this lane. We are building one right now for a client. Laneway houses, as you probably know, require 1.5-meter setback from the lane. That would result in 9 meters here if these were simply 2-story laneway houses. And yet we're proposing 6 meters for the first 5 stories. So just because it's affordable housing, it doesn't have to be dark and without light and without a good view and without fresh air. So we are asking that you give staff the time to do a proper review of the impact of this application in light of the development that is coming. You know, they know we intend to develop on this site, and we want this to be taken into account. We would like to see something more like the 2.5-meter setback that's on the upper levels. I know where it's market rate rentals, they get the 11 meters between buildings. Our concern, of course, is that, you know, great words from staff, but if that is not what happens several years from now, that in fact good planning would actually have us be required to set back our building to create the 11-meter separation. That would result in a loss of developable area of over 10,000 square feet. In other words, the entire amount of affordable housing that this project achieves, we would lose that amount of square footage off of our building. OMB has shown in the past when such cases have come up, that they have actually overturned bylaws that effectively steal density from neighboring properties. They take development rights of neighboring properties very seriously. So we've been told that if you were to defer this project, it would be at risk of being appealed and losing the affordable housing benefit. We can assure you if it is not deferred, it will be appealed. We believe the fastest and quickest way to get the affordable housing we want is to defer this for a few months to let this project be made much better.
Daniel, I'm going to have to ask you to wind up now.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Daniel? Seeing none. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today. Next, I have Daniel Cowling. Daniel, are you with us?
I am.
Good morning, Daniel. You'll have 5 minutes to address the committee. Please start whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Daniel Cowling. I have resided at 183 Strawn Avenue for 17 years and have worked in the neighborhood for over 20. I am a registered architect in the province of Ontario and a partner at CMV Group Architects. I call on this council to deny or defer the zoning bylaw amendment application before you until there is time for proper review and study of the block, the height, and the density. Our neighborhood has been requesting an area planning study for over a decade. Since the first community meeting in 2019, our community has voiced the same concerns about this application, yet there has not been any meaningful dialogue or change to the application. Community consultation infers a commitment to a community. I have concerns regarding the process that I have participated in since the second community meeting. Our community has been placated and often treated as adversaries instead of taxpayers and constituents. The precedent this application creates will be devastating to our neighborhood, our streets, and our way of life. I support good development and expect planning and our councillor to advocate for that. Instead, I feel our community has done the job of scrutinizing the application before you. Our councillor backs this development despite our objections. We have been told that if the application were deferred to allow more time for further study and community consultation, that the applicant may remove the affordable housing component. Provincial regulations may limit the powers of the city and what may be achieved, but succumbing to a threat is not an excuse not to perform a considered review of this application. I want reasonable height and density for the area using the city's own council-adopted mid-rise building performance standards and tall building design guidelines. Ideally, this would include a review by the design review panel. The panel could provide independent, objective advice on the proposal, including on matters of preservation, appropriateness of response, comfort and safety for all, and compatibility with its context. Our neighborhood deserves this review. I believe the application should be deferred or denied based on the following. The site is currently zoned for a density of 2.5 times coverage. This proposal is for a density of over 9 times coverage, an increase of over 370%. DNA 3, the tallest development in the neighborhood at King and Shaw, has a density of 6.4 times coverage in a multi-residential context. The site is zoned for a maximum height of 18 meters. This proposal is for a height of 49.95, or an increase of over 270% of the current allowable height. The proposal is for 15 stories, not 14 stories, as the uppermost level, as it is referred to, is a story and contains a residential occupancy. The floor plate for floors 4 to 14 range from 1,067.5 meters squared to 846 meters squared. The tall building design guidelines call for a maximum floor plate of 750 meters squared and a minimum setback of 12.5 meters from adjacent property lines and the center line of lanes. A 3-meter setback from the street lines would result in a floor plate of 479 meters squared, or half of the average proposed floor plate in this proposal. The mid-rise performance standards suggest a 45-degree angular plane from adjacent residential zones for new developments on main streets to minimize overlook and shadow impacts on adjacent neighborhoods. This proposal would only achieve 6 to 8 stories by this standard. The municipal parking requirement is 185 spaces or 0.97 spaces per unit. The traffic study submitted recommends 74 parking spaces or 0.39 spaces per unit. This proposal has 14 spaces for 191 units or 0.07 spaces per unit. The community is also concerned about how the construction may be staged on such a small site. We wonder if an agreement with the neighboring landowners has been reached. This is an important site with a heritage building, important typology as a rooming house, and important affordable housing typologies in the proposal. The location is an important north-south avenue, rich in our city's heritage.
Daniel, can I ask you for your final thought? You're at 5 minutes.
Okay. We all want this development to be a success. Sometimes that takes time for consideration. What's the rush? Please support us and defer this application today.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Daniel? Seeing none. Daniel, thank you for coming out today. Next, I have Amy Miranda. Amy, are you with us?
I am.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Good morning, Amy.
Great.
You'll have 5 minutes. Please start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Hello, councillors. My name is Amy Miranda, and I'm a resident of Ward 10. I'm an executive producer by trade, meaning I've worked with lots of different kinds of people and a lot of high pressure and high stakes and challenging situations. And I've never seen anything like what I've seen here, part of our volunteer group of over 240 people trying to get answers on this application. Our group has had to do research, mock-ups, markups of documents and details related to this application because for some reason, city planning and our councillors seem to have given this application free rein. There are issues with this application, which we've itemized in our group letter, too many to outline here. We're asking you to deny or defer this application today. The application is now being rushed through with a report that came out so recently that we were told our questions on the report would be looked at in time for this meeting. We received some of those answers only yesterday, an hour before our statements were due to this council. We also learned residents living in the townhouses at Palace Arms are not being guaranteed replacement. They only learned of that this week. This is in no way a consultation with community. We have been intimidated. We have been asking for a precinct plan for a decade. We've been asking why this applicant is being allowed to steamroll our community and pushing for a high-rise in a mid-rise and low-rise neighborhood on top of a Victorian heritage building that will likely be damaged under the weight of such intense development on such a small site. Why density that belongs on a subway line is being put on this corner, we haven't been able to find out. We all expressed opposition in 2019. We thought our comments mattered. And when we saw the revised plans in October 2020, our community mobilized to ask for help. Unfortunately, we haven't received any. We've been treated like we're uninformed NIMBYs. We've been positioned as not clearly understanding or being told that we're looking for zoning from 1986. That's not what we're looking for here. We're looking for a better plan. We support development on this site. We support good development. We have architects, planners, lawyers, former councillors, and developers among our supporters. We are your constituents. We are YIMBY. We want development in our area. It's that simple. What's the rush here? This is a housing crisis, and the decision that you make on this rezoning could easily put more people on the street. This in itself isn't reason enough to defer. You are elected and have the responsibility to listen to the will of the people, and it doesn't appear that this is happening. Only small adjustments and small concessions have been made. The major issues remain. It's as if this application is already approved and we're just going through the motions with presentations, not consultation. That's not democracy. That's dangerous. And we deserve better. This rezoning will impact generations. You have a responsibility to understand what could easily happen next for these tenants that will be displaced if this isn't done with care and proper consultation. Again, what's the rush? A COVID outbreak in shelters, a city filed injunction against a volunteer for making tiny shelters. This is part of a bigger issue and you know that. You have an opportunity to take a closer look at this today, and I will hope that you choose to do the right thing and defer or deny this application. I have always been so proud of doing business in this city and living here, and I've always had faith in the systems, and I've always believed that people we've elected to run it would act in the best interests of the constituents. I hope you'll prove me right today by voting to deny or defer this application until a proper study can be done. We've been concerned about precedent on this decision, and we ask that you recognize the issues we have raised for months. This is a bad deal. It's still a bad deal. It doesn't matter if there's 6 revisions done. We're not there yet. Why can't this be looked at as a block? Also, the community and neighbors are wondering if there's even consensus with the adjoining property owners like Fred Dominelli, Ken Gentry, or Brent Merrill. It doesn't seem there is. And if that's not another reason to defer, this impacts the block. We need to look at the plan. It seems that it would in fact be more costly to rezone this today and then have to deal with an appeal from the community and developers than to defer and continue consultation. We've had nothing but lip service so far, and we really hope that that ends today with this application being deferred or denied. Thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No, I don't see any. Amy, thank you so much for giving us your time today. Next, I have listed Sandra Barron. Sandra, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Let me just restart the clock. So Sandra, you'll have 5 minutes. Start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I've been a resident on Massey Street, 1.5 blocks of the Palace Arms for the past 18 years. I previously lived on Gorevale Avenue across from Trinity Bellwoods Park for 5 years before that. Suffice to say, I have watched the complete transformation of the neighborhood and have never been so disturbed as I am by the development proposal of the Palace Arms. It's hard to know where to start when everything about this development proposal is so wrong in every way. Let's start with the loss of affordable housing. Palace Arms has 90 affordable housing units. This developer is going to use $6 million of taxpayers' money, my neighbor's money, to replace just 22 units, or now apparently 30, of housing. Neighbors living in tents in Trinity Bellwoods Park here. A year of living in a tent. We've heard from many of these tent dwellers that they have stayed in the park because there is either no room in the shelters or they fear for their safety there. It says a lot about our community and neighborhood that they feel safer and would rather live outside in a tent in our park than go into the shelter system. The developers propose that the affordable units in this building will open onto a laneway 6 meters from a wall. They can't even extend residents of the affordable housing the dignity of stepping out into the street. That says everything about how the developers feel about the residents of affordable housing. It also says a lot about the people who support this development. The proposal by the developers for the site is 4 times the density allowed by the city. It's 3 times the height allowed by the city. The proposal does not meet the city's own standards for shadow and overlook, which will impact the surrounding residents and future development for years to come. Parking. The developer proposes 14 parking spaces for visitors for 90 units. There's already not enough parking for residents now. Where there are going to be people in this building that have cars, where are they going to park? There is already gridlock on Strawn Avenue, which is going to be made impassable when the residents of Garrison Crossing start moving in. The most disturbing thing about this whole sad episode is the lack of consultation with the people in the community whose lives are impacted by these decisions. We are not against development, but absolutely in favor of making our community a better place for everyone. Just moments ago, we heard Councillor Cressy waxing poetic about families living downtown, childcare, affordable housing, and building livable neighborhoods. I truly don't understand why or how Councillor Cressy could be in favor of this. He has offered no explanation for his support of the development. He has offered no explanation as to why it's being pushed through with no precinct planned. Why is Councillor Cressy siding with the developers when so many of his constituents, the people that voted for him, are against this proposal? We won't forget this. There are some truly dark forces at work in the city being fueled by unbridled greed. This greed is running rampant and ripping the soul from the city and basically destroying development by development everything that makes Toronto one of the greatest cities in the world. I urge you to defer or deny this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sandra. Are there any questions for Sandra? No, seeing none. Sandra, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today. Next, I have listed Alexander Serper. Alexander, are you with us?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank
Good morning, members of Community Council. My name is Alexander Serper, and I work with the applicant as VP of Investments. I would like to mirror the comments from Dermot Sweeney and thank the city staff for all the hard work and progress you have made on this application over the course of 3+ years. I've registered to ensure that I can answer questions on affordable housing from Community Council members, if there are any. Thank you for your time, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Alexander. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for making yourself available today. Next, I have listed Bill Martin. Bill, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
I certainly can. Bill, you've got 5 minutes.
good.
Please start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Bill Martin, and Carol and I have lived at 157 Strawn Avenue since 1978. In fact, our daughter Charlotte was born the day after we moved in. I wanted to start with a little human note, since that's what seems to have been ignored in these deliberations. A lot of this conversation has been about the numbers, but behind the numbers, there are people. Starting with the 90 former residents at the Palace Arms who've lost their shelter. It may have been rudimentary to some of the stakeholders, but it was home for them. That home is apparently to be taken away. This is a very human tragedy. Their former residence will be crushed under 15 stories of glass and steel, with the old building's elegant facade a sad and soulless reminder of the building it was designed to be. A proud building will lose all sense of its human scale. The diagram, which you've seen enough of, tells the story eloquently, and please remember, this will be forever. We moved into this neighborhood 43 years ago, attracted by its well-treated streets of Victorian houses and happy mix of residents. It has been a good feel as a place for humans to live, and so it was for many years, years where developers largely ignored us. This was a double-edged sword, apparently, because while we were left in peace, nothing was done to bring the ancient zoning laws up to date with the human evolution of this neighborhood. This wasn't for want of trying, but that's another story. As it turns out, our little neighborhood became desirable in many ways, but also ways that could be monetized by developers. New higher condos arrived. We protested but lost to the OMB, of course. But at least these developments adhere to the 18-meter height limit to allow for a little human scale. Now we look at nearly 50 meters. The human scale of the neighborhood is blighted with this eyesore and sets the start of open season on the neighborhood development. When we follow the money, it also appears around $7 million of public funds, that's a pretty big number, is being handed over to the developer to provide upgraded affordable apartments for about 30 residents, a low number. This needs some explaining, I think. It not only makes no sense in human terms, I can't see how it even works financially. And where was planning in all this? It breaks their rules. Where was our councillor? Ready to claim that this is a victory for affordable housing? 90 minus 30 equals a net loss of 60 units. Where's the humanity in that? So there are too many questions here, and there's too little time, and there's too much at stake, and too little human decency. Please, please, I ask of this council, defer while there's still a chance. The neighborhood and the city, for that matter, deserves much better. It's the decent thing. It's the human thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Bill? No? Bill, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us today. Next, I have listed Ann Beach Johnston. Anne, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Good morning, Anne. So you'll have 5 minutes to address the committee. Please start as soon as you're ready.
Good morning. My name's Ann Beach Johnston. I've lived at 150 Strawn Avenue for over 45 years and want to tell people what a great community it is. There are other residents who have been here for generations, and now my granddaughter is growing up on the street. I've always advocated for positive change in the community. I do not believe the present proposal for the Palace Arms is bringing positive change, and in fact, there are many things that are going to be detrimental to the area. We need to maintain affordable housing in the community. There's no question about this, but is the way to provide affordable, sustainable housing to pay millions of city taxpayer money, I understand about 7 million, to a developer, get less than a third of the units being lost and calling them affordable. They will not be affordable to many of the people who were housed here and rely solely on disability or social assistance benefits. Also, people who are presently housed in the town building part have been informed they will be forced to move out and will not be given any option for return. The total height, about twice what planning guidelines are, and density, about 3 times what planning guidelines are, create a building which will not fit into the low-rise residential neighborhood this is. I understand about the idea of bookending on main streets, but this area should remain as mid-rise or very little above. It's on a streetcar line, not a subway. It's a historic part of the city, leading from the old fort and the Princess Gates at the CNE to Trinity Bellwood Park Gates, and with many residents well over 100 years old, just up the block from it. The building will create shadow cast over many residences and right into the popular Stanley Park nearby. I've heard there are various questions about setbacks and the problem of allowing the building to be constructed right on property lines, but I'll let others discuss that. I understand it means that building on the adjacent properties will be compromised, and this certainly needs to be considered by planning and the city. I've looked at the most recent traffic report by NextTrans, which I saw yesterday, just yesterday, and think their assessment that this will have no impact on this community is wrong. They cite COVID-19 and the improved King car transit as reasons. There are traffic problems already. Cars are often lined up trying to get through the lights at Queen and have to idle on Strawn for a number of traffic light cycles. The report also says they do not consider the building requires even 1 parking spot for 191 residences. They suggest supplying 10 visitor spots. For Councillor Cressy to say there'll be no problem because they will not issue any parking permits to the new building, this will only add to the problem that already exists for present residents of the area trying to find street parking. I understand the developer is considering having 14 parking spots, but I'm not sure that keeps changing. I think maybe 10 now. This whole process has been disheartening and so very disappointing because Councillor Cressy and the planning department have not answered so many of our questions. After weeks of asking, Cressy's office did send some more information and reports at 11 a.m. Tuesday, yesterday, just 1 hour before people had to send in their written submissions. So there really has not been time to review everything. I think there are many reasons I've talked about that deserve more study and could be improved. This building and zoning change will set a precedent for the area and create a building that will be here for decades. That is why it is so important that we get it right and have something the whole community and the city can be proud of. I'm therefore asking you to please defer this decision today. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Anne? No, seeing none. Thank you, Anne. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us today. Next, I have listed Sandra Wilson. Sandra, are you with us?
I am. Good morning.
Good morning, Sandra. So you'll have 5 minutes to address the committee. Please start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you, Chair, and hello, Council. I'm a resident of the area, have been for the last couple of decades, and while there's been some improvements to this proposal, The last iteration from December 2020, the Palace Arms redevelopment has changed in height again. It's actually higher than it was proposed in the October 2020 proposal. The area, as one of the other individuals has indicated, it's about a 270% increase in terms of what is allowable by the current bylaw, and the shadow studies made available since December 2020 indicate shadows covering the park space. And this is where my focus is, the park space at Stanley Park, which is to the east of the property on both sides of King Street, north and south. In April of 2016, the Community Council meeting was engaging the community to plan and improve parks. And this is also part of the parkland strategy for the City of Toronto. And improvements have been made to Stanley Park and to the south side, extending into the Garrison area. But the challenge is the height of this building that is being proposed casts a shadow over not only the residential homes, but the north side of the park and goes into the south side of the park. And this is, a challenge to encourage the sustainability of a healthy living space outside on both sides of Stanley Park. The impact on the green space does not seem to be apparent nor evaluated, and it would behoove the developer to address this. And that's why I asked to defer or deny this proposal at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Sandra? Seeing none. Sandra, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today. Next, I have Jesse Huiskin. Jesse, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Jesse. So we're going to give you 5 minutes. Please start as soon as you're ready.
Great, thank you. So I'd like to thank the chair and the council for this opportunity to join the community opposition group for the Palace Arms plans, to voice my objection to the development proposal and speak a little bit personally as a tenant of the Palace Arms. And I'd also like to thank the foregoing commenters who have made such eloquent and frequently moving comments on how damaging this development has been and could be to this neighborhood. So I share a live workspace in the Palace Arms with my partner Olya Mashenko and with Barry Eisner, and we are all long-term tenants. I've been here with my partner for 16 years, and I believe Barry has been here for 27 years. So we use our space here not just as our homes, but as live workspaces, with Barry operating his architectural design practice in the building, and my partner Olya, in addition to teaching architectural design at OCAD, now from home during the pandemic, is also a practicing artist who maintains a studio space here. And I'm a graduate student in ecology and evolutionary biology at York, and I now teach from home. But to fund my education, I also operate a rare and collectible book dealership out of the space by mail order. So each of us actually depends on such increasingly rare, affordable live workspaces, not just as our homes, but for our livelihoods. We use it as studio, office, and storage space, and have invested tremendously in making use of these spaces, as modest as they may be. And our situation is actually typical of a lot of creative professionals and students in this city. A 2019 report from the Toronto Arts Foundation showed that artists and creative professionals face disproportionately high costs for workspaces while having disproportionately low incomes. And this has only been exacerbated by the recent loss of many studio and live workspaces in the city, including the nearby coffin factory lofts. I work as a teaching assistant, and most of my money goes to fund my education and my research. In short, none of us can afford current rental costs, and certainly not to have increasingly rare live workspaces, and definitely not to have apartments and separate workspaces in this city. The current proposal does not address the need for this type of live workspace at affordable rental prices. In addition to this, each of us have lived here long enough that we witnessed the unfair harassment and eviction of rooming house tenants, many of whom lived long-term in the hotel. And while they were living there, we formed quite a tightly knit community, and were frequently able to give food, clothing, and even lend money, or even give money to our friends in the hotel. Just a few blocks north and south of the Palace Arms, there are very obvious growing homeless encampments, and these are the direct result of the city's approach to affordable housing and live-work spaces in this city. We see examples of this with 25 Liberty and Liberty Village and the loss of the Coffin Factory lofts. This has resulted in a lot of visible poverty and suffering in our neighborhood every day, down to some individuals who formerly lived in the hotel who now live in encampments. So I ask, why is the city in such a rush to invest so much in exchange for such a drastic reduction in this type of essential, deeply affordable housing? A huge loss in the number of units and the available spaces for people to live in and to have as their homes. As a tenant in the Palace Arms, I urge the council to listen to the community and vote to defer or reject this proposal. I urge them to seriously consider the reality of the housing crisis and of the pandemic, and to take the potential opportunity for a serious review of this that could result in improving the housing situation in our neighborhood rather than exacerbating it. So I thank the council again for this time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Jesse? No, seeing none. Jesse, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us today. Members, that concludes the deputants on this item. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Cressy?
Thank you. And I have a few questions for staff, both on planning and housing. If I could start on housing. So Palace Arms is a licensed rooming house, correct?
Yes, this is Christine Ono from Housing Policy. Through the chair, the Palace Arms was previously a licensed rooming house. It's not currently licensed.
Okay. And at its peak, so as a licensed rooming house, these are dwelling rooms. These are not self-contained apartments. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. The site currently contains 89 dwelling rooms, so rooms of approximately 100 to 160 square feet without self-contained bathroom and kitchen facilities. The site also contains 2 rental units.
And how many people live within the dwelling rooms, the rooming house rooms today?
Through the chair, there are currently 4 tenants living in the dwelling rooms at the Palace Arms.
And how many people were living in the dwelling rooms around the time of the application?
Through the chair, based on city records, we suspect about 65 tenants were living in the dwelling rooms of the Palace Arms around 2017, before the application was submitted.
Okay. Does the city have a dwelling room replacement policy requiring the replacement of housing on site, affordable housing on site?
Through the chair, so the city's in-force rental replacement policy does not apply to dwelling rooms. However, council adopted an official plan policy in June 2019 to address the loss of dwelling rooms. This policy has since been appealed to the local planning appeal tribunal and is not currently in full force and effect.
So when we say, so we have a policy, it is under appeal. So can we require legally the developer at their cost to provide the like-for-like replacement? Can we legally require that right now?
This might be a question for legal to confirm, but through the chair, as I mentioned, the policy is still under appeal, so it's not in full force and effect. But we would like to see applications coming forward try to achieve the intent of the policies.
Okay, and what is the intent of the policy? What does the dwelling room replacement policy say? What are we seeking to replace through that policy?
Through the chair, yes. So the dwelling room policy requires that where development's proposing to demolish 6 or more dwelling rooms, it not be approved unless the gross floor area of the existing dwelling rooms is replaced, either as dwelling rooms or bachelor units, with rents similar to those in effect at the time of the development application, and those rents be secured for at least 15 years. And the policy also speaks to securing an acceptable tenant relocation and assistance plan for existing tenants of the dwelling rooms, including the right to return to replacement housing.
So just to be clear, so our policy calls for the replacement of the gross floor area, deeply affordable rents that are comparable, and a tenant replacement and assistance package. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And with the amendments that I will be moving today, will we achieve that, the spirit of it? Will we achieve the intent of that policy?
Through the chair. So yeah, as I mentioned, the site currently contains 89 dwelling rooms, making up approximately 12,000 square feet of rental housing. The proposal would fully replace the existing 12,000 square feet of the dwelling rooms with small bachelor units and one bedroom units. So as opposed to 89 dwelling rooms, we would be creating up to and over 31 new affordable units, self-contained units with their own kitchen and bathroom facilities. All of these units would be secured at rents based on 90% of our affordable rent definition for a period of at least 40 years. As well, the 4 current tenants of the dwelling rooms will be provided with the right to return to a bachelor unit in the new development. The applicant has also agreed and proposed to provide these 4 tenants with a tenant relocation and assistance plan, which will include rent gap payments to help them bridge the gap between what they currently pay and market area rents during the period of construction. They'll also be provided with moving allowances, as well as access to housing help and housing follow-up services provided by a community agency such as Wood Green Services. And they will be returning to replacement rental housing at similar rents to what they currently pay right now.
Okay. And just to be clear, that is the proposal in front of us that staff have proposed. That does not account for changes I may be moving with amendments, just to be clear.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then very briefly, and Chair, thank you for the indulgence on time. To city planning, there's been a lot of discussion of height with regard to this application. On what basis is planning recommending this rental building at 14 stories?
Through the chair, so city planning is always looking at balancing the various objectives for any given site. So in this particular case, we're balancing the objectives of heritage conservation, the provincial requirements for intensifications along our avenues, including along a streetcar line and along planned major transit stations in the vicinities, of which there are 2. We certainly have looked at the context of the site in terms of what other heights are present along King Street, and particularly in this case, the site to the north, which is currently both zoned industrial and contains industrial related uses. So we've tried to maintain that balance of how we transition to that site to the north and to the existing residential fabric, while having sensitivity for a proper street wall along King Street, retention of that heritage building, and the accommodation of the mix of uses within the site.
And then one last question, if I might, is there have been concerns raised with regard to the owner and prospective applicant for an development east of this site. I wonder if you could speak to planning's perspective on the laneway condition as it relates to that, but also the concern that has been raised related to the quality of housing within those east-facing units.
Right, so we have had dialogue with the adjacent landowner who has come in for a pre-application meeting. I think there's a couple of important considerations. One is that the existing Palace Arm building, which has residential units, dwelling room units in it, is on the eastern property line of the site, so adjacent to the existing laneway. We are proposing to continue that through the retention of the heritage building, to continue the siting of that building along the eastern property line, and then continue it up and above the 5th story to set it back 2.5 meters. There's also a carve out along the eastern facade to enable proper windows to go in several of the dwelling units along the east facade. But certainly what we're expecting is that the development as currently proposed would likely be replicated with any building immediately to the east. The other key consideration is the as of right zoning, which does permit a building to be located on the property line abutting the laneway up to a height of 18 meters. So essentially that's what we're looking to do in terms of retaining the heritage building and continuing that up and then setting it back 2.5 meters above the 5th story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other members who have questions of staff? If I could get there.
Yes, Mr. Chair, it's Councillor Layton.
Councillor Layton, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. And I'm just trying to get some clarity on the sequence of events here. So prior to 2018, the policy that existed for the city, prior to 2016, the policy that existed for the city around rental replacements was only for dwelling units, correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
And then we initiated a background study that came back in 2019 and provided us with some guidelines for the protection of the square footage for buildings that included dwelling rooms, correct?
Through the chair, yes, the official plan policy to address the loss of dwelling rooms was adopted in 2019.
So the application, because like the application was being discussed back in 2018, 17 and 18 when I was local councillor, but the policy at that point when the application came in 2018 still predated the dwelling room policy, correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. The application was submitted before council adopted the dwelling policy.
So there was no requirement on the part of the city to protect all but the dwelling units associated with the towns on the site prior to 2019, the 2019 policy change.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. I'll just note that because there are only 2 townhouse units, rental units on this site, our rental replacement policy would not apply.
So no rental replacement would apply. So could I get an answer from the solicitor? What force does the 2019 policy have vis-a-vis an application that was made in 2018? If this were to go to appeal?
It's Kelly. Sure, it's Kelly. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, great. So yeah, it would not apply. It could be taken into consideration as something that is currently has been adopted by the city council, but it wouldn't have any legal force. And if it's under appeal at the tribunal, again, it wouldn't have any legal force at this time.
So in fact, the policies that existed when this application came in don't require for any rental replacement.
That's my understanding. Yes, Christine probably knows better than me, but yes.
So there was a debate in 2017 when we knew this application was coming. We were trying to maintain people's tenancies in the building. There was some discussion about whether or not the rental unit replacement could apply. Why was it determined that it couldn't?
Through the chair, the existing site contains 2 rental units. Our rental replacement policy only applies where there are 6 or more existing rental units.
Sorry, why couldn't it be applied to the rooms
Right.
and
So
protect them?
The rental replacement policy in our official plan and our rental housing demolition bylaw under Chapter 667 of the Municipal Code specify that they apply to self-contained rental units. The 89 dwelling rooms in the Palace Arms are not self-contained, so they're shared kitchen and bathroom facilities.
Were there actually kitchens in the facility? Because I've been through the facility and certainly none of the dwelling rooms or at least none of the ones I saw had kitchens, nor were there common spaces with kitchens. They had shared washrooms, I know that, but kitchen facilities?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. They had shared bathroom facilities, but no kitchen.
No kitchens. No kitchens were in those units. Could I just, on the issue of parking, because it until recently, it's been pretty rare to see buildings with so little parking. Can you, maybe the planning department can give some insight or transportation into why the recommendation would be coming forward from planning with the level of parking that there is in this building?
I can answer that on behalf of planning, and if maybe Dan Reynolds can chime in. In an attempt to respond to some of the residents' concerns, we heard loud and clear that the residents were concerned about the proliferation of traffic in the vicinity of the area. And when the building evolved to be a rental building and one which contained affordable housing units, we made a recommendation that perhaps to achieve greater affordable housing within the project, that we could reduce the amount of resident parking. We've seen several examples recently of buildings being proposed with far less than the standard city requirements for parking. So it was based on partly our recommendation that if we could potentially reduce the amount of resident parking and encourage folks to become tenants in this building who don't actually own cars or rely on cars, in addition to the premise of not allowing residents or tenants of the building to apply for parking permits for parking on residential streets, that we felt this was a solution that could help us to achieve our heritage conservation objectives and our affordable housing objectives, while at the same time addressing the residents' concerns about traffic in the area.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions of staff? I can't see the screen yet.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Bailao, you go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I just want to follow up on some of the questions from Councillor Cressy. So did I understand correctly that the 89 units equates to 12,000 square feet?
Through the chair, yes, I'll clarify the 89 dwelling rooms equates to 12,000 square feet.
And is it the 22 units or the 31 units that actually replaces that square footage?
The 31 units would replace that 12,000 square feet.
Okay, so we are getting the same square footage, even though it's a different number of units because it's a different composition of the units, but the square footage, which is what our dwelling room policy, even though is under appeal, considers, correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And what's the, can you explain, a lot of deputants talked about the 6 million. What are the 6 million? Is that the open door incentives?
So through the chair, the new affordable housing units will be secured through a combination of the applicant's Section 37 contribution, open door incentives, and Section 37 funds from other projects in the ward. So the applicant Section 37 contribution will secure 22 units, and these 22 units will be supported by open door incentives valued out approximately $1.3 million. As well, an additional 9 units are proposed to be secured, subject to the city contributing $2.16 million plus open door incentives.
Okay. And did I read correctly in the report that you're also looking to deepen the affordability of the units by bringing in SSHA supports? So even though the units are at 90%, you're actually looking to deepen the affordability?
Through the chair, yes, the open door contribution agreement requires at least 10% of the units to be allocated for housing benefits secured in partnership with SSHA. There are opportunities to increase the amount of units allocated for housing benefits.
Okay, great. Thank you. Those were my questions, Mr. Chair.
Are there any other questions of staff? I can't see all the members here. I guess not. So to speak, Councillor Cressy, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Chair. Let me begin by placing a series of amendments and with those amendments moving the staff recommendations as amended. I will speak to the amendments, but to briefly summarize, these amendments will serve to 1, increase the amount of affordable housing, to 2, to deepen the level of affordability for all housing units, and 3, to establish a process to both design the exact number of units and in coordination with the nonprofit housing sector and our housing staff to ensure we have an operating model to support those units. Let me speak for a moment here because this has been among the most challenging development files of my career. It's a file that deals fundamentally with the issue of affordable housing, of rental housing, and also the limits on the city's control. But I want to bring this back to the basics because what we are discussing here today is a 14-story purpose-built rental building with now an increase in the overall space to be guaranteed as deeply affordable housing on a heritage site in King West. And so I want to talk about affordable housing, I want to talk about heightened planning, and I want to talk about the process. On affordable housing, the Palace Arms was a rooming house that provides critical and necessary housing in our city, a critical and essential component of housing in our city. And since we as a council heard that the Palace Arms was on the market in 2016, then Councillor Layton and I and other members of this council have worked nonstop to protect the affordable housing for the tenants on this site. Since day one, I want to tell you very clearly that affordable housing replacement has been my top priority. Now, the history here, in 2016, when this site went on the market, it was then Councillor Layton and Councillor Bailau who moved a motion that council endorsed not only to seek to replace the affordable housing on site, but to initiate the dwelling room replacement policy so that would be the law going forward. And through a lot of hard work from staff and city councillors in the housing sector, in 2019, our council passed an official plan amendment requiring full replacement of the gross floor area as dwelling rooms, bachelor, or one-bedroom units when there was a dwelling room site up for development, to be provided on site and at the cost of developers or the applicant. That's the policy. We adopted that. Unfortunately, the world we live in is that that policy is under appeal. It is not legally enforced. And so we cannot require the developer to provide the space at their cost. But for me, whether it is legally required or not, my position has always been that if the housing was not replaced at a deeply affordable level, it would not have my support. We set out to achieve the spirit of that policy, whether it is legally enforced or not. And I want to be very clear on this. Whether this was a 3-story, a 6-story, or a 14-story building, if it was 3, 6, or 14 stories without replacement of deeply affordable housing, it would not have my support. And so the Palace Arms, at one point, it had 12,000 square feet of housing with nearly 90 dwelling rooms. At the time of the application, there were about 65 tenants there. Today, there are 4. So let me walk you through on affordable housing, the evolution of this proposal, because this has been arduous work. In 2018, we've received an application with no affordable housing. The second version contained 4,000 square feet of affordable housing, 15 units at 100% average market rate for 15 years and with a separate entrance and no access to common facilities and areas. The third version had 8,000 square feet of affordable housing, 22 units at 90% average market rent for 40 years and shared common areas, shared entrance, shared everything. The fourth version, which is the staff report in front of us today, had equal 12,100 square feet replacement with 31 units at 90% average market rent for 40 years. And here is what we are now voting on today, because it has been a lot of hard work with city staff and the applicant to get to agree to this. With the amendments in front of us, we will achieve 15,000 square feet, an increase of 25% in overall gross floor area, full RGI subsidies to create deeply affordable housing units for all of them for 40 years, and a design process to fit out the exact number of units. It says in the motion that we believe that could be up to 60 units in the current configuration. A process with the housing providers and the nonprofit housing sector to determine the best operating model to ensure that not only do we have deeply affordable housing on site, but a nonprofit operating model to help support it. And there is more than $8 million that has been allocated through Section 37 funding on site and in other developments, not taxpayer dollars, but Section 37 funding, along with open door incentives and housing allowances to make this work. All current tenants will be able to return at similar rents and receive a rent subsidy and relocation package. That's for all 4 current tenants. And former tenants of the Palace Arms will be assessed priority to return. So what does all that mean? Let's take that together. Despite not being able to legally require the full replacement of dwelling rooms at the developer's expense, we fought like hell to meet the spirit of that policy anyway, because this housing matters. This means an increase in affordable housing space, an improvement in the quality of that housing, from rooms, in many cases without windows, and without actual kitchens and shared accommodations, to self-contained, deeply affordable units with washrooms and kitchens, and deeply affordable units based on RGI that people on social assistance can afford. So I want to thank city staff, I want to thank housing leaders, and I want to thank the applicant for their willingness to respond on this and the local community for demanding better. Chair, I know I'm going long, but I do want to touch on a few more things. When it comes to height and planning, this site is on King West. It's a heritage site. It's in a changing and growing neighborhood. It's on a street where the as-of-right zoning is from 1986. I was 2 years old then. It's that fact that unfortunately gives the impression that any rezoning is therefore breaking with city rules. That's an unfortunate byproduct of an old plan that doesn't reflect today's reality. It's also why in the amendment, we're moving a direction to create an updated plan for the neighborhood. Now, there has been lots of debate over height. Many of my constituents told us that they wanted something in the 8 to 10 story range. Planning preferred something in the 12 to 14. And in making a decision, I have to consider planning's perspective, the community's perspective, heritage considerations on site, that there is a vacant property immediately north that can serve as a transition site, affordable housing, rental housing, and the issue of precedent. There is a 14-story OMB approved building a block away at King and Shaw as well. And so when I consider all those factors, it is my assessment that this site is unique, that it can accommodate 14 stories, that it does not set a new precedent for every single development site on King. If anything, my precedent is that if you want to redevelop a rooming house, whether it's legally required or not, you have to replace the space. And I recognize that many, though not all in my community, disagree. And I can tell you it's never fun to be offside with members of your own community. But my bottom line is I am not prepared to lose affordable housing we've secured over a lower height. That option exists. I'm also not prepared to risk losing all of the important changes we've received, including on affordable housing, over a fight at the provincial LPAC. That's my position, and I believe it is the right one. And so let me close, colleagues, by saying the following, that it has been suggested by some that the role of a councillor is to represent their constituents by advocating for the positions they take. But representation is more than that. Representation requires me to represent my constituents, those that live here today, those that will live here tomorrow, and those, in this case, who have a right to return to the affordable housing at the Palace Arms. Representation requires me to assess the arguments and the policies and to fight for the values I was elected to uphold. At times, representation requires me to lead my community to a positive outcome, even when members of my community disagree. I believe housing is a human right. I believe good planning should guide our decision-making. I believe that we need more purpose-built rental housing in our city. And I believe that by endorsing these amendments, we are best achieving those objectives. And at the end of the day, I believe this is the right thing to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the mover? No? I'd like to just make a couple quick comments on this item. First, I want to congratulate city staff and Councillor Cressy, councillors that Councillor Layton pulled into a room when word started circulating that there was a potential development here. Oh, what was it now? 4 years ago or something. And I can remember us pushing on lawyers from the city, planners from the city, housing specialists from the city, like there's got to be a way here. And we went over all the conceivable legal avenues. And I suppose the silver lining of that conversation is that led to City Council creating a change in our housing protection policy, which protected people who live in dwelling rooms, those much smaller rooms where there isn't both a kitchen and a bathroom. And once we're through all the provincial appeals on that, literally tens of thousands of Torontonians with low incomes will benefit as a result of the work that Councillor Cressy and Layton and Bailao and others have done as a result of this application. I want to address myself a little bit to some of the members of the community who came forward. I hear what you're saying. I face the same kind of issues with my community and particularly in South Parkdale all the time. I wish it were within the power of local neighborhoods to decide the disposition of property without having to take into account whatever it is that the property owner or developer wants to do. I wish we had that authority, but the fact of the matter is we don't. In Canada, and particularly in Ontario, anyone is allowed to buy a piece of land speculatively and come in with an application to make more density on that and to change the uses. And Canadian law protects the rights of that industry, that business, the developers, and privileges it in many ways over the rights of the people who currently live there, the people who are going to live there in the future, and the people who have lost their homes. I have an item coming later on this agenda where a developer bought the property, illegally evicted people, and 2 of those people are now dead. And I wish there was some way that I could get justice and tell that developer no, but property law in Canada and planning law in Ontario doesn't give Toronto City Councillors a way to do that. We basically have 2 options. We can wrestle the best outcome we can out of the developer and then say yes, or we can say no, and we can let the local planning appeal body decide what should happen there. And to the community, I say this: the local planning appeal body does not have any policy, law, rule, or anything in front of it that says that they have to acknowledge the need to replace dwelling rooms. The only municipality in Ontario that has a replacement policy, even for big apartment units, is the City of Toronto. The only one that has done the work to try to protect those dwelling rooms and the lowest cost types of affordable housing in the City of Toronto is Toronto Community Council, and Councillor Joe Cressy has been one of the leaders on this council in achieving that. It's a bitter pill to swallow that this is the best we can do. It's a bitter pill to swallow that the legal and regulatory framework in our country and our province privileges the rights of people who speculatively buy land to make money of it over low-income people who live there. We have to change that. We have to change that. I wish individual development applications could be the mechanism by which we change it, but it's a bigger set of questions. It's a set of questions that brings into play issues around social housing and whether or not we should rely on private development to house people. I've never thought private development would ever succeed in providing affordable housing. Councillor Cressy, in this instance, has managed to squeeze some out of this application. 4 years ago, I didn't believe it was possible. Hats off to you, Councillor Cressy. Well done. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much. Look, I'll try to make the comments brief, but this application not only has a long history, but it's got a pretty important space in my heart. In 2006, first I should say, like this was a difficult development file 5 years ago, and it's no less difficult now. But I'll tell you, I think the outcome that was achieved here is far greater than the outlook we had in 2016. And I'll tell you why. And I think some of my questions got to that. 2016, we started getting calls, anonymous calls from residents in the building saying that their then owner, the previous owner, was trying to get them to sign N11 forms. And for those that don't understand, these are forms that sign away your rights. They were being offered, bribed money in exchange for signing over their tenants' rights to the space. So these are, some of them were very vulnerable individuals. People on ODSP, people that could, I think it's pretty safe to say with certainty, could not find housing within our community or many of the communities surrounding the neighborhood at a similar price. Couldn't. Impossible. We immediately went in to try to organize those tenants based on the advice, and Councillor Perks recollects the situation correctly. I went to him for advice to say, I've never faced this before. Can you provide some support? And he said, this is your time to organize. And I think one of the most worthwhile things I did in that last term of council was try to organize these tenants. And we hosted meetings off-site. We were providing food and transportation to the individuals there to try to get them to come to meetings. And I know that some of the people at those meetings were on the call today. We're trying to get them to assert their rights as tenants, despite the fact that they were being bribed and bullied into signing these N11 forms. Now, unfortunately, it seems like only 4 remain. And that's really sad. When we started these meetings, they were just north of 10. I think there were 16 at our first meeting. But over time, a fight like this can wear thin. And the reason why we weren't optimistic was that there was no policy to ensure that these affordable housing units would be recreated in a new development. And that's where we then acted as fast as we could get policy in place to protect dwelling rooms, not only dwelling units. But we had staff go through that building to try to make the argument that we should be able to protect them as dwelling units, not just rooms. Unfortunately, we weren't able to come up with then the legal argument to make. And the developer, the new owner, knew that. So fast forward to 2018. Well, I should also mention, because it might come up, that there was at one point in time a scheme for the development of the site that involved the corner and the surrounding land areas, what would be, let's call it a block plan, but led by developers. And I've got to say, it wasn't a terribly good transition to the neighborhood. In fact, some of the landowners further north were very aggressive in the level of density they thought they could get moving north towards what is the more stable residential area. And we couldn't convince them otherwise, although the planning department did stand firm and in their preliminary meetings with them said, no, we want to see a transition much more aggressive. And that development proposal fell apart, it seems. So now with this new application coming forward, and with the timing of the application versus the timing of the policy that came into effect around dwelling rooms, I'm optimistic, or I think it's a more optimistic proposal, because we have a situation where the developer seems to be not only achieving what the intent was of the city's new policy around dwelling rooms, but also seems to be willing to go further. Look, I represent Yorkville now, and a lot of these developers are just willing to write checks for affordable housing, nothing more. They are not willing to put affordable housing in their buildings. So every chance we get, we should take steps to try to achieve a little bit of on-site affordable housing. Now, I think the local councillor is trying to do it in this case, and I applaud him for his efforts to get as far as he did. I will just make one other note around height. You know, in 2011, right after being elected the first time, DNA 3 was at the Ontario Municipal Board. I won't go into details, but essentially the city lost on the argument of just a couple of stories. Now that's just a couple blocks away from this site. Now I would hate to see all of the advancements in affordable housing that have been achieved on this site. I would hate to see all of those be lost because of a fight over 2 stories that was lost 10 years ago. It is change to a neighborhood. It's significant change. But I think that the local councillor has tried to achieve all he could. And in 2016, when we first got wind of an application on this site, we certainly weren't optimistic that we'd achieve the level of affordability that we're seeing in the application that's being put before us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, it's 12:30. I only see one more member to speak. Could we just have a motion to extend to allow Councillor Bailão to speak and then take the vote on this item? All those in favor, opposed, carried. Councillor Bailão, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate that, and I'll try to make it short. But I couldn't let this go without recognizing an extremely high level of cooperation and a lot of work that was put into this. You know, I do a lot of work on housing, and when you see this proposal coming together, you see the amount of work that was put together in this to achieve this amount of affordable housing. You know, I know that we go into our communities and very often we hear from residents, you know, the developer should pay. They're developing, they're changing our communities, they're taking the benefits. But we know that we have the policies that we have in front of us, and we are trying to change some of those policies, but a lot of it is according to the Planning Act. It's legislated by the province, and we have to work within those legal terms. And I think that we need to recognize the work that was put forward here with the tools available to them by the local councillor and staff. I know there's still a lot of work ahead of them, but it's incredible work to be able to secure the space, to secure the deep affordability, to involve the nonprofit sector. You know, everybody's at the table. Like you said, Mr. Chair, and Councillor Layton said, if somebody was to tell us that this was the outcome 4 or 5 years ago, I think we would all have serious doubts. And I think we need to recognize the work that was done in here by everybody by coming together to this yes place, understanding that community would like to have more, and I think any of us would like to have more. You know, we would love to have the full building of affordable housing in there, but the reality is that with the tools that we have available, I think this is work that needs to be recognized, and so those are my remarks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay. With that, we'll take Councillor Cressy's amendments and the item together as one vote. I'm going to suggest we record this vote. So I'm going to call all those in favor. Please raise your hand. I have Councillor Fletcher. We're having a recorded vote. All those in favor: Councillor Bailão, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Layton, and myself. That is unanimous. Okay, members will reconvene at 1:30. We're doing a little bit better on the agenda than I thought we would be, but we still have lots and lots to do. I want to remind you that if we wind up going till 6, I'm going to call for a break from 6 to 6:30 for a chance to, for the clerks to get something to eat. Okay? See you back here in an hour. Okay, welcome back. I can deem the meeting to be back in operation. And the next item that we had is item TE 23.13, 364 Huron Street, official plan amendment and zoning amendment application. Final report. I have two speakers listed. First, I have Julie Mathian. Julie?
Okay.
Hi, Julie. You've got 5 minutes. Start whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much, and good afternoon, Chair and councillors. I am here speaking for the Huron-Sussex Residents Organization on the item regarding 364 Huron Street. You have a letter that we submitted, so I'm not going to go through the entire letter. What I'll really address is our concerns about the initial application, and then our concerns about the application that you have in front of you. So just to begin, Huron-Sussex Residents Organization is supportive of adding to the neighborhood's rental housing stock and of gentle densification through laneway development. In this instance, we support the mixed-use proposal with an animated ground floor and the new housing rental opportunities in the laneway and and above the restaurant. We attended the statutory community consultation, and we've had one meeting with the applicant's planner. And the initial concerns that we expressed were that the exterior design isn't in harmony with the surrounding character of the area, and that the materials and design features need more thought. We're, on the whole, a late 19th century Victorian residential community. And although Heritage Preservation Services didn't consider the original corner store facade to be historically significant, we were disappointed that the developer and the architect didn't incorporate it into the design. Our major concern, and we were and remain concerned about the side entrance and exit to the ground floor food court that is placed on the Glen Morris side of the building. Glen Morris is a one block on the north, and on the north side mainly residential street, a small street, and we have concerns about parking and traffic, which I will go into now. We understand that a second exit's required, and we actually asked the applicant to move this particular entrance exit from the Glen Morris side of the building. Parking on Glen Morris is a major issue. There's parking on the south side of the street. Spaces are invariably full during the day. We express concern regarding the impact of pickup and drop off of food deliveries, food servicing for the restaurant, and things like ride hailing. We had other questions. Is there enough outdoor space for the rental unit residents, and is it distinct from outdoor dining areas for the restaurant? Is a second entrance to the restaurant on Glen Morris Street going to encourage high traffic? Will the entrance be seen as a primary entrance and not the Huron entrance as a primary entrance? And then we have two large childcare centers, one of which has 96 spaces and one of which has 49 spaces that are literally within meters of the site. And we expressed concern about the impact of any increased traffic on the safety of the 145 infants, toddlers, and preschoolers, even though, of course, they don't all come out at once. They're in smaller groups and they're supervised during walks and drop off and pickup times. And what impact will this traffic have on the residential feel of Glen Morris? So these are our comments on the current submission. Following the refining by the applicant and the eventual resubmission. We haven't had an opportunity to discuss this submission with the applicant or their representative, but we have had some very helpful discussions with city planning staff. We're glad to see the positive changes in the design and the exterior of the buildings and the use of brick, for example, in the materials found elsewhere. in the neighborhood. There are also some smaller, I'm keeping my eye on the time here. There are some smaller additional measures that we also are in favor of. We understand from our conversations with planning staff that a lot of work has been done to refine the secondary entrance on Glen Morris. We're very appreciative. Some of this work has been captured in resubmitted materials, but some have been carried out following the resubmission. We hope that the city and the applicant will continue to make clear that the Huron entrance is the primary entrance to the ground floor restaurant and food court. And we described some possible ways of continuing to do that.
Julie, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Okay, we remain very concerned about the traffic impacts. The parking and traffic study is one and the same document, and it doesn't reflect the reality.
Okay, thank you, Julie. Appreciate your time today.
Morris. Okay, thank you.
Are there
the rest is in our letter.
Yeah, thank you. Are there any questions for the deputy? No? Seeing none, I'll go to the next deputy, Sean Galbraith. Sean, are you with us?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sean, you know the gig. You've got 5 minutes. Start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. My name is, my name is Sean Galbraith. I'm a planner here on behalf of the application, which is to redevelop an older 2-story mixed-use building into a new 3-story mixed-use building with a 3-bedroom residential unit in the main building and a new laneway suite in the rear. Wanted to thank planning staff, particularly Paul Johnston and the Residents Association for their comments and help on this project. It has evolved since its original application and it's been made better for their efforts. To speak to the comments, the entrance was originally on the side. It has been moved to the corner, so it's more prominent to be Huron as the property is addressed. The secondary entrance on Glen Morris will be truly secondary. It won't be signed as an entrance. The signage, which will be minimal, will be at the towards the Huron corner. So it will not read as an entrance on the side street. I think there was a comment about the intention of the backyard. The backyard is intended to be for the use of the residents, not for anyone visiting one of the restaurant uses. And the restaurant uses are intended to be locally servicing, not not a main street destination restaurant where people would likely be driving. This is more walk to the neighborhood spot. And we think the existing on-street parking is sufficient to accommodate any visitors or drop-offs to the property. We've reviewed the staff report and we support its recommendations and would ask that Community Council adopt them, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputy? I do not see any. Are there any questions of staff? No? Councillor Layton, away you go.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll be moving the staff recommendations in this proposal. I'd like to thank, in particular, the HRSO entering into what I thought was a very productive dialogue with the file. You know, oftentimes when this happens within what could be classified as a more
Councillor Layton? We're having trouble. Councillor Layton? We've lost
residential.
Oh, dear. Now he's vanished altogether, and we don't have quorum. Well, without Councillor Layton, oh, did Councillor Fletcher vanish too? Oh, there's Councillor Layton back.
Yes, thank you. I've logged in again. I'm not sure why there's a connection problem, but it just kicked me off. So I was in the middle of Julie and the HRSO for being very open-minded and collaborative. And I would like to thank the applicant for making the necessary adjustments. I know there's still a lot of apprehension around to tell whether or not that will result in the expected impact on the neighborhood. And given the footprint of this facility is comparatively small, I think that that everyone in the community is comfortable moving forward at this stage. I will remark that the intensity of development on the laneway is quite significant. While it's only 2 stories, it was, I believe it's still 5 bedrooms, which is fairly significant. But given it's in the middle of the university campus and has 5 different restaurants associated with it, perhaps the kitchen won't be as overused as one would worry in a small space with 5 bedrooms. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on this? So I assume we're just moving the staff recommendations? All those in favor? At least one of you put your hand up. Opposed? Carried. Okay. We go next to TE 23.14, 15 Delisle Avenue, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application, final report. We have a number of deputants. First, Stephen Cameron Smith. Stephen, are you with us? I see your name there.
Hello.
Hello, Stephen. Welcome. You've got 5 minutes. Start whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready now. I'd like to basically just thank the developer for acquiring this property. I think it enhances the project. I gather there's some discussion on the retail use. I don't have a problem with it. I think that's probably a good use rather than putting in residential there. So I just wanted to thank the developer and thank council for getting this project going. We seem to spend way too long. I heard this morning some of these projects have been going at it since 2016. We desperately need housing units in the city. And I just urge that we try to speed the process up. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I will now go to Kathy McDonald. Kathy.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Kathy. Please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I guess my comments are that I was representing the Deer Park. I'm representing the Deer Park residents group. I was part of the working group that considered the proposal for 1 Delisle and the park, and the issue of 15 Delisle kept coming up, that it was a missing link and that the applicant Slate should acquire it. And we're really pleased that this is finally happening, and that but unfortunately the site couldn't be acquired for park space because it's too expensive for the city. But the 2-story addition to the 1 Delisle project is makes a good edge to the park, and it's the outstanding issue about what uses should be along the park. It's now proposed, understand that it be considered as in the context of the development of the plan for the park, and the Deer Park Residents Group supports this strategy. That's all my comments.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Kathy, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today. Next, I have Ben Hoff. Ben?
Hi. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this item. My name is Benjamin Hoff, planner and partner at Urban Strategies and leading the development approvals on this. I think that the community members have already spoken for on this and reflect what a good addition it is to the One Delisle project. So we're very excited that finally, it took quite some time. Finally, the 15 Delisle site has been added and added in a way that is really complementary to the park, complementary to the proposed development, which really hasn't changed. It's just been an additive to the podium itself. So I'm happy to answer any questions that may arise from the addition of the podium and to the podium through the addition of this site. In terms of the actual uses that are proposed, we understand there are some concerns from nearby residents about those uses. And so the current approach is to restrict those primarily to office uses to reflect the same kind of office uses that face the park, that currently face the park on the south side. And so that it's largely addresses, I believe, any concerns that may raise from the nearby residents. But other than that, I'm very pleased that that we finally have brought 15 Delisle into the project and look forward to seeing the project move forward. And just one big thank you. I know this has been an ongoing discussion with the councillor, staff, and the community. And everyone's had the patience to really stick through it and get to this endpoint. So we thought we got to the endpoint recently, but this is an even better endpoint now. So really thankful for everyone's continued attention to this.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, this is Councillor Matlow, I believe.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first of all, move the staff recommendation for the bylaw. And what this does is that it does restrict retail to Yonge Street and retains the existing bylaws that allows for office on the site on Delisle. I know that there is some interest by some community members about the potential for retail in the future, and that can be revisited, as I mentioned to the condo board owners on Delisle, when we work in earnest to look at the design and the purpose for our new expanded park. But that concept did raise significant concerns from nearby owners, and I've chosen to respect that. We did work really hard to see if it was possible to expand the park, and that legally wasn't possible. That being said, though, the park that's going to be adjacent to the site is going to be a large, new, wonderful park in the heart of Deer Park. So this has been a challenging project. There's been a lot of work put into it. I want to acknowledge all the nearby residents who have been part of our working group meetings, a lot of conversation, a lot of to and fro, and a lot of sometimes even struggle and debate, but we've arrived, I think, at a reasonable place. And I look forward to the fun part when we do work together to design this park and make it something really, really special adjacent to this site. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the mover? Seeing none, does anyone wish to speak to this item? No. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. That brings us to TE 23.15, 545 Commissioner Street, Site Plan Control Application and City-Initiated Zoning Bylaw Amendment Final Report. I have no deputants on this. Councillor Fletcher. Where did Councillor Fletcher go? She was just here. I see her name on the screen. Okay, I'm going to hold that down in my name until Councillor Fletcher is back with us. TE 23.16, 968 O'Connor Drive zoning amendment application final report. Members, please note there's a supplementary here as well. I have no deputants listed. Councillor Bailao, this is one of Councillor Bradford's items. It's number 16. So you're moving Councillor Bailao, can you just tell us verbally that you're moving this motion? Councillor Bailao, I can see your lips moving.
Oh, I've been trying to unmute myself.
There we go. Okay.
Finally. So on item 16, adopting staff recommendations. I don't think this is a motion for item 16.
Yes, we are. We're on 16. Okay, Councillor Bailao, I'm going to hold that in my name. If you could talk to your staff.
I'll reach out to them. The instructions I have is to adapt staff recommendations, but I'll confirm. Thank you.
Thank you. Item TE 23.17, 1245 DuPont Street and 1260 Dufferin Street, draft plan of subdivision application, final report. I have no deputants on this item. Councillor Bailao.
Staff recommendations.
On the staff recommendations, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 23.18, 536 and 538 Brunswick Avenue, part lot control exemption application, final report. I have a deputant listed here, Sean McGaffey. Sean, are you with us?
Hi. Hi, good afternoon, members.
Hi, Sean. Welcome. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes to address the committee. Start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I'll be as brief as possible, given today's agenda for you all, but really just here to be in support of the staff recommendations on the file. And for anyone who's been by the site, the townhouses are nearly finished construction with interior finishing currently happening. And this application will allow for the next phase of the project, which is the condominium registration. Happy to answer any questions with regard to the configuration of the poddles and the common elements, but other than that, in support of the staff recommendations.
That was brief, thank you. I have no deputants listed on this item, no more deputants listed on this item. Councillor Layton, over to you.
Move the staff recommendations.
On the staff recommendations, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 23.19, inclusion on the City of Toronto's Heritage Register, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, alterations to a heritage property and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement at 2946 Dundas Street West. And I have no deputants, but I have to actually check my notes, which will take me just a second. Okay, so I'm going to move the staff recommendations on this. Anyone else? No? So on our staff recommendations, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 23.20, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, alterations to a designated heritage property, authority to enter into a heritage agreement for 938, 944, and 950 King Street West, and 95, 97, and 99 Strawn Avenue. I have no deputants on this. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Chair. This is the Heritage Preservation Board components of the item we dealt with earlier, and I will move the recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 23.21. Alterations to a designated heritage property and amendment of existing heritage easement agreement for 126 John Street. I have no deputants listed on this. No questions of staff. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you. I'll move the staff recommendations. This is connected to the John Street final report we dealt with earlier.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 23.22, alterations to a designated heritage property and amendment of a heritage easement agreement 314 Jarvis Street. I have no deputants listed. Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Wong Tam. Oh no. Oh no. If you'll all just bear with me for a sec. Councillor Wong Tam. No, give me 1 sec. It's amazing. I type it in here. Yeah. Councillor Wong Tam, we're on item 2322, which is the heritage component for 314 Jarvis Street. There were no deputations.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Can you folks hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I apologize. Give me a second here. I'd like to move the staff recommendations and to grant the alterations. There is a communication that also came from the Toronto Preservation Board, and I want to thank the board members for their deliberation, as well as heritage planning staff. And I'll just speak very briefly to this matter. This particular property is one that has obviously significant heritage, but it's also been a file that I've been unfortunately with now for close to a decade. It was attached to a development, it's actually attached to a development site that runs from 308 Jarvis to 314 Jarvis. This particular property has, over the years in the east end of the city, been on the receiving end the attempts of demolition by various property owners. And recently it has actually suffered and survived 2 fires. But what it means is that the application that was originally supported through a settlement of the OMB has now needs to be amended once again. And so what you have before you, Mr. Chair, is actually the alterations to save a heritage building that has now survived what I would call 2 fires, as well as years of neglect. It is not anywhere close to being perfect. Very much, very far from that. If anything, we've lost significant parts of this building, which was once a stately Jarvis mansion, as many of those properties were along Jarvis Street. But we now have a developer, Greywood, who has retained a heritage engineer with significant experience in trying to rehabilitate and to integrate this heritage structure into the new development. And I'm very grateful for the staff who've done this work. And I just wanted to cite the fact that they've been working at this file for close to 10 years. They've had to review numerous applications, numerous revisions, and then after the fire, they were on site working with the heritage engineer and the developer to secure the property. And this is the final outcome of those discussions. And I want to thank them for their hard work. They have tried really hard. I know this because I've seen them try very hard to retain as much of the property as possible. But this is the very best we can do. And I'm hoping to see this project actually constructed and finished and properly occupied and animated. So we never have this heritage structure, the Dr. Sheard house, falling into any state of ill repair again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Any questions of the mover? Seeing none. Anyone else to speak? No. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 2323, inclusion on the City of Toronto's Heritage Register 103 Heath Street West. I have no deputants listed. Councillor Matlow.
Yes, let's do this. I support it.
Okay, no questions of the mover, no one else to speak. All those in favor, opposed, carried. This is how I like to do business, people. Item TE 23.24, inclusion on the City of Toronto Heritage Register 22 Rose Park Drive. We have a deputant listed on that. Pavani Das. Pavani?
Hi, can you hear me?
I certainly can. Welcome. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to address the committee. Start whenever you like.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My husband, Sunit Das, and I are the co-owners of 22 Rosa Park Drive. We recognize the significant effort that has gone into reviewing this property and its relevant history. With all due respect today, we ask that its inclusion on the heritage listing be denied. I apologize to those few here who have heard our story, and I will try to be brief. On June 18, 2020, we saw this property with my agent and a woman who would become our architect. Together, they have a combined 50 years of experience, and both felt the lot would be a great match for our needs. We were excited about the possibilities and made an offer the following day. We closed on August 14, 2020. From June to August, we examined this property from every angle. We retained Heather Doubledam, an eco-friendly, thoughtful, and well-regarded Toronto architect. She considered whether or not the building could be preserved and ultimately found the structural elements to be well below standard. We thus began the long process of planning a new build. We are not developers, we're not investors. We made this purchase for our young family. My husband is a neurosurgeon at St. Michael's and I'm an infectious disease doc at North York. We both worked through this pandemic with this project as our own silver lining for our future. To date, we've completed over 95% of the home's design, technical drawings, permitting phases. We have hired surveyors, arborists, geothermal engineers, structural engineers, a designated substance reviewer, spending countless hours and all of our dedicated budget up until this point. We've worked alongside our architects who have spent 8 months and hundreds of hours, and of course have paid them along the way as well. We submitted our zoning request in November and were granted this certificate in early January of this year. We were shocked when, on January 19, we learned of a potential inclusion of this property on the register. The prior owners had lived at 22 Rose Park Drive for over 60 years. A large addition had been made on the back in recent years, and we've since learned that a 2004 pamphlet on the history of Moore Park refers to this property. We struggled to understand how the topic of listing was broached now after all of these milestones have passed. As many of you may know, the Heritage Act toolkit states, quote, the property owner is a key player in a designation under the Ontario Heritage Act. As early as possible in the process, designation should be discussed with owners to ensure they are actively engaged in the process. It goes on to say, quote, once they understand the process, many owners are interested in designation as a way of expressing pride in their property and assuring it's protected for the future. For us, we truly believe it's too late to begin this heritage process. The spirit of the Heritage Act suggests that owners are engaged early on and provided an opportunity to see all the possibilities before them. But at this moment, we have invested all our time, effort, and money into this property for the past 8 months. Had we encountered a heritage consideration, we would have never purchased this house and certainly would have not invested further this fall. Since we learned of this issue in January, we have been paralyzed and frankly terrified. This isn't a second home or flip. We came to Toronto from the United States in 2010, and Canada has since become our permanent home. We looked for a property for 3 years, and when we arrived on this lot, we were thrilled. We love the ravine, the tree-lined streets, and the quiet calm of Moore Park. We have 2 young kids, and as physicians, we truly believe ourselves to be part of our community. Over the years, we helped no less than a dozen of our neighbors in Davisville with varied medical issues, from a dislocated elbow, a seizure, shingles, MRIs, and even removing splinters. We've done it all with great pride and great joy. I should add that we've had very thoughtful discussions with the Moore Park Residents Association, Councillor Layton, and the Heritage Board. all who have given significant time to this issue, and for that we are so grateful. We know it is a frustrating scenario, but it is our every intent to add to and not detract from the richness of the Moore Park community. We know we can do that. My husband is a bibliophile and a history buff. Ironically, we had hoped to move in part to house his ever-growing book collection. If there was an alternative route to honor the history of this home, we are certainly happy to entertain that avenue, as that is how we conduct our lives. At this point, my family and I can just not afford to lose all of what we've put into this project today. I hope you'll understand our perspective and our objection, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputy? I don't see any. Questions of staff? No. Councillor Layton?
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to move receipt of the motion. Dr. Das, I think that this has been a bumpy road in inviting you and welcoming you into the neighborhood. I hope that today we put an end to what has been a very difficult chapter. I am sure within a difficult chapter in the work that you're doing. This is not the way that this process is intended to work. I think for many on this committee, we have seen this happen and it not go in the same direction, where a property is bought and sold, and in the process of being flipped, the community is concerned over the loss of heritage, and the site isn't deemed a heritage asset, and the demolition is allowed to proceed. I don't take this decision lightly to receipt and move and stop moving forward the application to declare as having heritage value, because I think if you read the report, it clearly does. It's just the intent of the process. Something went wrong, and given the investment that you've made, given that at every point in time you attempted to find out if there were any issues around heritage, but there was no indication from the city. I think it's only fair for you to allow you to continue with your project and to be welcomed into the neighborhood that I know that your neighbors will do once your new home is built. And I'm sorry for the inconvenience this provided you. I think we learned a lot by this application, including that the intent of new owners is not always nefarious. And indeed, some people do their work to find out if there's heritage value before they purchase a property to demolish. And in this instance, with every intent of building what I hope will be a beautiful home and a long life in Moore Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton, before we go any further, I've been consulting with the clerk, and I don't believe this is a delegated authority. So my recommendation to you would be that you amend your motion slightly to say that Toronto East York Community Council recommend to City Council that they receive the item.
That sounds fine to me, but rest assured, Dr. Dawes, it will be received at Council.
Okay. Are there any questions of the mover? Does anyone else want to speak to this item? Seeing none, all those in favor of the recommendation of Councillor Layton, opposed, that carries. Item TE 23.25, inclusion on the City of Toronto's Heritage Register, 55 Elm Street, 650 Bay Street, and 57 to 71 Elm Street. Philip Evans is the first listed deputant. Philip, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Philip. Welcome. I'll give you 5 minutes to address the committee. Start whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much. My name is Philip Evans. I'm with ERA Architects. We are the heritage consultant representing Lentera for this site. They are the property owners at 55 to 61 Elm Street. They're currently in discussion and under contract 63 to 71 Elm Street. ERA was engaged in early 2020 after Lentera had learned that the site might have heritage value, which they found out about after submitting a demolition permit on the site. Our task was to develop a cultural heritage evaluation report that we would have the opportunity to share with staff so that Lantera could understand what the value of the site was. Clearly, there was some value on the site, what it was, and how we might inform conservation goals for the site and inform strategies for any future development. We have completed our share cultural heritage evaluation report, but there is not yet a development concept under consideration. When we learned that the site was proposed to be listed 2 weeks ago, we requested at TPB that the item be deferred 1 month. And that would give us an opportunity to share our historical research and the story and narrative around the value and our assessment of the property in hoping to find a shared sense of value for the site. It would also allow us to provide input on the conservation goals and objectives for the future site development ahead of an application being developed. We made this request because I'll be honest with you, lately, we've been hearing a lot from folks at Toronto Preservation Board and at HPS that they would be interested in being part of the process earlier and informing the trajectory of a development proposal well before it comes in as a complete finalized application. Currently, TPB does not have that mandate to engage in this type of collaboration with proponents and their consultant team. In fact, there is currently no mechanism for collaborative identification of cultural value that may relate to any site-specific goals for conservation or objectives outside of a demolition permit or by submitting a complete application. Again, I'm not here today to ask for a deferral. What I'm here today to ask for in my letter that I had provided was to request that TPB and HPS be allowed to engage with our team in identifying a shared sense of cultural value on this site and have input, a rare opportunity to have input in the early stages of what conservation goals on this site with this unique value may have. It's my belief that we can provide greater clarity, inclusivity, and accessibility of the heritage planning process in Toronto if this occurs more often. Property owners who invest in applications, I think many of us can appreciate they're pot committed, so to speak, and when a property is registered on the city's register of heritage properties, they are subject to the general policies for the city of Toronto. Many of the sites we are seeing have unique cultural value and require unique conservation goals and strategies, which are unclear at the outset of a project. We really would appreciate this mandate as an opportunity. The owner of this property is very interested in opening to do this in a collaborative way. And I thank everyone for the opportunity to speak and any consideration you might have of this item. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Philip. Are there any questions of the deputant? I don't see any. That was the only deputant I had listed on this item. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Layton, over to you.
Yes, thank you. I'll move the staff recommendations. I would just add, if I can figure out between now and council a mechanism to formally direct HBS staff to work with the TPB on developing exactly what you described as how these, because it's clear something will happen on this site. This isn't like the moving of these properties isn't to neutralize the site from development. Clearly something's going to happen. But if there is a way to encourage a dialogue between TPB, HPS, and the applicant about the future and the value of this site and how it is to be interpreted in the future, I would love to explore that in advance of the application moving forward and perhaps hitting several speed bumps along the way. Let me put some thought into it heading to council, and I'll see if there's anything we can do. If not, perhaps there's something that we can do on the TPB side to initiate some kind of working group amongst interested parties and HPS to look at how it could be interpreted in the form of an application. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? I can't see the rest of the committee. That's me, that's not the committee. Okay, questions of the mover? Seeing none. Anyone else to speak? No. On the item then, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Next, item TE 23.26, 1521 Queen Street West zoning bylaw amendment application request for direction. The first deputant I have listed is Ariane DiNardo. Ariane, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I certainly can. Welcome, Ariane. You have 5 minutes. Start whenever you're ready.
Thank you to the chair and the committee for the opportunity to speak. My name is Ariane DiNardo. I've lived in Parkdale for 10 years, and for 8 of these years, I've lived a step away from 1521 Queen Street West. I'm a member of the Justice for Queens Hotel Community Coalition, and in agreement with the request for directions report, I call on the TEYCC to deny Bazaar's rezoning application at the LPAT. I ask that you deny this application unless they replace the 27 affordable dwelling rooms that tenants were violently and unlawfully evicted from in 2015 and provide new units to the impacted tenants or tenants in similar need. I was a neighbor to the tenants of Queens Hotel. We shared the same laundry facilities, convenience store, and even the bar Anna's Place. In the week leading up to the evictions, there was an ominous feeling on the block. I noticed an increase in verbal altercations going late into the night. I noticed many of my neighbors were suddenly missing and even posted on Facebook to ask if anyone knew what was going on. It felt like the collective stress was absorbed in the summer humidity hanging over us. I woke up on August 7th to chaos outside. I recall the shouting, the cops, the Red Cross truck, and the media. I saw people dragging suitcases and pushing grocery carts full with whatever they could salvage. The silence that descended after the tenants were forced away was harrowing. Later, the sidewalk outside Queen's Hotel was strewn with personal belongings, furniture, clothing, shoes, notebooks, even a stuffed animal. I saw the sign on the hotel door informing tenants to call the Red Cross or park if they had nowhere to go. To this day, I am haunted by the memory and the residue of trauma every time I walk past 1521. I found out 3 people died because of these evictions, 2 of which were by suicide. I also have 2 other friends who are former Parkdale community members that died on the streets after being intimidated out of their homes by landlords. Urban development should not come at the cost of human life. The mass unlawful eviction by Bazaar conducted in 2015 reflects the urgent loss of rooming houses, which targets and displaces tenants made vulnerable by the prevailing social and economic paradigms. These issues are more prescient than ever, with the global pandemic, rising unemployment, a looming eviction crisis, a shelter system at capacity now rampant with COVID, and criminalization of folks living in and supporting encampments. We must hold predatory developers to account and make sure that good planning policy includes human interests. I am calling on you councillors to vote to deny the rezoning at 1521 Queen Street West at the local planning appeal tribunal. More specifically, I'm asking you to amend the request for directions report to include the following recommendations from the Justice for Queens Hotel Coalition. 1, deny the application unless it proposes to replace the 27 affordable dwelling rooms. The replacement units must be equivalent to the residential GFA of the dwelling rooms that were present at the time of the evictions and must be provided to impacted tenants or tenants in similar need at a deeply affordable rate for 99 years. 2, recommend a legal agreement, specifically a community benefits agreement that includes a robust replacement plan for the 27 units and mechanisms for community oversight through key community stakeholders. 3, name the documented offenses that Bazaar committed under the Residential Tenancies Act that took place at the site in 2015. And 4, formally condemn Bazaar for their disregard of tenant rights and the threat they pose to the community at large. I ask for full compensation for impacted tenants from 2015 by providing immediate and guaranteed stable housing. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Ariane. Are there any questions? No? Ariane, thank you for coming today and sharing your thoughts with us. Next, I have Ivy Farquhar-McDonald. Ivy, are you with us?
Hi.
Hi, Ivy. Very well, thank you. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes in which you can address the committee.
Thanks very much. I want to thank the chair and committee for providing the opportunity to speak. I just want to flag for the chair that I will be speaking on behalf of the Justice for Queens Hotel Coalition, which Ariane is also a member. Jared Epp, who is later in the speakers list, was going to depute for the coalition, but he had to leave the meeting for other things. So I'll be speaking in his place now. My name is Ivy Parker-McDonald, and I am a member of the Justice for Queens Hotel Coalition. The Justice for Queens Hotel Coalition formed in 2019 in response to the BSAR group of companies' development application to build an 8-story, 78 rental unit mixed-use building on the same site where they had conducted a mass unlawful eviction of 27 rooming house tenants in 2015. Predatory developers like BSAR are directly responsible for building unlivable communities, yet the city's good planning policies are nearly incapable of holding them accountable. In the coalition's eyes, good planning should reject developments that are only made possible through displacement. Instead, good planning should be accountable to the community well-being and dignity. While we as a coalition are glad to see the strong stance that staff are recommending the city take at the LPAT, particularly the assurance that some of the affordable rental be replaced through the rental replacement bylaw, we are not confident that there will be a just outcome, and so our coalition wants to take our demands further. We are looking to you, councillors, to stand up for our community by voting to oppose the development of a luxury rental building at 1521 Queen Street West at the LPAT. This recommendation is in agreement with the request for director's report. However, we are also asking Community Council to amend this report to include the following 4 recommendations. 1, deny the application unless it proposes to replace the 27 affordable dwelling rooms from which tenants were violently, swiftly, and unlawfully evicted by BSAR in 2015. The replacement of affordable dwelling units must be equivalent to the residential GFA of the dwelling units which were present at the time of the unlawful evictions in 2015 and must be provided to the impacted tenants or tenants in similar need at a deeply affordable rate for 99 years. 2, seeking a legal agreement, specifically a community benefits agreement, that includes a robust replacement plan for the 27 detenanted units and mechanisms for community oversight through community stakeholders. 3, naming all of the documented offenses under the RTA that took place at this site, including BSAR pleading guilty to 4 counts of unlawfully recovering possession of a rental unit with a total fine of $14,000. And 4, formally condemn BSAR group of companies for their disregard of tenant rights and the threat they pose to the community at large. I support the call for full compensation for impacted tenants from 2015 by providing for immediate and guaranteed stable housing. By championing these recommendations, City Council has the opportunity to send a message to all predatory developers like BSAR who think they can kick out rooming house tenants to make their fortunes. We need justice for the former tenants of the Queen's Hotel, and we can't afford to lose one more deeply affordable unit in this neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ivy. Are there any questions for Ivy? No, I don't see any. Ivy, thank you so much for coming and sharing that with us today. Next, I have Max Kelly. Max, are you with us?
Hello.
Hi, Max. So thank you for coming and welcome. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to address the community. Please start when, or the committee. Please start whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to the chair and the committee for allowing me to speak today. This is my first time giving a deputation. My name is Max Kelly. I was born and raised in Toronto and have spent most of my life living here. Obviously, I've seen the city change in profound ways, and although change is not always a bad thing, when it comes at the cost to the most vulnerable members of our city, it must be addressed. Parkdale is not only a neighborhood that I've lived in, it's also where I've worked. Since 2017, I have been employed full-time at the Parkdale Activity Recreation Center. And in my time working at Park, I have made many friends who have been victim to questionable, if not downright illegal, eviction practices. but none have been as violent and abhorrent as what befell the tenants of 1521 Queen Street West in 2015 at the hands of the Bazaar Corporation. I see the proposed development at 1521 Queen Street West as a clear example of how powerful, influential property developers such as Bazaar are causing profound and irreversible loss to the few remaining affordable neighborhoods in Toronto. Too often, these developments pass before the community can respond, but not this time. This time, we have come together as neighbors and friends in the hope that you may be able to represent the interests of not just the development corporations, but of the vulnerable members of our community and of the 27 tenants that were evicted. I call on the Toronto East York Community Council to oppose Bazaar's rezoning application at the local planning appeal tribunal. I'm asking the Community Council to amend this report to include the following recommendations from the Justice for Queens Hotel Coalition. Denying the application unless it proposes to replace the 27 affordable dwelling rooms from which tenants were violently evicted by Bazaar in 2015. The replacement of these affordable dwelling room units must be equivalent to the residential GFA of the units which were present at the time of the unlawful evictions in 2015 and must be provided to the impacted tenants or tenants in similar need at a deeply affordable rate for 99 years. It's asked to seek a legal agreement, specifically a community benefits agreement that includes a robust replacement plan for the 27 tenanted units and mechanisms for community oversight through key community stakeholders. I asked that naming all the documented offenses under the Residential Tenancies Act that took place at this site, including Bazaar's pleading guilty to the 4 counts of unlawfully recovering possession of a rental unit, a total fine of $14,000. Lastly, I asked to formally condemn Bazaar group of companies for their total disregard of tenant rights and the threat they pose to the community at large. I support the call for full compensation of the impacted tenants from 2015 by providing for immediate and guaranteed stable housing. Thank you for your time. Thank you to the committee for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Are there any questions? Seeing none, Max, thank you so much for sharing that with us today. The next deputant I have is Carl Kajawa. Carl, are you here?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. And thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to address the committee.
Okay, thank you, Chair Perks. Thank you, councillors, for allowing me to speak. What I want to just talk about is that I'm with the, my name's Carl Kuyava, and I'm with the Justice for Queens Hotel Community Coalition. And I want to see justice as well. Have those demands met that were spoken. And so I've been living in Parkdale for 12 years, and I'm receiving ODSP because of a disability. And I find a lot of barriers to get high-paying employment. I've done university, but I might consider going back to university, but I have to be realistic and look for training in some other field where I can make a living. But I can't afford market rate rent, and that's difficult. And I feel for those that were displaced, and those that are struggling to try to keep up with the fast-paced world that we live in. And it's fast paced. There's no way to keep up with it. You know, we need a buffer of some sort. I find that sustainable community development should be the priority of the city and province. Real estate speculation is destroying the neighborhoods by pushing out low-income people. So I find that the real estate should be tamed. The real estate industry should be tamed in some way through some kind of mechanisms. Like I know there's a policy planning and implementation gap. There's a lot of gaps I see that need to be somehow structured in a way that would be sustainable for the future. So so that's my concern. And the last thing I just want to say, I've got written down here, is that like there should be a design of market mechanisms would involve a coordinated effort of all stakeholders that would include us in the community, that favors strong sustainable communities for the future to close the planning and implementation gap. I want to see greater oversight by the communities in the design of market mechanisms that control the negative impacts from market forces. You know, people should come before profits, especially those that are vulnerable, you know, and the marginalized. So we have work to do, but I find that if we make the effort, we can have much more a just society to live in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Are there any questions of the deputy? No? Carl, thanks so much for sharing that with us this afternoon. Next, I have Mary Margaret Jelinas. Mary Margaret, are you here? Mary Margaret? Mary Margaret, if you can hear me, we've unmuted you at our end.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Hello. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, hello. Great. Thank you so much.
So I'm going to welcome to Community Council. You've got 5 minutes to address the committee. Start whenever you're ready.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thanks for providing me with the chance to talk about the development proposal for 1521 Queen Street West, a former single-room occupancy SRO hotel in Parkdale. My name is Mary Margaret Jelena, and I'm speaking to you from the room that I've been renting on Queen Street in Parkdale since 2014. When I heard that 27 of my neighbors at the Queen's Hotel were evicted with almost no notice, I was very worried about their ability to find a new home anywhere in the city. Cheap and accessible places for single people were disappearing fast because of high-rise redevelopment schemes, a lack of new rental housing stock being built, and of course, impossibly long wait lists for social housing. Specifically in Parkdale, shared accommodations like rooming houses were being reconverted back into single-family homes, Airbnbs, and higher-end rentals. With so few housing options for single, low-income people, to me it was clear that unless someone was really lucky, Queen's Hotel residents were being forced into Toronto's overcapacitated shelter system and other unsafe and unstable housing situations known to result in a shortened life expectancy. Shamefully, this is exactly what happened to 27 of my neighbors. Now, 6 years later, we are living in a pandemic that yet again reveals how in order to survive, people require decent, safe housing. I appreciate some of the recommendations that planning staff have made for Pizarro's proposal to be considered good planning. In particular, the need for Pizarro to attend to the rental replacement of dwelling units. But I think 27 single dwelling units need to be replaced, not 8 two-bedrooms. I understand SROs might seem less desirable to some communities, But in Parkdale, we value housing for low income and no income people. Stable, safe housing for our friends, neighbors, and ourselves. I believe that the development of 1521 Queen West still has the potential to set a good precedent for anti-displacement housing policy in Toronto. This community council can make recommendations that can alter the development process just enough that both the developer and the community benefit. To me, this would show that the city values the lives of low income, disabled, and others in need of stable housing. The city can help restore 27 deeply affordable dwelling units that are so needed for the safety of vulnerable people. Parkdale is more than just an academic case study for diversity or gentrification. It is full of highly capable, empathetic, and caring residents, workers, and anchor institutions who can engage with developers to create safe, fair, and profitable economies. These are people that I trust. Working together, we can negotiate a community benefits agreement that will make sure the neighborhood has housing that is affordable in perpetuity. I keep hearing councillors cite the law and provincial legislation and other barriers for creating affordable housing. So instead, why don't you try and let Parkdale help with fixing the process? I am part of the Justice for Queens Hotel Community Coalition, so now I'll share our collective message. So the community demands that, in agreement with the request for directions report, I call on the Toronto East York Community Council to oppose Bazaar's rezoning application at the local planning appeal tribunal. However, I am asking Community Council to amend this report to include the following recommendations from the Justice for Queens Hotel Coalition. 1, deny the application unless it proposes to replace the 27 affordable dwelling rooms from which tenants were violently and unlawfully evicted by Bazaar in 2015. The replacement affordable dwelling rooms or units should be equivalent to the residential GFA of the dwelling rooms and units which were present at the time of the unlawful evictions in 2015 and must be provided to the impacted tenants or tenants in similar need at a deeply affordable rate for 99 years. 2, recommend a legal agreement, specifically a community benefits agreement that includes a robust replacement plan for the 27 units and mechanisms for community oversight through key community stakeholders. 3, name all the documented offenses under the Residential Tenancies Act that took place at this site. 4, formally condemn Bazaar Group companies for their disregard of tenant rights and the threat that they pose to the community at large. I support the call for full compensation for impacted tenants from 2015 by providing for immediate and guaranteed stable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Margaret. Are there any questions? No, Mary Margaret, thank you for sharing that with us today. Next, I have Ana Teresa Portillo. Ana Teresa, you here?
Hello, Councillor Gord Perks. Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Very well. So we're going to give you 5 minutes to address the committee. You've done it before. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Ana Teresa Portillo. I work as the community benefits organizer for the Parkdale People's Economy, which is a network of 30 community organizations and hundreds of residents working towards equitable development, decent work, and shared wealth. Thank you to council members for this time to talk. Thank you as well to the city staff who put together the request for directions report before council today. I ask the council to accept the recommendation to oppose this applicant at future LPAT proceedings. Bazaar Group of Companies rezoning application and stewardship of 1521 Queen Street West since they took ownership in 2015 has shown a complete disregard for the most basic management and planning standards. Councillors have an opportunity today to make an example of this developer and send a clear signal that the city will use all its levers to not only implement its own planning policies, but also to embed community participatory planning mechanisms within private development projects. In the second week of April 2020, in the midst of a global pandemic, the Parkdale Neighborhood Land Trust and Parkdale Activity Recreation Center was supporting a tenant who was being evicted because they were unable to pay their rent as the film industry where they worked was shut down. Bazaar was told that if the tenant was evicted with such little notice, it would constitute a serious threat both to his health and potentially the public at large. Bazaar evicted this tenant with nowhere to go on Monday, April 6, 2020. This developer remains unconcerned with the well-being of its tenants or the well-being of the Parkdale community, and will persist to do harm unless held accountable and monitored over time. I implore the council to take seriously the community recommendations put forward by the Justice for Queens Hotel Community Coalition. In particular, to seek a legal agreement, specifically a community benefits agreement that includes 1, a robust replacement plan for the 27 detenanted units or for the equivalent gross floor area, and 2, mechanisms for community oversight through key community stakeholders. All rental housing matters, including rental replacement units, should be secured through agreements registered title to the site and also include community oversight mechanisms through key community stakeholders. In 2015, Bazaar conducted a mass, unlawful, and violent eviction of 27 tenants that had been made persistently vulnerable. So that today, on February 24th, 2021, they can attempt to secure their ability to develop housing that will be unaffordable and threaten Parkdale's culture of diversity, inclusivity, affordability, and equity. Just adjacent to this property are not only heritage buildings that will be overtaken by the proposed structure, but also a burgeoning community hub, including park, and deeply affordable housing at Edmund Place and 1501 Queen Street West. Lastly, I will highlight the community call to condemn this applicant Bazaar group of companies for their disregard of tenant rights and the threat they pose to the community at large. We call for full compensation of impacted tenants from 2015, but providing for immediate and guaranteed stable housing. I thank the council very much for the time to speak today.
Thank you, Ana Teresa. Are there any questions? No, seeing none. Ana Teresa, thank you for sharing those thoughts with us today. Next, I have listed Mercedes Sharp-Zayas. Mercedes?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Mercedes, you've done this before. You've got 5 minutes. Go whenever you're ready.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. Hello, counselors. Thank you for having me. I was actually just about to have to jump off because I'm about to get vaccinated. But I am here on behalf of the Parkdale People's Economy, which is a network of 30 different community-based organizations, as well as hundreds of community members in Parkdale. In alignment with all the deputations you've heard so far, I'm here to support the request for directions report calling on Toronto and East York Community Council to oppose Bazaar's rezoning application for 1521 Queen Street West at the LPAT. However, similarly, I am asking you to amend this report to include the following recommendations from the Justice for Queens Hotel. First, we're hoping that you can deny the application unless it proposes to replace 27 affordable dwelling rooms from which the tenants were violently and unlawfully evicted by Bazaar in 2015. And one of the big new asks we're asking for here is specifically that the affordability rate be extended to a permanent affordability. So we're calling for 99 years. We're asking you to seek a legal agreement, specifically a CBA. And we're also asking you to name all the documented offenses under the Residential Tenancies Act that took place at this site. And finally, we're asking to formally condemn Bazaar group of companies for the disregard of tenant rights and the threat they pose to the community at large. Just in terms of some background context, we actually see the move that Bazaar made to go to the LPAT as effectively minimizing community involvement in the planning process. That being said, members of the Parkdale community, led by Justice for Queens Hotel Coalition, are making their voices heard by calling on you to demand that any development on this site must include the replacement of units, and specifically the call to do this through a community benefits agreement. Community benefits agreements are emerging as a best new practice in planning, evidenced by the city's CBA commitment, which undergirds public infrastructure projects. The coalition sees this not only as an opportunity for Bazaar to set a precedent in responsive community-driven development, but also as a necessary form of justice to those who were coercively removed from their homes 6 years ago. Parkdale and other communities are insisting on equitable forms of development in their neighborhoods that benefit existing residents by prioritizing the needs of community members at risk of displacement. We are saying no to predatory developers like Bazaar and no to the accumulation of wealth through the displacement and dispossession of community members. We've also been working in solidarity with community groups across the downtown West to connect the dots between several predatory developments that you are reviewing today. These developments each are located within a 30-minute walk from each other and represent the possible loss of at least 116 deeply affordable units if council votes to approve the applications. And of course, as we heard earlier, one of these specifically was another rooming house known as the Palace Arms Hotel. We have also been drawing the dots between the loss of these vital rooming houses and the wider housing crisis impacting our city, most notably the shameful misuse of city funds towards an injunction against Khalil Sebright and his life-affirming tiny shelters, instead of using this funding towards preserving and expanding housing supports, as well as the limited supports for tenants in Parkdale who went without heat, water, and electricity this past week during power outages that is potentially believed to have resulted from the construction of a contested condo development at King and Dufferin. On the surface, it would seem easy for multi-million-dollar developers to find a way to subsidize the replacement of units. For instance, if Bazaar's existing proposals, inadequate 3-car spaces, were expanded to the city's required 53, and these were rented to the typical $200 a month that already provides over a third of the $27,000 in rent from the units in line with the city's affordable renting housing guidelines. We actually have this submitted to you as well in a letter if you wanted to review those actual numbers. And we recognize once again, Bazaar's other properties we know rent at the lowest at $1,850 a month, which is almost double the affordability level across the city. So based on all of these contexts, as well as we already know, the inaccessibility of the LPAT process and it being criticized for being run by ex-developer lobbyists, we're calling on councillors to take a strong stance against this developer and to demonstrate that good planning policy can only be achieved when we prioritize community voices in achieving community well-being and shared wealth. So thanks so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Mercedes. Are there any questions? No? Mercedes, thank you for sharing your thoughts today. Next, I have listed Victor Willis. Victor, can you hear me? Victor, we've unmuted you at our end. Victor? Okay, what I'm going to do, guys, is put a hold on Victor and we'll go to the next. Next, I have listed Bob Rose. Bob, if you can hear me, you need to connect your microphone at your end. No? Okay, we'll put Bob on hold and move next to Tom Ermitas. Tom?
Can you hear me?
Hello, is this Tom?
Yes.
Hi, Tom. Welcome. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to address the committee. Start whenever you're ready.
What I'd like to know is when everybody gets together and plans all this crap, you're going to turn around and get 1521 Mr. Bazaar his permission. We have a lot of problems with those buildings. They're a historical site, okay, for one. For two, when I came here, I lived in Parkdale since 1959. And this is my home. I fell on hard times and I had to move. Both my parents, as everybody else, has passed away. After that, I moved into 1521 Queen Street West. I've seen a lot. I've seen the proprietors of the building were doing very good. A lot of things went on in there that weren't supposed to, but they did. But the worst part of it is, at the end of the day, I watched everybody get kicked out of there. We lost everything. And you expect us now to give him permission or to oversee what he's offering. It's garbage. He shouldn't be allowed to do anything with it. He shouldn't even own it. This man has caused so much hurt to people. Not only people that live there, but people that are in the area. People are so upset. I don't have to point out anybody. But you know what he's done the most? A lot of people are dead because of him that live there. You call that fair? You call peanuts that he gave us fair? Park stepped in. A lot of other community centers stepped in to help us because we had nothing, nowhere to go. All our stuff, all our belongings, all the stuff that we had been given to by our parents, family members, got tossed. It's not fair. I don't want to see this happen. Punishment fits the crime. To me, he's committed the utmost worst crime. I know that everybody says racism. I work with Jewish people all my life, but never have I seen somebody this corrupt in my life. I swear on a stack of Bibles, this is not fair. You want to give him permission to build this place? Go ahead. What's he going to do? Give us what? One floor? All right. People suffered. People died, are dead now because of what happened. I lost good people, good friends, because ODs. Why? Because they had nowhere to go. When we left the hotels that we were assigned to, what then? They gave us pocket change to try and rebuild our lives. By that time, it was too late. We had nothing anyway. Couldn't rebuild our lives. I still have nothing. The only thing I do have is I have Park to help me, and I have one small apartment. Not fair to any of us. I don't want to see any of us allow this. I hope and I pray that everybody opens up their eyes and see what the SAR's really like. We don't care about people. We care about their pocket. So I would honestly hope nothing goes with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Next, I have listed Treva Bonadurenko.
Oh.
Treva?
Hello, Gord Perks. I have a recording that Treva has here. Can I play it for the council?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand that.
Treva was here earlier in the morning. She had to get going. We're at the auditorium at Park.
Oh,
we have a
okay.
couple of folks here.
All
And she
right.
was able to do a recording. Can I play it for council?
Sure.
Thank you very much.
I lived at home. Okay, I'm Treva Bonadurenko. I lived at the hotel for about 3 years. Okay, I'm going to tell you, when they took over, they put a note on doors saying that everybody had a month to move. And within 2 days, then it became everybody's got to move in 2 weeks. And then it became 1 week. So when I saw that posted, I ripped it off the door and brought it to park it to Bob Rose. So what these guys did were they used park members as muscle, which really ticked me off. And then I can't believe they actually got away with this. Sherry DeNova was down there with Bob Rose. And even to think about it, how these guys got away with it, it's just beyond me. Okay, I support justice for Queens Hotel. Community coalition demands it is needed, and we have to support it.
Thank you very much, Gord Perks.
Thank you. Okay, members, that concludes the list of deputants I have on this item. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm just going to check again to see if either Victor Willis or Bob Rose is connected. Victor, Bob, can you?
Can you hear me?
Hey, is that you, Bob?
Yeah.
Hey, man. Okay, so we finally connected you. You've done
great.
this before. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you all for letting me speak today. Well, just personally, I've lived in Parkdale for 40 years, so I'm partly here as a Parkdale citizen. And of course, I have a history of parks that goes back almost as long as that. That includes working with the actual eviction. Now, everybody's heard lots about the eviction itself, its criminal nature, and the mighty effort by agencies and others to prevent that illegal eviction, which was unsuccessful. But what I want to start with is my attendance at a church service about a year after that eviction. And the memorial was for a young man who had been living at Queen's Hotel, someone I had met, who at the time was living there, was working. And no doubt he had some health issues for sure. He had a wife and child in Winnipeg, but he was working towards recovery. He was building decks with a friend partner in Parkdale at the time of the eviction. And a year later, we were burying him. He had moved after the eviction to another site where he promptly got, like within a year, a notice that he would be displaced from there as well. I believe it was the Palace Arms. Or he was under threat of that happening. And that's when he took his life. So that's just a reminder just how serious it is when people become homeless, but how serious, even more serious it is when power makes people homeless. And when I spoke to his friend, he was grieving, and he made me grieve even more because I've buried many, many people in my career, and many of those folks have been homeless. And, you know, we are having this experience in Parkdale, which is not unlike the experience across this city of large corporations taking over housing stock that's affordable and embarking on strategies which we know are designed to displace people. We could name them Timber Creek, Starlight, Achilles, and the list goes on. So now we have Bazar D to add, Bazar R to add to that list, which are, you know, this is a criminal developer. They came to a community meeting at Park and they saw the fury and the grief of the community. The room was packed, Gord was there. And they made an apology and said they would meet with the community. They did it in the room, and they actually approached me and said that they were prepared to meet. But we haven't heard a word from them since. That's years in the making from the actual eviction time. So now here they are asking for approval of their rezoning application, which you must deny. And they're also asking to be allowed to go forward with a project to build housing when they're bringing a criminal record to the table. So that you must also support, which is what the Justice Coalition is bringing to you, saying they need to recognize, it needs to be documented what they did, and they need to pay reparation costs to those folks that they hurt. It's, and I heard the conversation around the Palace Arms, so it's very concerning. The fact that we are forced to be working you folks are supposed to be working so hard to make a developer do the bare minimum to provide social housing, affordable housing, like deeply affordable housing for people, when we know the need for housing is so deep across the city, and we are not seeing social housing being built. And I know it's not just the responsibility of the city, it's the responsibility of the province and the feds to spend some of those billions of dollars that they have on the housing our people need. So I'm going to ask you to support the Justice Coalition demands, but I'm also going to ask you to think about this. It's just, I can't think of a more appropriate site for expropriation than this property, given what this developer has done. And there is a precedent in the neighborhood. It exists just up the street, which was a rooming house that was run by a terrible landlord who put people's lives at risk, and people died in that property because it was bad housing. And then eventually more people died when it burnt down, and it's set there on the street, derelict, until finally the city expropriated it. Well, I would say you could use the same criteria around this property. Maybe not right this moment, because there's a process going on, but I wouldn't be surprised to see this.
Bob, I gotta ask you to wind up.
Turn back and want to sell the property. And I think that at that point, the city should intervene. So that's my presentation. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Bob. Any questions? No, seeing none. Bob, thank you for that. I understand Victor's connected by phone now. Victor,
can you hear me now?
Hello there.
Hey, Victor.
Okay, good. Hi, Mark.
Thank you so much for assisting with the technical problems, and good afternoon, and thank you to the Toronto East York Community Council and to the Chair Gord and the city staff. My name is Victor Willis, and I've had the privilege to serve as the Executive Director of PARC, which is the Parkdale Activity Recreation Center, for 22 years. PARC has been supporting people with mental health and substance use histories for over 40 years. During these 4 decades, there have been countless examples of enterprising groups seeking their own gain at the expense and exploitation of those who've had to seek housing within dwellings owned by these entrepreneurs. So it was not necessarily a surprise when in the summer of 2015, PARC staff became aware of the illegal eviction of a number of people living in the rooming house on the 2nd floor of 1521 Queen West. We contacted the City Office of Emergency Management as this developer's unlawful action was covered by the rooming house emergency protocol. PARC staff, Wood Green Community Services staff, city employees, the Parkdale Neighborhood Land Trust, and the Parkdale Community Legal Services, along with the Red Cross, all came together to support these newly homeless individuals. We immediately witnessed the impact on this group of tenants who expressed enormous concern about where they would be able to live. This was, and of course still is, a huge area of precarity and risk for people on a limited income. Dwelling rooms and units are being lost daily across our city. As the weeks and months went by, 2 of the tenants died as a direct effect of having lost their housing and the resulting mental and physical health impacts they experienced. Quite frankly, this address will be haunted with the tenant lives lost during the developers' callous evictions in pursuit of their economic gain. Although no amount of money can bring these people back, the Justice for Queens Hotel Coalition proposal of replacing the dwelling rooms and offering first refusal to the evicted tenants is the least that the developer can do. Similarly, naming the documented offenses, seeking a legal agreement, a community benefits agreement, and the formal condemnation of the actions of the Bassar group of companies with respect to the disregard of tenants' rights are at a minimum what must be done to resolve the harms done to this community. If the developer is unwilling to adopt the recommendations of the Justice for Queens Hotel Coalition, then Toronto East York Council must deny the application. And I just want to echo, listening to the tenants, Tom, Treva, and the other deputants this afternoon, it brings back what was, of course, a terribly dark day and dark set of circumstances that were beset upon us. And, I have actually been on the community council. I've been listening to the entire meeting. So you guys have actually been wrestling with a number of very important issues across the considerations. And some of those considerations are based on profit, and some of them, of course, are also based on affordable housing, and to those successes, congratulations. But when these pursuit of profit actually has a direct impact on a loss of life, and the kind of terrible things that we saw and experienced and witnessed that befell the tenants, this is, of course, a somewhat different story and a somewhat different effect on the, as Gord so eloquently put earlier today, the way that the framework of property over people. Park and a number of our partners really do believe that there is a way to achieve appropriate responses, and that in fact development can happen that also allows for affordable housing and the other kinds of housing that the market thinks that is available. But I think in this case there is a market difference, and so I just want to leave our comments and my comments for the reflection of the Community Council, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Victor. Are there any questions for Victor? Okay, seeing none. Victor, thank you very much for sharing that with us this afternoon. That takes us through our speakers list. Are there any questions of staff? No? Okay. I'm going to speak. I want to begin with a motion. So I want to add to the report from staff the following motion: that City Council condemn the illegal eviction of tenants at 521 Queen Street West by the Beazer Group of companies. You hear our Premier and his cabinet ministers and their political allies talking all the time about how if we just cut the red tape and let the private market do more development, we would have more affordable housing. That's what they say. Today, you've heard from a number of people who have sketched out for you what the face of those policies actually is. If you cut the red tape, people die. People die, and someone who started out with a bunch of money makes a bunch more. That's what this development is about. Some people died, and somebody with a bunch of money is going to make a bunch more. We need, as a society, to do a much better job of turning our belief that everyone's entitled to food, shelter, and clothing into the way we actually conduct ourselves in the world. Some people call that red tape. I call it just basic decency and justice. City staff have done what they could. We tried, the community tried, we all tried. We invited the head of this group of companies to sit down in a working group with us and talk these things through. When he was in front of the community, he said, sure, I'll do it. Then when I tried to set the meetings up, I said, you've got to deal with this issue, this outstanding issue of these people who were evicted. And all of a sudden he had no interest, none at all, in working with the community. Instead, He said, I don't even want to work with the city. I'm just going to go to the provincial appeal body and roll my dice there to see if I can make my money that way. This is not how you house people. This is not a housing system. This is the opposite of a housing system. This is just vampires. And, you know, I wish to God that community council had the power to just tell this guy, no, you broke the law, you broke lives, we won't consider it. But unfortunately, that's not the way the law works. The way the law works is we ask our staff to evaluate the application and they write us a report, and they've written a report which advocates that we go as far as we possibly can in within the context of current planning law to try to make this into a better application and see if we can get some rental replacement. You know, staff have done everything that they're capable of doing, and everyone on this committee knows it's not enough, but that means we have to change the rules and continue to fight for a housing system which really does make housing a human right, not just a way to make money. So that's my motion. I'm also moving the staff report, which recommends that we go to the LPAT to oppose this. Are there any questions, or does anyone else want to speak to the item? No? Okay. We'll take my motion and the item, and I'd like to record this, please. All those in favor? Councillor Bailao, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Layton, myself, Councillor Perks. That's unanimous. Okay. On to the
Councillor Perks. No, nothing. Don't.
Sorry, Mike. Go ahead. Floor is yours.
No. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'll hold my matter of privilege and frustration till another time when my head can fully grasp the magnitude of how terrible that last applicant was.
Yeah. Okay. Now, after lunch, we had to skip over. Yes?
Mr. Chair, that Commissioner Street is ready. The clerk has my motion. If you wanted to deal with that, you could.
They want to defer it? Okay. Councillor Fletcher, just before you do that, I was just conferring with the clerk. There are a number of people, and let me just see if I can, waiting to make a deputation on item 33. And I've just been informed that the intention, this is for a fence exemption at 79 Boardwalk Drive. And I've just been informed that the intention is to defer that item to the next meeting. So if Chris Talbot, Angelina Malloy, Jeff Sparks, or Paul Irvin are waiting to make a deputation on that item, we won't be considering it at this meeting. We're going to be deferring. Okay? I just want to give you a chance to go on with your day in perhaps a more productive way. Okay? So, after lunch, there were two items that we skipped over because we weren't ready. One was Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher, you were just saying the number of it. Could you remind me, please?
23.15, Chair.
2315. So you're prepared to dispose of 2315 now?
I certainly am prepared to dispose of that, yes.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the clerks for helping me with this motion. This is the famous Judson concrete works that are moving to the area that's all concrete plants in the Portlands, and these are very specific requirements in order to have it fit well, enhance the public realm, and make sure that this addition, make sure that the streets are well cleaned from dust, because it's a very dusty and kind of unsafe condition generally. So with these three amendments, I would move the amendments and the item, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any questions of the mover? No. Anyone else to speak? No. On the item, all in favor, opposed, carried. And Councillor Bailao, you had an item you were holding for Councillor Bradford?
Yes, Mr. Chair, item 16, and I believe Clerks has a motion that we...
Okay, so this is T16, 968 O'Connor Drive zoning amendment application final report. Okay. So we'll just scroll there so people have a chance to see it. Are there any questions of the mover? Anyone else need to speak? No? Okay. On the amendment, all in favor? On the item as amended, all in favor? There we go. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I held
Councillor.
down 23.6, it's Councillor Fletcher. I held down 23.62 earlier in order to get a motion sorted out, and I do have that motion, and the clerks have that motion. There are no deputants, so if you would like to unhold that now, we could move that through.
David Nagler was going to. This is 62, right?
Yes, it's the second exit.
We have a
TTC
Councillor, we have a deputant listed for that item now.
Oh, do we now? Okay,
Yeah.
fine. Thank you.
And so
Thank you.
where we have deputants, I'm just going to keep moving through them in agenda order, okay?
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
Earlier there wasn't, Mr. Chair, so
I
that's
know,
fine.
someone
I'm gonna
did
look
sign
and
up.
see who they are.
Yep,
Perfect.
all good.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm going to need a minute. Whew.
This chair is in the city council office, should you need her.
Okay. Item TE 23.27, 10 through 30 Dawes Road zoning bylaw amendment application request for directions. I have two deputants listed. Is it two? Yes. First, I have Pedro Lopez. Pedro, are you with us? No, Pedro is not here. Tabi Nazari? Tabi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee. I just wanted to clarify, I see Pedro lost, and he was my manager, and he couldn't make the call, so I'd like to join this call on behalf of him. So I will keep it very short. I'm Tabi Nasiri, Development Manager at Marlin Springs, the owner
Tabi,
of
I'm very sorry to interrupt you. The sound quality in the room where I am is terrible. Can I ask you to slow down a little bit when you're speaking so that I can understand you better?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Tabi Nasiri. I'm the Development Manager at Marlin Springs, the owner of the land, 1030 Dawes. I would like to emphasize that there will be no further comments on the staff recommendation as we are involved in the city-initiated mediation exercise, OPA 478, and we are going through this exercise with multiple landowners in the main study area. So we're looking forward to working with the city staff to address the comments. And I'm here to answer any question that is may arise. And thank you so much for the opportunity given to me to speak.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, Tabi, thank you for taking the time to join us this afternoon. Are there any questions of staff? I don't see any. Councillor Bailao.
I move adopting staff recommendations.
Okay, on the staff recommendations, all those in favor, opposed, carry. Item 2328, issuance of a sidewalk cafe permit located at 590 Pape Avenue, Roxeter Avenue flankage. I have no deputants listed. Are there any questions of staff? No. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher. She was there just a second ago. Honestly, I think she does this to me on purpose. Just like, oh, let's see if Gord's awake. Oh, here we go. Councillor Fletcher, we are on the 590 Pape Sidewalk Cafe permit, which is item 28.
Me?
Item 28, it's the sidewalk cafe permit at 590 Pape.
Were you calling me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, I was. I was calling you to find out how you would like to dispose of item 28, which is the issuance of a sidewalk cafe permit located at
Yes.
590 Pape Avenue.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
I'm going to approve that
Okay. All those in favor?
and invite you all down to have a cup of coffee.
Not just yet. All those in favor, opposed, carried. I do look forward to the day, though. Item TE 23.29, residential demolition application 127 Strawn Avenue. Oh, we did this one already. But we have, really?
Yeah, it was withdrawn.
Oh, it was withdrawn, yes. Oh, okay. Item TE 23.30, residential demolition application 33 Fernwood Park Avenue. I have a deputant listed, Felix Leicher. Felix, are you with us? Good afternoon, Felix. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes to address the committee. Go ahead when you're ready.
I'm the applicant for this demolition permit. I just wanted to make myself available in case there were any questions.
Okay. Are there any questions of Felix? Nope, seeing none. Councillor Bailao?
Thank you. I move the approval of the demolition. I believe there's a motion.
Okay, so we're taking option 2. You can see that, councillors. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 23.31, application to remove a private ravine-protected tree at 17 Langmuir Crescent. I have a number of deputants. Nishida Ondhia? Nishida, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I
Are
can,
you able
loud
to
and
hear me?
clear. So I'm going to
you
give
so
you 5
much.
minutes, and you can address the committee as soon as you're ready.
Okay. I've sent some communication. If you wouldn't mind following along, please. My husband and I, we bought our home in 2004. We love our home, our neighborhood, and our neighbors. We love and greatly value the proximity to Etienne Brule Park and feel the trees in our area are majestic and beautiful. This includes our black walnut tree. We enjoy and are thankful for Toronto's tree canopy. We appreciate and support the rules and the incredible efforts made to protect the trees in the city. We have lived in harmony with our black walnut for almost 17 years. The tree has been well cared for, is healthy, and spans the backyards of 3 properties. 5 years ago, we renovated and obtained a permit for tree protection. There's a conscientious effort on our behalf to protect this tree. The tree has survived beautifully. Requesting removal of our tree is not an easy decision. We have lived this tree for almost 17 years. We are aware the black walnut tree is not exempt from the city's tree bylaws. However, we do perceive there is danger associated from the nuts falling from our specific tree at 17 Langmuir Crescent. Our entire backyard living space is underneath and covered by this tree. It is dangerous and uninhabitable. Over the years, the tree has grown, and although it has always shed fruit, it's almost 75 feet high now, and the nuts are dropping with incredible force and strikes similar to a golf ball in flight. 2 years ago, our neighbor's dog was struck by a walnut and needed an emergency visit to the vet. My daughters have been struck by walnuts and refused to go to the yard to play. Sadly, this has been going on for many years. If we are outside during the 4 to 6 weeks at the end of summer when the walnuts fall, we wear helmets. The walnuts on the ground are dangerous, leaving people to slip and fall easily. Despite daily cleanup efforts, there is a carpet of fallen nuts. 1.5 years ago, a young family moved in behind us. Their children are approximately 5, 4, and 1. Any one of these children or their dog will get hurt, especially the 1-year-old who is just learning to walk. We are not able to allow our puppy in the yard, neither are the neighbors. Last summer, the neighbors' children were not allowed in their yard for several weeks while the nuts were falling. This was especially difficult during the pandemic. COVID restrictions have heightened mental health issues within our family, and we cannot go outside for several weeks. There is a growing concern with online school for all of our children, the 3 households,
within the 3 households, canceled camps, activities, and the inability to get together. Due to COVID restrictions, if and when allowed, any outdoor gatherings are restricted but not permissible in our yard. Please note that our entire yard is under this tree. Councillor Sarah Doucette previously stated that she would only understand an exemption for the removal of a healthy tree in certain circumstances. For small properties where residents have absolutely no choice, and if they want to use their yard, they have to be under this tree. Please note, this is our situation. Our entire yard is under this tree. It is recommended to keep children out of this area, but there is nowhere to go. I've enclosed 2 pictures, one to show you our property, the other one to show the branches and how they span the entire length from the chimney to the tree line. I've also included 5 pictures to show you what the yard looks like for several weeks at the end of summer and the beginning of the fall. With respect to liability, we do not want to be liable for any damages to people's, their pets, or their property. We have sought legal counsel and understand it is our tree, and we are responsible for the behavior of the tree and its consequences. We are green space advocates. We are more than willing to replant whatever is necessary and more to replace part of the tree canopy that would be lost by removing our black walnut. We have an arborist's report. He is lined up to speak, and it is his expert opinion that the tree is creating a hazardous living space and should be removed. We have uploaded 2 YouTube videos, which I would highly recommend you have a look at, please. They are short, they are only 30 seconds long, but if you would listen to them with sound, you will understand and hear the veracity with which these walnuts are falling. Thank you for your consideration for the application for removal of this tree. If there's any reservation or doubt, I welcome you, I invite you, I urge you to send an inspector to our property. There is truly no safe zone. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Nishita? Seeing none. Next I have Nashley Matthews. Nashley? Pardon me? Nashley is no longer present. Jeremy Hamlin?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Jeremy. Welcome to Toronto East York Community Council. You have 5 minutes with which to address the committee.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So I was called out to this client's house in the fall of this year to have a look at this black walnut. I have a firm belief that the client had every intention of taking whatever preservation methods were open to them in order to preserve this tree. It was my opinion and my advice to the client that removal really was the only option. The reason for that, oftentimes trees can be reduced, they can be cabled. There are measures that we can take in order to mitigate some of the risks associated. The nature of a black walnut does not allow us to perform that kind of reduction pruning that would be required in order to make the tree safe. Couple that with the maintenance that's been done, all of the foliage is on the exterior of this tree, so there is no way for us to reduce this tree in order to make it safe because it's been so well maintained. So it's sort of a double-edged sword here. Long story short, at the end of the day, the tree is in the location that it stands currently, both because of the nuts and because of the end weight of the branches. The proximity to the homes is much too close. I would expect to see failure of some limbs on an ongoing basis, and particularly because of the health of the tree, it has excessive fruit, and that exaggerates the end weight issue. So if there's any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them, but I think that's really the guts of this problem.
Thank you. Jeremy, hang on a sec. I do have a couple questions for you. So you're a professional arborist who gives advice to people on tree maintenance and applications to remove trees. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, I apologize. I should have introduced myself. My name is Jeremy Hamlin. My Ontario certified arborist number is...
No, I don't need your number. No, that's fine. No. I just
okay.
wanted to make sure.
So, yes,
you're familiar
I'm
with
a
the...
certified arborist
Okay,
with
good.
20 years experience working in the city of Toronto.
Okay, and you're familiar with the requirements of the Toronto Tree Protection Bylaw, right?
Absolutely. I've been working in the city my entire
Right.
career.
So you're familiar with the fact that fruits fall from trees is not grounds under our bylaw to remove them, aren't you?
Well, yeah. But
You're familiar with
like
that? Okay.
anything, there are
Thank you,
extenuating
Jeremy.
circumstances.
There, I understand now. Okay. Are there any other questions for the deputant? No, seeing none? Okay. Those are all the deputants I have listed. Are there any questions of staff? No? So I'm going to move the staff recommendation, which is we deny the application to remove the tree. This tree, by the way, is also subject to the Ravine and Natural Feature Protection Bylaw at the City of Toronto. It's a healthy tree. That was found both by the applicant's arborist and by city staff. There is absolutely no reason in the world to remove this tree. So, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next item TE 23.32, request for fence exemption pool enclosure, 237 Warren Road, Toronto. We have a listed speaker, Peter Brown of Bonavista Pools Limited.
I am here, and thank you for the introduction. Thank you. You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. You've got 5 minutes.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you, Council, for taking the time to consider the request. So yes, I'm with Bonavista Pools. We're a custom concrete pool builder in and around the city of Toronto. You may know us. I've been working in the city for over 50 years. As a pool builder, I wholeheartedly embrace and support the need for the pool enclosure bylaw. But every so often I encounter a specific situation that calls for reconsideration of how the bylaw is applied. This is one such situation. So this specific client of mine is living with a degenerative condition, namely Parkinson's disease. They're currently building this home. This is their dream home. This is likely going to be their forever home. And they're going to great pains and great expense to make it an accessible home for my client. I can talk about all of those things such as elevators and wider doorways to accommodate wheelchairs and things like that. A major part of his therapy is aquatic therapy, which is one of they're building a swimming pool in the backyard. However, as his condition worsens over time, I've attached a letter, I think you may have got it, from an occupational therapist that just speaks to how difficult it will be for him to operate gates, particularly if you can imagine trying to get a walker through a gate that self-closes and self-latches, or a wheelchair. So as looking at pool bylaw, we fully intend to enclose the whole yard, so neighbors will be safe and neighbors will not be allowed to get into the backyard. But it's the fourth fence that is in question on this particular project. We would like to omit the fence between the back of the house and the pool. So in order to sort of still maintain the safety of that, my client to install an automatic safety cover that tracks, a lockable cover. This is just operated with a turnkey, which my client can and should always be able to operate himself, but he won't have to navigate through a gate if we can do that. So that's the reason for the request. I'm mostly just here to answer questions if there are any. And again, thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, those are all the deputants I have listed. Are there any questions of staff? I have a question of staff. So if I understand what's going on here, we have a bylaw that requires four-side enclosure of a pool for a variety of safety reasons, and the applicant is seeking an exemption to that. Is that literally the thing that's in front of us?
Yes, good afternoon, Council. That's exactly what it is. It's referred to as the fourth fence, and it's the fence that would ordinarily stop access from the home area into the enclosed pool area, but they're seeking an exemption to be exempt from that fourth fence, and instead fitting this mechanical system that's electronically operated instead of that fourth fence.
And does our bylaw contemplate different ways of achieving that four sides, like a mechanical device, or no?
No, there's no mention of that at all. It's not a unique situation. We have had it come up before in council, but it is considering removing that fourth fence would be contrary to the bylaw. There's no provision in the bylaw for doing away with that fourth fence.
And the advice you're giving us, I mean, the advice you're giving us, is it based on just a literal reading of the bylaw, or is it based on a safety principle?
So we give you a literal account of the bylaw, and the sole purpose of bringing it to community council is that it's written in the bylaw that we defer the decision making of that to community council. So it's the council to make that decision whether to approve it or to deny it.
So you're not giving us advice on whether or not this is safe?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I'm afraid. Okay.
To speak. Councillor Matlow?
Mr. Chair? Yes, thank you. Hold on for 1 second. Just get the volume up a little bit. Yeah, it's an interesting situation where there's a clear safety concern, yet there is no definitive advice from staff. This is also a scenario. By the way, I'm just going to make it very clear what I'm going to do. I'm deferring this indefinitely at this point, but I'm going to explain why. This is a situation where there's no clear advice from staff. There's an evident safety risk when you don't have a full enclosure around a pool, because we don't want people to drown. That's why the rules are there. We also have somebody who a property owner who from what I understand to be true, I have a lot of empathy for their situation and why they would make this request in the first place. It's also one of these situations where my office didn't hear directly from the applicant. This went through the city, and I kind of learn about it as it arrives on a community council agenda. So given my empathy for the context that this individual finds themselves in, I'm more than happy to take the time and put the effort into understanding and working with staff and the applicant to see if there is a safe avenue to take. And I just haven't had that opportunity to explore that, and I'm willing to. But I'm not willing to simply just approve this and ignore the safety concerns that people have with regard to not protecting the pool entirely. So what for the deputant, what this means is we're gonna take this item and we're gonna sort of put it on an orbiting planet for a moment, and it's gonna sit there for the moment, and then we can choose when to kind of bring it back at the right time if we've tried to resolve this. And I encourage the applicant to reach out to my office directly, and we'll sit down and we'll take a good look at this.
Thank you. Any questions for the mover? No, Joe's just stretching. I just want to say, I think quickly, Councillor, that sounds like exactly the right solution. I don't feel like I've got enough in front of me now to make a decision. I certainly don't want to start exempting these just anytime someone says I have a special reason. So I'm going to support your motion. Anyone else? No? All those in favor of the motion to defer indefinitely? Opposed? That carries. Okay. So just as a reminder, if you're a city staff who's present and you're not here for the item, you can turn your camera off, because that way it makes it easier for counselors to be centered in the screen for me. It just automatically puts anyone who's got their camera on in my way. Thank you. Okay, item 2333, request for fence exemption rear yard, 79 Boardwalk Drive. I have 4 deputants. First, Chris Talbot. Chris, are you with us? Oh no.
I beg your pardon, they're all gone.
They're all gone. Oh.
Motion now to move the deferral.
Now, sorry, yes. Guys, I'm sorry, like it's a packed agenda and it's really complicated today, so I'm gonna make mistakes, and a lot more than I usually do. Okay, so item 33, I understand there's a motion to defer. Councillor Bailao, do you wanna?
Yes, I'll table the motion to defer for 1 month.
Okay, so, thank you. All those in favor of the deferral? Opposed? That carries. Okay. Item TE 23.34, request for fence exemption side and rear yard, 226 Dunvegan Road. We have a deputant, David Taylor.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, David, I can. Welcome. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to speak to the committee.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time to consider our request. My name is David Taylor. I'm the landscape architect that's representing the homeowner at 226 Dunvegan Road. We are requesting an exemption to the fence height bylaw for a section of fence along the east property line between our client's property and the adjacent property at 224 Dunvegan Road. Our client has a new house currently under construction, which includes a side door that will exit approximately 1 meter higher than the adjacent neighbor's grade. Both neighbors would like to maintain privacy between their properties, and because of the difference in grade, we're proposing a fence that is higher than the 2 meters allowed in the bylaw. At its highest point at the side door of our client's house, the fence will be 2.33 meters above the average grade, and the heights will then taper off as the grades rise towards the rear of the lot and the grades sort of equalize between the neighbors. The client and as well as ourselves have discussed the proposed fence heights at length with the neighbor at 224 Dunvegan, and they are in full support of this proposal. They've included a letter of support that was submitted with our application. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for David? Seeing none, do we have any questions of staff? No? Councillor Matlow?
Mr. Chair, I support the exemption. I determine this to be uncontroversial. Both neighbors are not only satisfied, they're happy with the resolution, so I'm happy to support it.
Okay, thank you. The clerk's staff just told me that I had been talking for some time and didn't have my microphone on. It was probably a benefit to everyone on the committee. Item TE 23.38, 1 through 7 Yonge Street, Public Art Plan. We have a deputant, Alex Marshall. Alex, are you with us?
Councillor Perks, a virtual point of order. Because we couldn't hear you, I didn't hear the actual vote on the last item that I
sailed through. You won.
Wonderful. Delighted to hear that. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Do we have Alex Marshall with us?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Hi, Alex. Welcome. Good afternoon. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to address the committee whenever you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Alex Marshall. I'm with Pinnacle International. I just wanted to be here today to answer any questions and take this opportunity to thank staff for working
to get us to this point on not only just the public art plan that's before you today, but in all aspects of delivering this exciting project for the community.
All right. Thank you. Are there any questions for Alex? I do not see any. To speak, Councillor Cressy. Councillor Cressy. Whoever's talking to Councillor Cressy on the phone, could you mention that he should get off the phone and talk to us? I mean, he's having a good conversation. I can tell he's really engaged. He's laughing. Seems quite focused. I'm sure he's doing some great public good there.
While we're waiting, would you like to dispense with item 62, Mr. Chair?
I'll work through them as, like, I'd love to be able to jump around, but doing it virtually, I have to work on all these different sets of documents. It's just easier if I work through it in the order I've got them. Okay, we'll have to come back to Councillor Cressy's item. Next, I have TE 23.39. No deputants there. Oh, what's the next one I've got with deputants? Oh, it went over the page. Okay. There we go. Item TE 23.39, 1358 through 1360, and 1354 through 1356 Queen Street West, and 8 to 10, 12, and 14 Brock Avenue, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications, preliminary report. I have two deputants. First, Jack Gibney. You're the next contestant.
Hello, Gord. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Jack. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes. You know how to do this, right?
Yeah, I think I do.
Go ahead.
Okay, we at the Sunnyside Historical Society consider this a very important building. It's at the very center of the Parkdale Heritage Conservation District. It's right on Brock Avenue, named for Isaac Brock, and the important victories he and Tecumseh had against the American invasion. And it's also right at, taking my reading glasses off, it's been so long. At a corner that's very important for a number of people, Charles Musson built a shopping plaza there, one of the earliest. Sir William James Wanless worked at that building and then went on to be knighted for his achievements in India. It was replaced at the end of the Parkdale era by a larger, more beautiful building. William L. Hearn ran a electric supply company in there. That's when electricity was just taking off in Ontario, and his cousin was named for the R.L. Hearn generating station was named for him. I made that real fast. Between Adam and I, we've done a huge amount of research on this. The proposed building is way double the site-specific area policy. It has nothing to do with heritage, and it sits right in the middle of a Heritage Conservation District plan. The Heritage Conservation District plan has been completed for at least 2 years, and it keeps being put off by quarter. So it's very important that this application get dealt with and not allowed to go ahead. It would be right in the heart of the Heritage Conservation District with a big modern anti-heritage building, and it would take down two beautiful Italianate buildings where Designer Fabrics was and where the Musson building was. And it's very important this building not go ahead. We'd also very much like to see somehow the Heritage Conservation District get finished. We all worked months on this since 2013, and somehow it stalled. Now, we know that you councillors have many issues, and I've heard them all day long, much more important issues. But at the end of the day, this is the last historic village in Toronto. And if we don't save it now, it'll be gone, and it will improve property values and make people happier for a long time. I'd like to see the Heritage Conservation District finished, and I'd like to see this building preserved and this application stopped. Thank you for considering this and for all of the other important issues that you've dealt with today. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Are there any questions for Jack?
Yes, I do have a question for Jack.
Go ahead.
Hi, Jack. It's not about the building. It's just, are you aware the biggest victory of Brock and Tecumseh was the fall of Fort Detroit, which was a surrender by the Americans at the very beginning of the War of 1812? Just
Yes, I'm aware that Tecumseh and Brock worked together to scare the hell out of the Americans and trick them into surrendering, and that it blunted their efforts to take Canada over and force us
What have we
to
done?
under their
What have we done? Oh my goodness.
thank you very much. I'm very happy to, you know that too.
Okay, thank you. We have another deputy, Adam Wynn. Adam, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can, Adam. Welcome. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to address the committee. Start whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. I am a heritage advocate and a local resident of Parkdale. I object to the current plans proposed by the developer, which are Queen and Brock Holdings, a subset of Kingset Capital, for the site at the northwest corner of Brock Avenue and Queen Street West. My concerns largely pertain to the heritage elements of the subject site. Current plans offer a 9-story mixed-use, primarily condominium development that proposes the demolition of 1354 to 1356 Queen and the retention of 1358 to 1360 Queen Street West. I object to the demolition of 1354 to 1356 Queen Street West. I strongly encourage that both 1354 to 1356 Queen Street West and 1358 to 1360 Queen Street West are required to be retained and restored as part of this redevelopment. While these properties are heritage listed, I strongly support these also be designated under the Ontario Heritage Act as soon as possible. These buildings are critical heritage elements of the Parkdale neighborhood and important contributing properties to the historical Queen Street West streetscape. It would be a significant loss for Parkdale and the City of Toronto to allow either of these properties to be demolished. The developer is hoping to demolish the historic corner building 1354 to 1356 Queen Street West, as they feel the structure is unsalvageable due to the presence of its stucco exterior, as well as an altered storefront. The September 2020 Heritage Impact Assessment from ERA Architects states that the glue used during the installation of the stucco may damage the brick when it is removed. This disregards that technologies exist that can assist with this type of restoration work, and that numerous buildings in the City of Toronto have had stucco removed, as well as many buildings that have had historic storefronts rebuilt as part of renovation and restoration projects. I further encourage that the City of Toronto staff require that a revised and updated Heritage Impact Assessment be submitted for this redevelopment. The September 2020 HIA omits important heritage-related information pertaining to the histories of the subject site, has errors in it, including an inaccurate architect and year of construction attributed to 1354 to 1356 Queen Street West, and is now outdated following the listing of the subject properties on the City of Toronto Heritage Register in late 2020. While there are time limitations on this deputation, I invite you to kindly examine my letter dated 23rd February 2021, which elucidates my concerns with this HIA in further detail. I would also like to briefly share a historical story about the subject site, which has been omitted from the HIA to date. The HIA identifies John Wainless' son Hardware was based at the subject site in the 1880s. However, it does not identify that Sir Dr. William James Wainless, a significant historical figure, was the son of John Wainless. The HIA does not identify.
Adam? Adam?
During the early to mid 1880s. During the mid to late 1880s, Sir Dr. Wainless moved from Parkdale to New York City for medical school. In 1889, he moved from New York City to India with the Presbyterian Board of Foreign Missions Western India Mission. Sir Dr. Wainless is credited with establishing one of India's first missionary medical schools, a leprosy sanitarium, and a tuberculosis hospital in Maharashtra in Western India. During his almost 40 years in India, Dr. Wainless treated over 1 million patients and restored sight to 12,000 individuals. He also personally treated princes, rajas, as well as Mahatma Gandhi. For these efforts, Sir Dr. Wainless was twice awarded the Empress of India Medal and was knighted upon his retirement in 1928 by King George V. In India, the third Aga Khan personally presided over Sir Dr. Wainless' retirement ceremony. At the time of Dr. Wainless' death in 1933, the hospital he established had grown to become the largest mission medical hospital in India. It included more than 50 buildings 50 buildings, 6 branch hospitals, a leper asylum, 2 convalescent homes, and the first medical mission school in India. These institutions are still active as of 2020 and are now known as the Wanlis Hospital and Mirage Medical Center. Dr. Wanlis is a major historical figure associated with the subject site, and his connection to the subject site in Parkdale should be commemorated. This is just one of many historical stories associated with the subject property that have been omitted from the HIA to date. I kindly invite you to read the letter that I submitted on the 23rd of February in 2021, which delves into this in more detail. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Adam. Okay. That's all the deputants. Are there any questions of staff? No? Okay, so members, this is a preliminary report, and for members of the community who are listening, that means we're now at the start of the process. We're not making final decisions about the disposition. We're just directing staff to get to work on it. I've heard you about the heritage issues, and we will certainly keep an eye on that. So with that, I'm going to approve the staff recommendations in the preliminary report. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay. Item 49? Oh no, there's the one Councillor Cressy wandered off onto the phone call for. I'm dying to know what that was about. It looks so animated.
So next is, yeah, for 49.
Was that, no, what's the one of Councillor Cressy's we missed? It's 32.
38.
No, 38?
Yeah, and now we jump to 49.
Okay, so we need to go back to the item 38, which is the 1 through 7 Yonge Street Public Art Plan. Oh, everyone just disappeared. Oh no. Members, if you can hear me, we're experiencing some technical problems at Community Council here now. So just be patient. I blame Councillor Cressy. Okay, I have a text message from Councillor Cressy, Fortis, in case you're interested, that he's at City Hall and his server just went down. But Councillor Layton, who is not at City Hall, just had his connection cut. So they're both trying to get back on. I mean, in theory, I could ask Councillor Cressy and Councillor Fletcher, who are in the building, to come here if we run into a quorum problem. I don't think that's wise. But we can't do bills or anything.
No, well, no, you can't make any decisions.
But I've got 2 members in the building. I've got 2 on the screen, 3, that's 5. I could get quorum together, but I don't think it's safe. I don't know. Right. Councillors Fletcher and Cressy, I believe, are in the building. Do you know if we're broadcasting, Fortis? We are broadcasting? Okay, members, I'm just going to call a 5-minute recess to give the IT staff time to see what's gone wrong. Oh, Councillor Wong Tam is back.
I'm just checking with my boss. I'm not sure.
Hello, Mr. Chair. I am back. I got booted off from one computer, so I'm now logging on to another one.
Okay, we
Trying to
lost
adjust the
almost
height.
everybody. You have shown the most technical capacity and savvy, and were the first one to get back on of all the people who got kicked off. So from now on, post-COVID, when there are computer problems in my office, I'm walking down the hall to your office to get them solved.
Okay. I'll do the best that I can to help.
Well,
Okay, we need to keep in recess for a minute till I get an answer.
okay,
We might need to bring one person more in here.
okay,
She's my boss on it.
okay.
Yeah.
What?
We were about to do 38. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, congratulations on getting on, but you have to mute. Okay, we were just in the process of calling the vote on, I called the meeting back to order. We were just at the process of dealing with 2338, 1 through 7 Yonge Street Public Art Plan. Councillor Cressy, the floor is yours.
And Councillor Fletcher, thank you. I will move the staff recommendations. Thanks.
All those in favor? I can't see the screen. Carried. Okay. We're moving now to item 49, which is TE 23.49, 49 Jacks Avenue, official plan and zoning amendment bylaw application, preliminary report. I have a deputant listed, Kathy McDonald. Kathy, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Kathy. Good afternoon. You've got 5 minutes. Start when you're ready.
Okay. So I'm representing the Deer Park Residents Group, and the site on Jake's is part of the Deer Park Residents Group area. However, it's in Councillor Layton's ward. So there are a number of people interested in this application, and it spans people in 2 wards, and we're working together. I think most of the submissions have sort of common comments. The 3 things I want to address are, first, that there's a special provision in the Yonge and St. Clair secondary plan that has been developed for this site, given its special location beside the David Balfour Park, and I guess at the edge of, the end of the escarpment. That provision provides for things like the height limit. The height limit is 12 meters, and has other special provisions that deal with the special character of the area. I think you'll have got a number of letters, and probably have other people deputing with a huge list of issues about the proposed project, in that it doesn't comply with the special provision, a special official plan provision, and number of other factors that are critical to this special site. The planning report also lists all of these. In addition, we've been seeing a number of applications in this apartment neighborhood of Deer Park. And a special study has been called for to look at how development should be happening. However, the study hasn't started. So the Deer Park Residents Group position on the application sort of responds to the recommendation that there be a consultation on the application. But what we're saying is, because there's so many issues with the application that are raised by so many people in the neighborhood and broader area, that having a public consultation at this point in time isn't really very useful, because so much has to be changed. And further, that we need to know what the area planning study will provide to help with guidance on the application. And so, what we're suggesting is that the public consultation process be deferred until issues with the application are addressed, and that the results of the planning study are available to provide guidance to what should be happening. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Kathy. Are there any questions for Kathy? I don't see any. that's all the deputants that I have. Are there any questions of staff?
No.
No? Councillor Layton, I saw you there a moment ago.
Yes, I had to log in with my phone,
Yeah.
and it's not letting me start video.
Okay, I see you now.
There it is. Thank you.
Floor is yours.
I'll be moving the recommendations in the report. Listen, I think that it's safe to say that that this application is a challenge for city staff, as it's significantly out of scale with what one would expect for the site. I'm, to be honest, quite surprised that we're even getting a preliminary report, that we're not just going straight to a refusal. But I will entertain staff's preference to undertake a community meeting. I would say, though, that that in the future, I think we should be far more conservative with what we bring forward as preliminary reports, simply because there are only so many evenings in a councillor's schedule available to have public meetings. And when we're so off track, when the development is so off track with what is expected to gain support from staff, I would just encourage planning to take it on onto themselves to just move ahead with refusal when they're quite a bit outside with what one would expect to see. So thank you.
Okay. So before I call the vote on your motion, I just want to say, Councillor, the video on your phone is really crisp. You're looking sharp now. Okay. So on the motion, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 23.55, 954 through 958 Broadview Avenue and 72 Chester Hill Road, official plan amendment and zoning amendment applications, preliminary report update. I have some deputants. First, I have Reinhold Veit. Reinhold?
Hello, I'm trying to, am I on?
You are, welcome. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start whenever you want.
All right, thank you. I was one of the first in this morning, and I'm amazed at the work you do. I really have gained a lot of respect for city councillors.
Thank you, that's very kind.
I am, okay. I'm representing the Chester Hill Road, Thorncliffe Avenue, and Cambridge Avenue Residents Association. We are essentially the neighborhood to the southwest of a large proposal that's been put together for Estonian House at 958 Broadview. It's just a little bit south of the Dairy Queen at Pottery Road that everybody is familiar with. The building is a former grade school, and I know some of the people that actually went to grade school there, but in 1960, the building was purchased by the Estonian Society, and it's been effectively a community center there ever since. So as long as living memory exists, this has been a public space, most of it open space, a community center. If we give blood, often there are blood donation sites there. If we have elections, this is the public spot that usually we go to vote. So in other words, it's a public space. But it relates to the Danforth Avenue planning study as well as the Broadview Avenue planning study. And if you go through both of those documents, the words high rise and tall building never appear in these long documents. But suddenly it was kind of a surprise to the whole community a couple of years ago when Rivera, the seniors home people, put up a relatively large proposal sign near that property. And I will go into it a little bit further, but within the last year, that property was purchased by a developer who took the physical structure of the Rivera application and converted essentially into a condominium high-rise proposal. If you look along Broadview Avenue from around Pottery Road, southwards and upwards, there are currently 5 high-rise buildings that are appropriately fit. And their lot widths are 64 meters, 64 meters, 62 meters, 66 meters, and the one adjacent to the currently proposed area is 69 meters wide. So the Old Chester School property, or the Estonian House property, is 37.5 meters wide. It's the narrowest, but actually the proposal is asking for a condominium with more units than any other of these high rises. If you look at the property from the top down, it's very much constrained. Our house, we have 66 Chester Hill Road, which is literally adjacent to this property. To the west is the ravine. It overlooks one of the ramps from the Don Valley Parkway. And to the north is actually quite a large open area that was left from a condominium that's built at 980 Broadview. So it's a very unusual site. It's relatively narrow for a high rise. It's pushed near Broadview, but it should be subject to the Broadview Avenue planning study. And again, like I said, none of the planning studies for the area incorporate the word high rise, but what's the first thing that we are thrown at is a proposal for a high rise. And then furthermore, closer to the valley, one should think of this more as something that's more suitable for low rise residential, not even mid-rise. The developers are part of Kilmer Group and also Diamond Corporation, and the kinds of buildings they put up are the 50-story high-rises that you see along the skyline when you look downtown. Diamond is quoted in the Toronto Star as mid-rise should start at a minimum of 8 stories. If you look at Broadview Avenue, Broadview Avenue has lots of mid-rise buildings on it, starting from the Danforth and Broadview area on down. I just also want to point out that if you type in the word Chester Hill Lookout, there are 2.2 million hits, 2.2 million websites, and a lot of visitors come to our street. I've talked to people from Germany or from China walking along this street. It's also on the Ontario travel website as one of the places you should go to in Toronto. This is no subtle place.
Reinhold, I'm going to ask you for one concluding idea.
I'm still, I was looking at, the idea is essentially, this is a no-starter proposal and it has to go farther consideration.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Are there any questions for Reinhold? Seeing none?
I just want to ask a couple of questions.
Oh.
No, sorry.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you.
Yes, somehow
I'm just
you're
on my
blurry on my
phone.
screen.
I'm not on the big screen, and I don't even know if you can.
There we go.
There.
Gotcha now.
Thank you. Thank you, Reinhold, for coming out today and speaking to the committee. This notion of this being a public space or a public building, just wondering why that's the impression. Was it not sold?
Sorry, which sale are you referring to?
I'm talking about this being a public space. I know it was used by the public, but I don't think it was an actual public space because there would be different requirements if you were going to sell it if it was public, and they have sold it. The Estonian House has sold that, right? To
There's a whole
developer.
The sale is a kind of a complicated issue anyway. It's not a fair kind of sale. They never even gave the Estonian community chance to say what their alternative proposals were for this site. I want to direct people, look at a journal, internet, the word Estonian World Review. And see a lot of very upset people talking about the sale of this property, taking it away from one community, the Estonians, and then basically shafting it to the other community, the communities living around this property.
Right. So I just want to go a little bit because there's a long history for this application. I know I've picked this up and getting to know all of you, but the the Broadview Avenue planning study, which you've spoken about and which I know you and your community association spent a lot of time working with planning and everyone else to get that, when it was passed, the Estonian House actually went to the OMB and appealed the Broadview Avenue planning study for their own site. I'm sure that That's where it all started, I believe.
Oh, we're totally aware of that, and that's one of the problems here. It is a planning vacuum, a legal vacuum, and this developer is making use of that legal vacuum. The developer is a municipal planning lawyer and tells the community, I can get this through. Doesn't matter what you say, I'll get it through. So it is.
Would it be helpful? Yeah, I'm going to have a motion because it's very complicated. I think you'd agree with me there around the BAPs, who's in, who's out, what the status is of the OMB appeal. Is it still under appeal? It is an extremely complicated affair. I think it would be very helpful to have somebody from city legal walk everybody through exactly where we're at when we have our public meeting. Would you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely. It needs a real good discussion for the community.
Because it is, I've taken this file over and it's extremely hard to understand. There are 3 properties on Broadview that appealed that apparently aren't under the BAPs, but the city planning is still using that lens for the BAPs. So it's very fine-grained detail, and I really appreciate your history, bringing us up to speed on the history of this site, and really making how clear it is, making it so clear to people how complicated this particular situation
Well, the
is.
background, I also sent a PDF with my email requesting this talk. Please take a look at the Estonian newspaper's comments about this.
Yes, yes, and the Estonian house is selling this, and then they're
Councillor
bought
Fletcher,
a property in another place.
can I ask
sorry,
if you have
am I
any
over
more
time?
questions
Okay,
of the
sorry.
deputant?
That was it. Are you
Okay.
aware they're taking the money and moving it to another place and building something there?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for staying so with us today on the phone. Thank you very much.
Great. And thank you, Reinhold. Are there any other members who have questions? No? The next deputant I have listed is Christina Spiropoulos. Not present. And then I have Magda Hadelmeyer. Magda, are you with us? Hello, Magda? Magda, we've connected you at our end. I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Fortis. Okay. Okay. Councillor Fletcher, I'm in your hands. Staff say that Magda's having some trouble and they're going to attempt to phone her. So we could either...
Sure.
We just want to hold this down. She's the last deputant.
Yeah, why don't we hold that down?
Hold that down and move to the next thing?
I appreciate her. I'd like her to have the possibility of speaking.
Okay, very good. I'll hold that in your name. Yes.
Something on item 30.
Yes. So we have to reopen 30?
On a motion, yeah, could we reconsider?
Okay, members?
Yeah, bylaw will have to move on in the motion.
Okay. Members, while we're doing this, there's a technical or procedural problem with how we dealt with item 30. So I'm going to move a motion to reopen 2330, which is the residential demolition application at 33 Fernwood Park Avenue. All those in favor of reopening it for reconsideration? Councillor Bailao, I need you to move this motion.
Okay, yep.
Honestly, I swear, sometimes I could get, I could sneak one by you guys and, make me king for life or something, and you wouldn't even notice. Okay.
I've noticed.
I'm not sure you would. I could have got you. If I had had a line in there, you guys wouldn't have caught it. Okay. On Councillor Bailao's motion, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, members. So we can't do 55 just yet until Fortis gives us the sign.
We could do 62.
Yes. Someone's eager to deal with item 62.
Yes, I am.
I know, you've raised it 5 times today. Item
Thank you. Are you
TE
counting?
23, it's the big moment, everybody. Make sure you've got your screens focused and your attention on the item. Item TE 23.62, Construction Staging Area, TTC Second Exit Program, Donlan Station Phase 2. We have a deputant, David Nagler. David.
He's removed his name.
He's removed his name. Okay,
He's just there. He's only there for questions.
I see. Are there any questions of staff? I don't see any. Councillor Fletcher, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I've been waiting for quite a while for 62.
Yes.
I have a motion that I'd like to put forward here. It's just related to the many things that have to happen to make this a successful project. This is a small project with a large impact, as second exits have. I don't know how many of you have a second exit across, or a second exit project across the Bloor-Danforth line, but this is the second to last one on this part of the line 1. And it is at Donlands, and it will have fairly large impact on the community. So I just am directing that we make the people on Strathmore pay a little bit more attention to what's going to happen to them over this project, which is 3 years. I had a big meeting on the phone the other night or on Zoom with about 50 people. They came up with good ideas. I've spoken to Mr. Nagler, Mr. Downey. I've spoken to the head of transportation services, Ms. Gray, and went through a number of these things that the community have brought up. And this is the motion in order to have a more smoothly run project. It will come back at our April meeting, and assuming that they've managed to get all these things fixed, then it will simply continue to proceed in a straight line. So I'd like to thank all the staff for being so open, and thank the community for being engaged, and thank all the people who will be so directly impacted for 3 years in their own homes. Mr. Chair, with that, I move the motion.
Are there any questions of the mover? Seeing none. Anyone else wish to speak to this item? Seeing none. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Members, I'm told that Magda Heidelmeyer is now back with us, so I'm going to return us to item 55, which is the Broadview and Chester preliminary report. Magda?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Magda, yes. Welcome and good afternoon. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to address the committee. Start whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Community Council. I'm Magda Heidelmeyer, President of Halliwell Place Residents Association. We represent about 1,500 residents. Our association area, just to give you an idea, extends along Broadview from Pretoria to Mortimer with a pocket on Milon Avenue. The site of the development proposal in question is within our association area. I'm here today to request that you support planning staff's recommendations for scheduling a community consultation meeting for the application in question, and that notice be given. Further, we're asking city planning to address the concerns and specific requests raised in our December 29, 2020 letter, which I suggest to be read as part of our written submission for this item. As you can see from the over 100 submissions for this item, we have a very active community in this neighborhood, an engaged community. And this engagement has a long history and was also demonstrated at last Thursday's information session organized by Councillor Fletcher, for which we thank you. This is a community which cares about the future of its neighborhood and which welcomes appropriate development sensitive to the neighborhood's character. So let me turn to our concerns with this particular proposal. Thank you to planning staff for their report, which includes many of those concerns we raised in our December 29th letter. So although Mr. Diamond of Diamond Kilmer Developments and his team have made improvements to the previous applicant's proposal, our main concerns remain with height and massing. This proposal is only 4.1 meters lower than the previous, and we're concerned with the impact on the large number of neighboring residents the new proposal creates. And I'll mention some heights, which I'll exclude the mechanical. So due to its 51.6 meter height and massing, the proposed building's transition is not appropriate from the 63.3 meter high-rise building immediately to the north down to the two-story houses immediately to the south, which are at about 6 meter. And of course, the largely resulting issues with light access and shadowing, including shadowing over a 1.3 acre open green space immediately to the north. Issues with privacy as well as overlook, increased wind issues as well as noise. And just want to say that these impacts are even more salient given the new normal of staying and working from home. Access to light and sky, increased use of backyards and open green spaces really have become even more important to people's well-being. And just for comparison, the proposed building would be a mere 11.7 meters shorter than the high-rise building immediately to the north, and a whopping approximately 45 meters taller than the two-story houses immediately south of it. Further, at 51.6 meters, the proposed building's height and massing is not an appropriate fit for this neighborhood, given it is in an area of predominantly low-rise buildings with moderate mid-rise intensification slated for the avenue as the planned context. And we cannot ignore the potential precedent-setting height creep this proposed building could create on Broadview. Generally, we agree with the concerns and impacts raised by city planning in the report. We understand more information will be folded into their analysis as planning and other city divisions review this application, including information that would be coming from a community consultation. And we'd expect from further discussions with Mr. Diamond. We recognize Mr. Diamond, and like many other developers, proactively engaged in discussions and sought feedback from the Halliwell Residents Association ahead of their city planning application. These were positive steps towards finding an appropriate and desirable solution for the site. However, to date, we're not there yet. In the end, the well-being of our community depends on the type of legacy an owner-developer leaves behind, and whether their actions result in a solution which is appropriate and desirable. We look forward to continuing the dialogue with city planning and Mr. Diamond and his team. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputy? Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Hi, Megan. Thank you so much for persevering to get on, and thank you for that. Thank you for that deputation. I've read all the letters, and you're right, there's over 100. A lot of people believe, I've got a motion here, it's being posted, but I'm not actually speaking to my motion yet, but you can see all the things that you just could have seen them, that I'm going to ask staff to report on vis-a-vis this application, many of the things that have come in letters. But a lot of people believe that this site is actually under the Broadview area planning study. Do you find that this is a pretty complicated matter when we're got legal things, planning matters, that it's not as straightforward as a regular application?
So the way I can answer this is that I think people have, for the last 6 years, been very invested, I think, both in time, emotion, in crafting this planning study for the area. And I believe that this has created a bit of some perhaps confusion around what does legally apply to that site. And I think a lot of people believe that despite the LPAT appeal for this site, which means the appeal of OPA 343 or the Broadview plan for that site is still live, let's call it, or it's still possible. I think that's my 3-year-old. I'm so sorry for that. But
don't worry. Don't worry about that.
So I believe that it has to. Sorry, I just lost the track of mind, of course.
I think Gord will give you a few extra minutes because of children. We have a rule here.
Oh, I didn't even start the clock.
Oh, okay. So let me just say, even though the LPAT appeal is still there for OPA 343, I think a lot of people believe that that plan, given the city has actually engaged the community and has come up with a plan that city council has adopted, that it should still stand.
We do know that, of course, planning since 6 years ago, just the planning environment provincially, but also the municipal level has changed. And so I think this is what creates, you know, the difficulty. So, and the question then remains, what is this, you know, what should be on that site?
Right. So I
and which
just
planning,
have a motion.
And which planning tools
Sorry.
should be used for that? I'm sorry, yes, and which planning tools should be applied to that?
And just some of the history, because this was a 2016 that it was passed, and then 2018 that it was approved except for this site and 2 other sites on Broadview.
If I can correct you, Councillor Fletcher, I'm sorry, it's 2014 that the Broadview planning has started to 2016 that it was adopted.
Correct. So I'm just looking at from when it was adopted in 16, that it became official plan. It was the OPA 343 was adopted by the city, but the LPAT then agreed to the whole street except for the 3 sites, and this happens to be one of them. Do you think it would be helpful to have somebody from legal kind of clear that up? Because I'm finding that there's such a difference in people understanding what we're dealing with at this point on Broadview when we have our meeting.
Yes, that could be helpful. I would agree with that.
Thank you. And one I think I'm interested in is the schoolhouse, which is a 1981 schoolhouse. I don't think anybody knew it was there. I didn't know it was there because it's covered on both ends
Councillor
by
Fletcher.
the Estonian house. Yes?
There are great opportunities to conduct public meetings. Now is your opportunity to ask questions of deputants.
I am going to ask that question, Mr. Chair. I'm asking about the approach to the schoolhouse, which I'm interested in what you think the community's goals are for the heritage home or the heritage building there.
So I can speak on behalf of our association, and certainly the heritage building has been something that the community, but I know also the broader community has sought to preserve, which is why it went to be designated through a process of designation, which it has gotten. And I believe the idea is still to preserve that heritage building.
No matter what happens on that site, that would be a community goal to ensure the preservation.
I cannot speak for the whole community on that.
For your association then, let's say this application goes, no matter who puts in an application, that school is going to be an important part of Broadview. It was identified in the planning study, I believe, was it not?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, okay. So thank you very much. I'm just calling this, I appreciate your intervention, and I know that you've been involved all along from 16.
Okay,
you were at
Councillor, I'm sorry to keep pressing you. We're about to lose quorum. I need you to wrap up your questions here. Okay?
Mr. Chair, I've sat through many.
I understand that, and if you want to lose quorum on your item, that would be a mistake.
I don't.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Who are we losing it with?
Next, there are no more deputations on this item. Are there any questions of staff on this item? Seeing none. Councillor Fletcher, you have the floor.
I do, but I'm not going to ask them because I'm just going to get told I'm taking too long. So I'll move my motion then. I found that very rude.
Okay. You have the floor, Councillor. Oh, this is the wrong one? So.
Well, that's kind of the wrong one.
Yeah, we'll get to yours.
Sorry, who was leaving for quorum, Mr. Chair?
I'm trying to get your motion on the screen, if you'll allow me. There we go. So.
Yes, I'm just asking that question.
You've got the floor to speak on this item. Would you like to?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Please go
so
ahead.
Much. These are motions. I have 3 motions. This is the request planning staff to thoroughly view the application with respect to appropriate height, appropriate density, massing, transition to the low-rise neighborhood to the south, shadowing, wind tunnel impacts, noise from rooftop mechanical enjoyment of green space, which you've heard about, parking issues, there's only 91 spaces, traffic circulation, which is of concern with one-way streets, stormwater management, heritage considerations, which, as you've heard about that school, potential impacts on Todmorden Mills Park, and proximity to Broadview Station, because since this went through, we have the MTSA studies and requirements for density around transit stations. I'm not sure what that's going to mean. There will be the request the legal services staff to attend the community consultation to clarify matters to the multiple appeals at LPAT. I was speaking with Ms. Heidelmeier about that because it is extremely confusing. This, and lastly, to have a schedule a community meeting, look at very large distribution area in consultation with myself, and also any accessibility resources that might need to be brought to the table. I will say that last Thursday, Ms. Heidelmeier mentioned the meeting that we had with over 160 people on a planning application, which hadn't even come yet. So a pre-meeting on this application. It is an extremely complicated matter. I think if the Auditor General was going to speak about this, she would call it a hairball because it has so many different moving parts. But what we currently have is we have at the OMB, the OMB set aside this particular site, agreed to all of the planning study on Broadview, but not this site and two other sites. So it kind of is a standalone site at the same time as the city had goals for it for the LPAT. We are going to do our best. I think I really appreciate the remarks from Ms. Heidelmeier that we're not there yet. We'll see if we can get there. We will do our best. We've been through 3 different applications now. Well, we're actually on the 3rd one, and there's an active outstanding appeal at the OMB. So this is not a simple matter. And I really do appreciate the 100 letters that have come in from the community, majority of them extremely concerned, some who are want to have more density on Broadview, and many people very concerned or very happy that that school would come out of its captivity and be a beautiful building on the avenue, but quite concerned that the price to pay for that is just too high, too dense at this point. It is on a ravine. The TRCA will have to be involved. It's right at Todmorden Mills. There are hydrological issues that people have raised. So there's tremendous community interest in this, as there was on the Broadview Avenue planning study. As I mentioned, this is a takeover. This is part of the new ward. So I'm getting up to speed, getting to know people, working with the planners, legal, and everyone else, and really coming to understand the complex nature of this particular application. So
Thank
I'd like
you
to
so
move
much.
these motions and direct planners to do that.
Good.
Thank you very much.
Are there any questions of the mover? Seeing none, all those in favor, opposed, we'll take it as a package. All those in favor, opposed, carried. I think we have one item left, which is Councillor Wong Tam's item. The number is 87. Let me just read the title. Traffic and parking regulations, various streets in the Regent Park area. Councillor Wong Tam, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. I do need to move a motion, and if the clerk can please put that on the screen. The motion is fairly self-explanatory, but we do need to engage in the community to let them know that there are changes to the traffic regulations coming into Regent Park. I'll keep my remarks very brief, so if I can move this motion plus the contents in my letter, then we'll proceed to do the work. Thank you very much.
All right, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Bills. We'll just pull them up and I will read them to get through them quickly. Councillor Fletcher, I need you to put your camera on so I know I have quorum. I'm just going to pretend she's there. The Toronto East York Community Council pass and declare as bylaws bills 76 to 116 prepared for the February 24th, 2021 meeting 23 of the Community Council. All those in favor, opposed, carried. And just one more minute, people. We're getting close. The Toronto East York Community Council pass and declare as a bylaw and a confirmatory bill to confirm the legislative proceedings of the Toronto East York Community Council acting under delegated authority at the meeting 23 of February 24, 2021. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you all so much. That concludes our business. Have a wonderful Wednesday evening, everybody.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, clerks. Thank you, IT.
Thank you, clerks.